to the point of white knuckles. "Who told you?" I whipped my head around to look at him. "Someone who cares about your safety." "A snitch," I contradicted. "You can call them whatever you like. You still haven't answered my question." "My answer is that it's the 21st century and women can fend for themselves. We can take care of our own well-being. Even, try not to be scandalized, vote. If you choose to ignore a stalker, maybe you specifically shouldn't have the right to vote." Technically, 3 different men, but now wasn't the time to bring that up. "I carry a gun with me everywhere." "That's supposed to make me feel better?" Devon asked slowly, sarcastically, to highlight how dumb I sounded. "This isn't the Wild West, Amabel. You can't shoot people willy-nilly on the street if you think they're stalking you. You need to go to the police." It was the first time I'd seen him even remotely angry, and it was so fascinating. For a second there, I forgot about my problems. I slanted my head, watching him intently. "I have a secret," I stage whispered. "I don't work at making you happy, Devon." He gave me a look that made my soul shrivel into itself. The look that told me he was growing seriously tired of me, and I couldn't blame him. I was horrible to him. I was so tragically afraid of him that I constantly pushed him away. "All I'm saying is that I've got this," I mumbled, examining my colorful, pointy fingernails. "Is that why you called me?" he bit out. "Because you've got this." Our first fight. Awesome. How could I explain to him that I didn't like people butting into my business, into my life? That I couldn't rely on others? "My bad. Next time I'll call someone else." "No, you won't. I'm the only person capable of dealing with your brand of bullshit for longer than an evening." He parked in front of my apartment building, got out, rounded the car and opened the door for me, doing it all with a face that hinted he was going to chop me into shrimp-sized pieces and feed me to the sharks. "Thanks for the ride. You've been a lovely companion." I slipped out of the car and proceeded to my entrance, feeling very much like a misbehaving child tossed into their room for a timeout. He followed me, wordlessly. I knew better than to send him away. First of all, I didn't want to be alone right now, and second, I was the one who called him. When we got to my apartment, stairs again, whoopee-woo, Devon disappeared into my bedroom to talk to Joanne on the phone. He asked her to arrange for my car to be towed. He also asked her to put Simon on the phone for him. Ah, good old Cy, the bodyguard who pretended to do shit no one needed done in the club, like filing or sorting boxes into the different recycling bin. The fact he once jumped on top of me to defend me when Ross accidentally dropped a beer crate was a dead giveaway. "Is not why I bloody pay you. Step up, or I will ensure your next job is a Mick job." There was a brief silence. "Then do better," Devon roared. When he returned to the living room, his eyes landed on me. He looked like an eagle zeroing in on his prey. "You're shaking and sweating." "No, I'm not." The fact that my teeth chattered as I said it didn't help my case. God damn it. It was only Frank. I could take him down if I needed to, right? Wrong. You need to stop being a pussy and go to the police. So what if his girlfriend is pregnant? You aren't the one who knocked her up. "Come, I'll draw you a bath." He walked over and offered me his hand. The easy laughter and polite manner that usually oozed from him was gone, though. Now that I thought about it, it had been gone the entire day, from the moment he answered the phone and then when he picked me up. Horrifyingly, I realized Devon had stopped flirting with me. He had given up on me. On us. Well, good. That was exactly what I wanted. I was happy he was done making shit awkward. When I remained planted on the couch, he scooped me up and carried me to my bathroom. "I hate it when you're being perfect," I moaned. "Ditto, darling, especially when it's wasted on you." He sat me on the closed toilet seat and drew me a hot bath, rolling his sleeves up to his elbow and exposing his Michelangelo's Moses forearms. Oof. I missed sex. My insides twisted hotly, tension building inside me. What was life without sex? Just work and taxes and a good dose of dishwashing. It was so unfair that I didn't want to have sex with anyone who wasn't the father of my child for the duration of my pregnancy. I couldn't even rationalize this decision. Maybe I did have some leftover traditionalism in my body, residue from sharing a roof with Percy for most of my life. My eyes followed every movement of his corded arms as he dropped a bath bomb into the tub. So, have you been sleeping with anyone interesting lately? I shifted on the toilet seat, eyeing his strong, long fingers. Was I getting turned on right now? The friction from the surface beneath me made my nipples pucker. I removed my clothes, item by item, while Devon twisted his face like something smelled horrible in the room. I thought you were done torturing yourself. Come on, I laughed, boomeranging my blouse to the floor. Though I wasn't showing yet, my breasts were already heavy and veiny, much bigger than he remembered. I know you're still having sex with other people. Let me live vicariously through you. I forgot what it feels like. Dryly, he said, You have enough experience for the entire East Coast, darling. Grab some ginkgo and use the power of your imagination. Remind me, what do you do once the two of you are in bed? I forgot. I purred, ignoring his annoyance. He looked at me like I was crazy, and in that moment I was. You haven't been drinking, have you? He asked worriedly. I laughed. No, I'm just tender around the edges. Sounds like code for unhinged. Come on, I smiled. I'm just trying to be cordial. I noticed. We've been in the same room for close to 8 minutes, and you still haven't tried to stab me. He turned off the faucet and stood up, stepping aside. Let me help you in. You can join me, too, if you feel so inclined. I tried my hand at half-hearted seduction, too horny to afford my pride. He completely ignored me, ushering me by the small of my back to the bathtub. I rolled my eyes. Is that a no? You told me specifically, and repeatedly, to stop trying with you. He reminded me, dryly. Well, maybe I've changed my mind. Jesus, couldn't a girl make a definitive statement, then change her mind due to horniness? And they said America was the freest country in the world. Why don't you get in, and we'll discuss it after you've calmed down, Devon suggested. I am calmed down, I protested with a screech, slapping my own thighs like a toddler. Evidently, he deadpanned. Finally, I stepped into the bath and lowered my body into it. Closing my eyes, I felt the warmth of the water and the tingling of the soap clinging to my body. The scent of strawberry and citrus was heightened by the humidity in the room. Behind me, Devon took a seat on the edge of the bathtub and began massaging my shoulders. You're aroused, he stated. His fingers tickled the flyaways escaping from my high bun. They slid lower, toward my breasts, avoiding the sensitive territory but skating closer. Aroused? I repeated with a chuckle. You're so old. You're so pregnant. What's that supposed to mean? You have cravings, needs, Devon explained. Yeah, I admitted with a sigh, momentarily disarmed by the massage and the bubble bath and the knowledge I was safe with him. What stops you from sleeping around? He asked, lethally blasé. The fact that I'm knocked up? It's not going to hurt the baby. Dr. Bjorn told us that himself. Yeah, Dr. Bjorn, who was shipping Belle and Devon, constantly reminded us we could and indeed should pork. I don't want to share my body with anyone else. Not anyone. he asked with mock innocence, his confident fingers rolling lower toward my heavy, sensitive breasts. You've already made your mark on me for the next few months. I flicked pearls of soap at his face teasingly. It wouldn't feel as outrageous if we got in bed together. Devon's fingers slid to the back of my neck, digging in delicious, slow circles. Let's make a deal. You'll answer a few questions, and if I'm satisfied with your answers, I'll bring you to release. Nice, grandiose ego you've got yourself there. I still own vibrators, you know, I groaned. But he was right. My whole body was aflame. I wanted to grab his collar and pull him down with me. It's okay to need someone sometimes, Devon whispered, the warm air from his mouth skating over the shell of my ear. He was so close that I could feel the heat of his body against mine. Every hair on my body stood on end. My nipples ached, and my thighs rubbed together underwater. I was minutes away from slipping a hand between them and doing the job myself. I turned to face him, our eyes meeting, blue on blue. His crystal clear as the morning sky. Mine a much darker shade, dotted with purple around the irises. It's never okay to need anyone, I croaked. That's a terrible way to exist, Swevin. I'll always be there for you, rain or shine. How many questions? I sniffed. That wholly depends on your answers. I nodded my approval. Question number 1. Why didn't you tell me a man stalked you in Boston Common all those months ago? Devon cupped my breasts, his thumbs rolling around my nipples, making my whole body quake. My breath hitched. I didn't want you to interfere with my life more than you already had. Second question. Have there been any more signs since that someone is after you? I didn't want to admit there were. Didn't want him to put more Simons on me. Anyway, I truly did believe Frank was probably done. The parking lot thing was a one-off. Why else would he make himself known? When Devon noticed my hesitation, one of his hands slipped from my breasts, sliding down my stomach, his pinky flicking my groin with just the faintest touch. I gasped and writhed shamelessly. How was I supposed to conduct a conversation like this? This is blackmail, I said hotly. I never pretended to be fair. Now answer the question. He bit the shell of my ear softly. Yes. A letter arrived shortly after Boston Common, threatening to kill me. That's when I started carrying my gun everywhere. Why didn't you go to the police at that point? I didn't want the bad press to stick to Madame Mayhem or have you and my family on my case. I get hate mail on a daily basis, and look, months have passed with no more signs. Do you know who it might be? His hand cupped my pussy, but there was no penetration. Just the delicious pressure of him holding me there while I helplessly tried to arch myself into his touch. Yes, I stuttered, closer to the edge than I should be when he'd barely even touched me. Who? Devon pressed. A man named Frank, a former bartender of mine. I fired him a few months ago for grabbing a burlesque girl. I saw him in the parking lot today. Why aren't you sitting at a police station right now? He is just a kid, and his girlfriend is pregnant. They have no money. He just wanted to let off some steam. Probably sent a friend of his to scare me in the common. Although that still couldn't explain the man at Madame Mayhem the day Devon had taken me home. I don't think I'll hear from him again. You're crazy, and you're carrying my baby, he said matter-of-factly, more to himself than to me. He didn't move his hand from my mound, but he didn't give me the release I craved either. Why did he withhold my orgasm like that? Wasn't this a crime against humanity? I'll be fine, I bit out. I've taken care of myself for a long-ass time now. Never had any problems. A few little rules, and then you can go back to entertaining me in my bed. Devon clarified, letting me know I was not off the hook yet. I didn't answer, because I wanted to get it over with, and for him to just touch me there. It was pathetic, but desperate times called for desperate measures. I needed to take my mind off things. This was a coping mechanism, okay? Rule number 1. You never leave Simon's side when you're at work. Bodyguard sigh? I laughed throatily. Whatever. No, not whatever. You're not a teenager, Amabel. Give me a yes or no answer. Sheesh. Fine. Yes. Rule number 2. I felt his pinky grazing my opening. My whole body awakened with excitement. I eagerly opened my legs for him. Finally, I was getting some action that didn't require any batteries. Don't go out alone. Always have someone accompany you. It could be your mates, your parents, Simon, or even me. A bold-ass request, but again, I didn't have to do anything I didn't want to. He was hardly here 24/7 to watch me. Sure. Then, when he didn't move his hand again, I groaned. Oh, right. Yes or no? Yes. Last condition. Devon's fingers probed my opening closer than ever. It only took one push for him to fill me completely. His other hand kept working on my breasts. Move in with me. Just for the time being. I could protect you. We can look for an apartment for you in my building while you're there. It has top-notch security, so I never have to worry about you. My eyes popped open and alarm bells began blaring in my head. Move in with you? I repeated slowly. I felt his nose nuzzling the crook of my neck. Come now, Swevin. You're brave enough to shoot someone in the face if they come after you. Surely you can tolerate a few months rooming with the father of your child. It was a dare. His index finger slipped into me and I gasped, arching my back, my nipples resurfacing from the waterline. Devon bent down and captured one of them in his mouth, sucking fervently. So sweet. So bloody sweet. His straight, white teeth grazed the sensitive peaks. I'll make it worth your while, he murmured, swirling his tongue around the tip of my nipple before nibbling on it. At the same time, he mercilessly fucked me with his finger under the water. I pushed my groin toward his hand, chasing my release, knowing it was close. You'll never be able to tame me, I warned. I have no desire to. He licked his way up my neck, sealing my mouth with a red-hot kiss. With all the tongue and droplets of water and so much desire, I thought I was going to combust. I like you just the way you are. Unlikely, I know, considering your mule of a personality, but true. I'm a mess, I panted. Be my mess. It was more tempting than I could admit, alluring like a beacon of light in a sea of darkness. I came undone, climaxing on his fingers. I clenched around them so hard he laughed into our kiss, the spasms making my muscles tighten. After a few seconds, he pulled away, quirking an eyebrow. Just for a few months, I lamented, more to myself than to him. It wasn't like I had anywhere to put a baby in my current apartment anyway. Just for a few months, he repeated, biting my lower lip playfully. The glint in his eyes said it all. I'd agreed to be his, even for a little while, giving up the thing I held most dear, complete freedom. Chapter 18. Belle. 4 days later, I moved into Devon's loft. It was the first time I'd visited his apartment. Throughout our long and chaotic relationship, I was the one calling the shots, so I always demanded he came to see me. Oh, how the mighty have fallen. I had no idea what to expect, but somehow the place fit into my perception of him perfectly. An extensive chunk of open space with furnishings and colors I would imagine Queen Elizabeth herself favored. The lack of walls and vast hallways surprised me. The place looked like a repurposed warehouse. I'd always imagined Devon in a sprawling, dark manor, cluttered with family portraits and expensive yet stunningly ugly antiques. Then I remembered he didn't like closed spaces. He was somewhat of a claustrophobic. It was a real upgrade from my tiny apartment. I was feeling particularly nice toward Devon that day. He'd made sure to come to my apartment every day since Frankgate and ensured that I came. On his dick, on his tongue, on his fingers. You name it, he shoved it in me. I hadn't broached the subject of exclusivity, but I made a mental note to let him know that I was not down with him dipping his sausage in every sauce available in the all-you-can-eat Boston dating scene buffet. I spent the 4 days leading up to the move trying to convince Percy, Aisling, Sailor, and Ross that I was definitely not in a relationship with Devon. Luckily, the Frank story made it easier to explain how we'd become roommates. Everyone thought Devon was a dreamboat for providing me shelter, and that I was a complete and utter moron not to kiss his feet and beg him to wed me. Things looked like they were finally settling down. I would even go as far to say I was getting comfortable in one of Devon's spare rooms. He sneaked into my bedroom every night since I'd moved in, but I always kicked him out to the master bedroom afterward, citing that I would never be able to sleep with a man next to me. During my time here, I caught glimpses of conversations between him and his mother. She called him frequently, sometimes a few times a day. He always seemed polite and reserved, friendly, even though, it had to be said, Ursula Whitehall sounded like a giant pain in the ass. No, Mum, I haven't changed my mind. No, I don't know when I'll come to England next. Is the money I've sent you not enough? No, I've no desire to speak to her. I've apologized. That should be enough. This last tidbit made me want to ask questions, but then I reminded myself it was none of my business. 3 days after I moved in with Devon, he went to work and I stayed behind. I was sitting in front of the alabaster marble nook, enjoying an assortment of exotic fruit and grains. Fine. It was Fruit Loops. I was eating Fruit Loops, minding my own business. I wore nothing but an oversized shirt. Snackcidents happen. Thank you, Etsy, for providing me with a wealth of inspiration and life mantras and my brazen attitude. The doorbell chimed. I went to open it without thinking much of it. I mean, his casa was me casa now, right? Besides, what if it were a delivery person bearing more yummy shit? Dude bro had 500 fancy food box subscriptions. In front of me stood a tall, stork-like woman with dark locks and a Kate Middleton outfit. She had stilettos, a face full of tasteful makeup, and an irritated look on her face. She smelled like an upscale mall. And she stared at me like I'd stolen her husband or something. Hello. British accent. She must have been Devon's sister, or maybe his mother with a very, very good facelift. Heya! I propped my elbow against the door jamb, thinking to myself, if this is Tiffany, I'm going to give her a 5-step head start before I bitch slap her. I suppose you're the stripper he knocked up accidentally who is now standing in his way of his family fortune? What? That's exactly who I am! Recovering from the blow, I exclaimed cheerfully, refusing to show an iota of weakness. And you are? His fiancée.
Chapter 19. Devon. That day, work had been glossed over. Coming back home and burying myself in Emmabel seemed more important than helping my clients get out of whatever trouble they'd gotten themselves into. I knew what we had was temporary. Women like Swevin hardly made for domestic goddesses, but like all mere mortals, I was fond of playing with deities, even though I knew all about how these stories end. Also, I really needed to ensure she was safe until my baby was out of her body. Also, Mum was getting on my last nerve, begging me to come to England and meet Louisa for a cuppa, which meant I needed to head back to Britain soon and explain to my family that I wasn't going to marry someone just because my dead sperm donor strong-armed me. I took the stairs up to my loft 2 at a time. I keyed in the code, flung the door open and sing-songed, "Honey, I'm home," and stopped dead in my tracks. Belle was sitting at my breakfast nook, still wearing the same ridiculous oversized shirt she sported before I'd gone to work. She wasn't alone. "Hello, Devi." Sweven's smile was saccharine, but her eyes darted poisonous daggers at me. "Busted." Across from her sat Louisa, sipping green tea. Shite. Louisa stood up, dangling her hips seductively while she made her way over to me. She placed a lingering kiss on my cheek, her whole body angled toward mine. "Darling, you've been missed. Your mother gave me your address. She's awfully distraught. She asked that I come speak to you personally." Brazen move. Even, dare I say, deranged. But there were several $1 million on the line in properties and heirlooms, and Mom had no liquid assets and no other income sources. As for Louisa, I was the one who got away. The prized match. "You could have called," I smiled enchantingly, bowing my head to kiss her knuckles easily. "I could say the same," Louisa remarked smartly, not looking half bothered by my icy welcome. She was sharp, but not, I noticed, hostile like Belle was. "When's a good time to talk?" "Now," Belle interrupted from her place at the breakfast nook, reaching into a cereal box and withdrawing one Fruit Loop, popping it into her mouth. "Now's a bomb-ass time to tell me what the shit is going on. Spare no detail, booze." "She does have a way with words." Louisa swung her gaze to me, arching an eyebrow. "You should see me with my fists," Belle said sunnily. I choked on my saliva. Louisa blinked slowly, calm and collected. "Don't let my exterior fool you. I'm not afraid to get my hands dirty." If I had to put my bet on either of these women, I'd say Louisa better run, because Amabel Penrose could probably turn her into dust. Still, Lou had definitely grown up, and I couldn't help but appreciate this newly improved version of her. Sensing a looming catfight, I sauntered toward Belle, sitting next to her. I took her hand, kissing the back of it gently. She withdrew immediately, like I'd bit her. It was time to face the music, even if it was a terrible sugary pop song that made my ears bleed. I turned to Belle. "As you know, my father passed away not long ago. When I went back for the reading of the will, I discovered that he left everything to me, but on the condition that I marry Louisa. I rejected the idea immediately. My apologies for keeping you in the dark. The only reason I did so was because your shite plate seemed full enough. Is, I corrected. As far as I'm concerned, subject closed." "How much did he leave you?" Belle asked, businesslike. £30 million in estates and heirlooms," Lou intervened from beside us. "Although Whitehall Court Castle is priceless, and by priceless I mean the next in line to inherit the castle is England. It'll get turned into a museum. It is prominent in British history." "That's a crap ton of dough." Belle popped another lone Fruit Loop between her luscious lips, nodding thoughtfully. No trace of emotion on her face or posture, I noticed. Louisa turned to me. "Now I am absolutely not saying she's a gold digger." She sang in a perfect American accent, quoting the Kanye West song. "But I ain't messin' with no broke," Belle laughed. "Damn straight." "This discussion is futile," I rubbed at my forehead. Internally, however, I was beginning to question my own statement. What stopped me from marrying Louisa? She was gorgeous, well-bred, well-read, and well-mannered. She was smart and still fond of me. I would get richer, sort all my family's problems, and have a marriage on my terms. Most of all, I'd be able to marry, something I prevented myself from doing thus far. "It shouldn't be." Louisa played with the tea bag poking from her green tea. "There's much to discuss, and time is running out." I don't understand. We've already agreed we're not exclusive. Belle scrunched her nose. What's stopping you from marrying this obnoxious, pompous, stylish woman? She pointed at Louisa like she was a statue. No offense. From you? None taken, Louisa huffed. Everybody wins, Belle added. Not everyone, I thought. Not me. Belle flashed me a smile I'd never seen on her face before. It looked wounded, almost ugly. She stood up, surveying Louisa head to toe with a look that would make most humans die from the frostbite. I think you two have a lot to sort out, and honestly, if I wanted to see a bunch of Brits squirming around the subject of sex and relationships, I'd watch Sex Education. At least I'd get a few laughs out of it. With that, she grabbed the cereal box from the nook and made her way to a room, slamming the door behind her. Louisa turned to me. Darling, that woman is not fully cultured. How could you possibly find her attractive? How old is she? 24? 25? She's hardly even a woman. She is the most maddening, infuriating, annoying woman I've ever come across. But a woman, nonetheless, I replied, taking out my tin of rollies, then thinking better of it. I set it down on the nook. Now that Swevin lived here, I couldn't smoke indoors. I had her and the baby to think about. Louisa stood up and waltzed over to me, placing her arms around my shoulders. It felt good to be embraced by a woman who wasn't constantly on the brink of busting my balls for breathing in her vicinity. Lou, I said softly, moving my hand across her back. I appreciate the last-ditch effort, but it isn't going to work. Why? She asked, her dark, deep eyes dancing in their sockets. You've always been such a cunning, smart man, practical and pragmatic. Why not marry into a world of wealth and titles? Even your little girlfriend thinks it's a bad idea to pass this chance up. I grabbed her arms and lowered them gently. I wish I could give you what you want. Why can't you? Her voice cracked. Edwin, I answered simply. I was never going to let him win. He's not going to know. Her eyes filled with tears. And he cannot hurt you anymore. Look, I know you don't want to play into his hands, but he is not here to see this. He died knowing you defied him. I smiled sadly. You know me too well. Even after all these years, it was true. Louisa knew what made me tick, what my walls were built of. She looked down, drawing a deep breath. Cecilia is on suicide watch. No, that's not true. I reared my head back. Lou nodded. Can you blame her? Her life is practically over. She doesn't want to stay with Drew, but you took away her options when you said you wouldn't marry me. Ursula and her were going to convince you to sell the Battersea Complex building and live off the money after Edwin blew through their savings and investment portfolio. The news hit exactly where it was supposed to. Right in my heart. Your mother is in a deep depression. There's no one to pay the hefty bills. I know you cannot take care of them, Devon. You're doing very well for yourself, but you have your own life to sustain. Tying the knot could make all of this go away. I'm willing to overlook your little mistake with this Belle girl. She shuddered when she said her name. Make an honest woman out of me. It'll make everyone happy, including, by the way, your stripper. I just spent a few hours with her. She doesn't care for you at all, Devi. The entire time she couldn't stop telling me how much she was looking forward to getting out of here. To start dating again. Swevin missed dating, did she? My senses became oversaturated with fresh, white anger. The only reason why she was here in my apartment was because she had a literal death threat hanging over her head and sexual needs she wanted me to take care of. She was a selfish, uncaring woman, and she would be the first one to admit it. I was categorically idiotic, refusing to even entertain the idea of marrying Louisa simply because it would have delighted my father, who, by now, was nothing more than a bag of bones in a suit. I'll give it some thought. I rubbed at my jaw. Louisa took a step back. I scanned her body. She was, indeed, a delightful creature. Not as wildly exotic and exciting as Belle, but satisfying nonetheless. It was good to remember that Louisa would never put herself in a position of getting death threats, would never opt out of contacting the police, Nor would she carry a gun or eat Fruit Loops for breakfast, lunch, and dinner.
"Can I stay here in the meantime? I gave myself a tour and noticed you have a couple of guest rooms,"
Lou murmured. The idea of sharing a roof with both Amabel and Louisa was about as appealing as castration by a blind man. This could easily end in a double murder. Frankly, I didn't want the mother of my child to give birth in prison. "Get a hotel." I took a step forward, brushing my thumb along her cheek. "I'll pay."
"No, thank you. I have my own money."
She smiled politely, but I could tell by her face that she was wounded.
"Dinner tomorrow? Show me Boston?"
"Sure," I groaned. "Just let me check my calendar." She immediately melted into my body, smiling up to me, her eyes shining with the same intensity they had when we were kids. Louisa. She'd never cheat, never show a hint of disloyalty, would be so easily trained.
"I'll stay local."
She caught my wrist between her fingers, pushing her cheek into my palm like a spoiled kitten. "I'll stay in touch."
"God, Devi. I'm so glad we had this conversation. Your mother will be delighted."
Apparently Belle would be too. I escorted Louisa to the door, kissed her cheek goodbye, and closed it after her. Maybe it was time to let one door close and another one open.
Belle. She was gone, but not before he rubbed his thumb across her cheek. Not before he looked down at her with the same aloof amusement he looked at me. I spied on them through the crack of the slightly ajar door of the guest room. I had spent the entire day telling Louisa how much I didn't care for Devon, how I was eager to get back to my normal life, all in order to save face. But none of it was true. Admit it. You have feelings for the father of your child, and you're in over your head. I clutched my belly, flinging myself on a bed that smelled like him. Betrayal was betrayal, and this felt reminiscent of my past. That same helpless feeling of putting your heart in the hands of a man and watching as he crushed it into shards of nothing. I curled into myself over the linen of the queen-sized bed and seethed. I needed to get out of here, to move back to my apartment. Thank fuck I hadn't stopped paying rent. I wanted to give it a few weeks just to see if Devon and I would get along. Turned out we did. Only one thing was standing in our way: his fiancée. Or maybe she wasn't his fiancée right now, but she was right in what she told me this afternoon when he wasn't here. Devon always does the right thing, and the right thing is to marry me. Bow down, Amabel. It's game over for you. He doesn't have a choice. A soft knock on the door sounded behind my back. I made no move or sound. "May I?" Devon asked gruffly from the other end. He didn't sound apologetic at all, more like he was looking for a fight. Well, this was his lucky day. "It is your apartment." He'd told her I was a stripper. Otherwise, she wouldn't have said it. He probably bragged about my being a burlesque club owner. Many men found my occupation sordid and attractive. Not a marry her one day attractive, more like, look at the freak show I'm fucking attractive. I felt the edge of the mattress dipping behind me. His impressive frame filled the bed, and there was nothing I could do about it. "I would like to stress to you again that Louisa and I are not currently together, nor are we engaged. I never would have bedded you had I been with someone else." I snorted out a laugh, refusing to face him. "Please, you admitted to me yourself that you were fucking around after I conceived." "Fucking around is not the same as having a partner." "Well, go tell all your other hookups that you finally found a keeper." "I don't have any other hookups," he said irritably, like I was the one who was being unreasonable. Was I? "The day you got your tires slashed was the day I stopped taking other women's calls. What do you take me for?" "Oh, you really don't want me to answer that question." Silence descended over the room. I could hear the birds chirping and cars honking outside. Middle of the day, Ordinary noises sounded so depressing when your entire world was crumbling. Go marry her, Devon. After all, it was going to be the perfect proof that he was like all the other men in my life, disloyal and unreliable. Do you want me to? He reframed it as a question, a tricky one at that. Did he want my blessing? To feel good about himself? The man was going to destroy me, but I'd learned long ago that destruction had its flip side. It set the ground for rebuilding. Yes, I heard myself say. Nothing would make me happier than seeing your ass married to someone else. Maybe that way you'll finally stop chasing after me. It's getting a little desperate, you know? A man of your age. You're not as young as you think you are, he said pitifully. You're considering it, I said accusingly. Fuck. I didn't know what I was thinking, what I was saying. Why was I pushing him like that? Yes, he said quietly. I broke into 1,000 pieces inside. This is what you get by opening up, even an inch. Well, I smiled, hoping he couldn't see the tears that began streaming down my face. Don't let me stand in your way. I felt the edge of the bed rise as he stood up and walked to the door. Roger that, Swevin. For the next 2 weeks, I was irritated and combative. I put my anger into everything I did. I banged on the keyboard in my office while working the spreadsheets, yelled at Ross for the dumbest reasons when he dared talk to me about anything that wasn't work. When my mother came over for a visit from the suburbs bearing little yellow baby clothes, I roared at her that shopping for the baby before she was born was bad luck. And I was pretty sure I'd jogged everywhere instead of walked, just because of the adrenaline running through my veins. I hadn't seen Louisa since that day, but I could only guess Devon was seeing her. He stopped coming home every day at 6 o'clock sharp as he used to. In fact, I hardly ever saw him at all. When we did cross paths, usually early in the morning, when I woke up on the hunt for a snack and he came back from his fencing matches, he nodded at me curtly, but didn't stick around for the daily verbal abuse I treated him to. More than anything, I felt a sharp, awful loss. I mourned all the times I treated him terribly, knowing I brought it on myself. From day one, I'd been impossible. And now, when I wanted to be possible for him, it was too late. I was sure Louisa was still in Boston, loitering with the sole purpose of making him hers. He was out of the apartment all hours of the day and night, probably getting to know her, reconnecting and planning their new life together. One morning in the kitchen, I couldn't take it anymore. When he made himself a protein shake and I poured myself a tall glass of matcha juice, I turned to him and asked, "How's Louisa doing, anyway?" "Quite well," he said stonily. This was the part where I would normally insert a barb, an insult of sorts, but I was so exhausted, so depressed, so angry at myself, I asked, "Are you guys—" He curved one eyebrow up, waiting for the rest. Long gone were the days when he made things easier for me. "Are you together?" I spat the rest of the question out. "Uncertain. Ask again in a couple weeks." I wanted to throw up, and I didn't even have morning sickness anymore. "Devon, I'm sorry. Sorry for the way I had treated him. Sorry for not going to the police even though I knew it was the smart thing to do. Sorry I was so screwed up I couldn't keep a good thing when it was handed to me." "Why, darling, we did both agree fucking the same person for a period exceeding 5 months is outrageously boring." He reached over to caress my face with his sardonic smirk. "Time's up." The night that changed our new status quo happened on an unassuming Friday. I was just getting ready to leave Madame Mayhem and go back to Devon's apartment. Prior to Louisa's arrival in Boston, I tried to cut down on hours at the club. This time I stayed late, knowing that in all probability Devon wasn't going to be home. I had been good with hanging out with Cy as much as I could and making sure Percy, Ash, and Sailor were always with me when I went out in town. So I let my guard down a little. It was almost 11 at night when I locked the back office. I strolled through the alleyway toward my car, clutching my bag to my chest, my gun inside it. Though it wasn't loaded, for obvious reasons, it still made me feel significantly safer. My car's lights flashed when I unlocked it with the key fob. I took a few more steps, stopping between the industrial trash cans, hating that I told Simon to leave early today. I felt a terrible weight launch itself at me from behind. I stumbled forward, fumbling for the gun in my bag, but the person who tackled me was faster. They grabbed me by the arm and slammed my back against my car in the darkness. I gasped for air. "Let go!" I growled, coming face to face with a man wearing a black balaclava. It couldn't be Frank, because he was taller and leaner than my former employee, but it could be the man from the common, the one I hadn't heard from in months.
"I don't think so, honey. We're going to have a long, productive talk about how you need to leave this city."
Leave the city? What happened to killing me? Had I been demoted to banishment only? He reached out with his gloved hands, trying to pin me to a nearby wall. I took the chance to kick him in the balls. My knee crashed right between them. He folded in two. I kicked him in the chest, and he fell to the ground. Leaning down, I pulled the balaclava from his head. It was the man from the common. What the fuck? "Did Frank send you?" I pushed my stiletto heel against his throat, threatening to crush it if he made a wrong move.
"Who the fuck is Frank?"
He looked at me absurdly. The plot thickened. How many people did I piss off this year? This was getting ridiculous. "Who are you?"
"You need to leave Boston."
"Tell me who sent you." I pressed my heel harder to his neck.
"Your water broke,"
he said. What? How did he even know I was pregnant? I wasn't showing. I looked down. He took advantage of it. He twisted around, rolling on the ground, jumping to his feet with ease. I ran for shelter, opening my passenger door, shutting it behind me, and locking all 4 doors automatically, panting hysterically. His hands slapped my window with force as he tried to get to me again.
"Bitch!"
"Who are you?" I turned the ignition on with shaking fingers. "What do you want?"
"Leave Boston."
He kicked at my car.
"Start driving and don't look back."
I floored the accelerator, knocking over one of the trash cans while rounding my way to Main Street. I drove past Madame Mayhem's entrance, Chinatown, and the hustle and bustle of downtown Boston toward Back Bay, my heart beating wildly in my chest. I thought about calling Perce, or Sailor, or Aisling, but ultimately didn't want the questions and probing. The only person I really wanted to speak to was Devon, but I forfeited all of that the night I told him to marry Louisa. Maybe if he were home, we could talk. I could tell him what happened and we could have a conversation. Or maybe you could do the right thing and take matters into your own hands. That was how I found myself stopping in front of a police station. I knew this was what Devon would want, and I finally acknowledged that I had to learn to take care of myself before I gave birth. I heaved in the driver's seat for a few minutes, trying to regulate my breaths and give my body a chance to stop sweating buckets. This elevated heart rate couldn't be healthy for baby Whitehall. "It's okay. We're okay." I patted my stomach, hoping she believed me. Sliding out of the car, I walked into the police station and stood in front of the desk clerk who, I swear to God, was doodling on the book in front of him, yawning and giving me a view of the gum inside his mouth. "I'd like to file a complaint." Or was it a report? I'd never done this before. I only knew police stations from movies and TV shows.
"What's it about?"
He popped his gum in my face. Nice. Professional. "Stalkers?"
"Plural."
He raised an eyebrow. "Unfortunately."
"Take a seat. Someone will be with you in a second."
But someone wasn't. In fact, I waited 30 minutes before a policewoman came to file my complaint. She seemed extremely uninterested in my story, about the man at the club, and the common, and Frank, and what happened tonight. "Call me if you have any new information." She passed me her card, also yawning before bidding me farewell. Okay then. Color me underwhelmed. "That's it?" I asked, blinking. She shrugged. "Did you expect fireworks and bodyguards?" I expected your ass to be competent. But saying that would only land me in trouble with the law, and already Devon thought I was incapable of making myself an omelet without burning down his flat. The entire journey back, I had to talk myself into not going back to the station and giving the officer a piece of my mind. I parked in the underground lot of Devon's building. He had 2 parking spots and used none of them. He opted to park outside, in the open air, even when it was freezing cold. Taking the elevator up, I got out on his floor and stepped into the hallway of his loft when I heard the sound of utensils clinking coming from behind the door. I checked my watch. It was nearly 1 a.m. Homeboy sure didn't adhere to the no food after 6 rule. My heart immediately somersaulted, this time with hope. This is good. He's home. This time yesterday he was out, probably at Badlands or with Louisa, or both. I punched in the code to the door and pushed it open, butterflies swarming inside my chest. This time I was going to take an honest stab at not being a raging asshole. Whatever happened between Devon and Louisa, he was still the father of my child, and we still needed to get along. I found Devon sitting at the dining table across from Louisa, grinning at her while she pressed a cool glass of wine to her cheek as she laughed like a vixen. No, 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 no. For the first few seconds, I stood frozen to my spot at the door, watching them. The pain in my chest was excruciating. They looked close, intimate, like a couple. They made sense together. No matter how I spun it, Devon and I looked like an unlikely couple, the prince and the prostitute. "Oh, look, it's your little friend," Louisa exclaimed with fake sympathy like she'd learned to like me in a span of 2 weeks. Devon didn't even turn his head to look at me. His eyes remained focused on his food. "Night, Amabel." Amabel, not Swevin. "Thanks, Dev. I can look out the fucking window." "Delightful," Louisa muttered. "How are you feeling, Amabel? You should come home earlier. Give the baby some rest." "I hadn't realized you were a doctor," I said cordially. "Oh, I'm not," Louisa smiled. I smiled right back in a way that said, "So why don't you shut up?" "Just trying to be helpful." She leaned her shoulder against Devon's. I noticed that he didn't push her away or even look mildly uncomfortable. God, this was awful. I was going to die of jealousy, wasn't I? The first person in the world to be deceased from the feeling. "We have some asparagus and steak left. I made you a plate. It's in the fridge," Louisa noted. Wow, her understanding trophy wife game was strong. Not only had she cooked for him, she also somehow managed to make me the side piece in a few easy steps. Fantastic. Well, don't mind me on your way to negotiating the whitest marriage in the history of the world, complete with likely inbred kids and definite infidelities down the road, I chirped, making my way to my guest room. "Enjoy the rest of your night." When I flung myself on the bed, I took out the card the officer gave me and blinked at it in fury. The police weren't going to help me. My story didn't even make any sense. I tore the card to pieces. I'd be my own protector. Chapter 20. Belle. 14 years old. Dawn breaks across the sky in brilliant pinks and blues. Coach Locken and I are the only people in Castle Rock Reservoir. "Thought you'd work on your times without the other Harriers. I've been weeding out the good track and field camps for you for the summer," he says. I feel myself turn a brilliant shade of pink, at least 5 times darker than the dawn above our heads. Coach Locken looks particularly good this morning. Clean-shaven, with gray sweatpants that highlight his strong legs and a blue hoodie that clings to his muscles. I saw that creepy geography teacher on TV, and I'm sorry, but you just can't compare them. I can think of at least 50 girls at school who would disappear with Coach Locken in the wrestling room and open their legs for him. That other teacher was old and gross. Not gonna let you down, Coach. Then I'm off. Running in the woods is my favorite. I like the cool temperature, the fresh air, the unfamiliar sounds. I run a 2,000-meter loop, 3 rounds. Coach starts his stopwatch. He is standing on the edge of the loop, and when I look back before I disappear into the thick blanket of trees, I notice his eyes linger on my legs. I'm not going to lie. I'm wearing super short shorts. It's not accidental. Lately, my daydreams about kissing Coach Locken leak into the nights. I always wake up sweaty and damp between my legs. I try calming myself down with cold showers and watching movies with other hot guys, but it's not working. He's the only boy, well, man, really, I truly like. All my other friends are already kissing and making out. I'm the only one who hasn't yet. But even if I did want to get a boyfriend to kiss, I know it's not going to feel as nice, as good, as Coach's fingers on my knees and thighs, so what's the point? It's just a fixation, I tell myself as I round the first loop and see him in the distance. Once you kiss him, you're not going to be obsessed anymore. And then I start making excuses for myself again. So what if he's married? That his wife is pregnant? What she doesn't know won't be able to hurt her. One kiss is not going to mean anything. He is probably going to do me a favor and never think about it again. And I'll be able to move on and meet someone my age. But then I think about what my dad said about that geography teacher, and my stomach knots so many times over it becomes heavy with dread. I think about Dad kissing another woman who is not Mom, and I want to throw up. It's wrong. I don't want to be that person, the person who makes someone's life wrong. But if Coach Locken decides to cheat on his wife, then things between them are not that good. You can't destroy a good relationship, can you? The second loop is a breeze. I'm so deep inside my head, on autopilot, my legs carry me at the speed of light. I don't even have to regulate my breathing. It's on the third loop that my knee starts giving in. It's more than a dull, persistent pain. This time there's a sharp zing in my foot, too. The cramp is unbearable. I limp the rest of the way to him. What happened? I hear Coach Locken before I see him as I descend the hilly loop. You were about to break your record before that last loop. My foot is cramping, I shout back. All right, let's see. He offers me his arm when I get to him, and I lean against it as we scurry toward his car. It's the only car parked on the edge of the reservoir. Dad drops me off for practice before he goes to work, not before making sure other kids and Coach are there, and I normally get a ride back to school with one of the Harriers' parents. It's a big, silver Suburban. He pops the trunk open, and it's the size of my room. There's sports equipment strewn everywhere. Hop in. He jerks his chin. But I can't. My foot is down for the count. With an understanding smile, Coach Locken reaches for me. May I? I nod. He hoists me up by the back of my thighs to sit on the edge of his open trunk. He takes my injured foot, slips my running shoe and sock off, and starts massaging, really digging his thumbs as he arches my foot, rotating it here and there. Holy crappers, I moan, plastering myself horizontally across his trunk so I'm lying down. This feels like giving birth. It also makes me think about his pregnant wife and douses the excitement of being touched by him. Watch that language, young lady. But he sounds more like a friend than a teacher. Sorry, but it hurts like a mofo. Does he even know what this slang means? Perfection costs. I better get that scholarship. Chances are good. Would you want to stay local or go somewhere else for college? He asks. West Coast, maybe? I blink back at the ceiling of his SUV. California. Golden beaches and blistering sun sound like my vibe. I bet Santa Barbara and I are going to get along swimmingly. Really? Growing up, I lived in Fresno for a while. If you move, I'll give you my aunt's number. So you wouldn't feel so alone. What does your boyfriend think about it? He hums. You wanting to move all the way to the other side of the country? I don't have a boyfriend, I supply, a little too breathlessly, a little too fast. Ross Kendrick is not your boyfriend? Locken asks innocently, rolling up his sleeves. Oh, come on. Ross Kendrick doesn't like girls and isn't shy about it either. Coach is in no risk of winning any Oscar prizes for his acting. How's your wife? I changed the subject. It's one thing skating over the forbidden and another walking right into it. Are you having a boy or a girl? A boy. He doesn't sound too hot about answering the question, his tone turning sour. She went to live with her mom. It's complicated. Okay. We hear a pop a few seconds later coming from my foot. Ah, you broke me. I laugh. Not yet, he mutters under his breath. But I hear it. I hear it, and suddenly I'm filled with fresh desperation to be touched by him. Roll your ankle. Stretch your heel. I bring my knee to my chest and do as I'm told. I know what view he's getting now when I'm in this position. My running shorts ride up and he can see my panties. White cotton. Feels much better. Thank you. A massage for those short muscles, he offers, his voice comically thick now. We still have 20 minutes before school starts. Sure. This time he gathers my heels together, pulling my knees as far apart as he can. I'm wide open in front of him as his fingers start traveling my inner thighs. It's a brutal stretch, but I need it. Even so, I know he is not supposed to touch me that way at all and that we've crossed a line. The invisible red string that separates us from casually inappropriate to doing something that could land him in jail and me in therapy for a lifetime. Thanks, I groan. It feels so good. The stretch, his hands, everything. I'm going to hell. Yep. His thumbs touch the hem of my shorts as he draws circles on my skin. 1 time. 2 times. On the 3rd, I know it's not accidental. I know we're on the brink of something. I know this is not supposed to happen. He picks up my foot and stretches my hamstring, pinning my foot next to my head. When he leans into me, I feel his penis pressed against my groin through our clothes. It feels like it's pulsating. My mouth goes dry. So your wife lives with her mom now? I ask loudly. I don't know why. Maybe to distract him. Maybe to distract myself. Maybe to remind both of us that she exists. Yeah, we're not on the best of terms. We're not really together. He releases me from the hamstring stretch. The tips of his thumbs are touching the hem of my panties under my shorts now. He stills. I swallow hard. Close my eyes. Amabel. It's the first time he doesn't call me Penrose. I don't answer. I don't breathe. I hate that a part of me wants this. I hate that my panties are damp again. I can make this really good for you, sweetie. But you can't tell anyone, okay? My words are gone, shriveled inside my throat. I know I should say no. I want to say no, but somehow I hear myself saying yes. I want to please him. I'll get into a lot of trouble if people find out, but I know you want to, and, well, I've been wanting to for a while. A beat passes without either of us saying or doing anything. His thumbs on the sides of my panties feel weird, foreign, but also thrilling. Just when I think he is going to pull my shorts down and remove my panties and enter me, the way I saw in a porn movie once, he tugs both to the side. A cool breeze passes over my vagina, letting me know that it is completely exposed to him. I pop one eye open and watch him watching me, licking his lips. "Fuck," he says. I'm a virgin. But what I'm really trying to say is that I want to keep it that way. I'm not like Percy. I don't want to wait until marriage before I lose my virginity, but I want it to mean something. Not to think back in a few years and remember I gave it to someone who was expecting a child with someone else.
Yeah, I know. I'll never hurt you, sweetie.
And then before I know it, he is crouched down, in front of his open truck, sucking my vagina into his mouth. I'm mortified. It feels so awkward. I want to push him away, but I also don't want to look like a crybaby, especially after how good he's been to me, how he always pays me extra attention, massages my legs, works on my knee. I squeeze my eyes shut and remind myself that no one is going to know. Not Percy, not my parents, not Ross and Sailor, my best friends. Definitely not the other Harriers. If a tree falls in the middle of the woods and no one hears it, did it actually happen? This will be our little secret, a thing I take with me to the grave. Everything feels wet between my legs. I don't know if I like it or not. I mean, I like the attention, but I don't know. Not necessarily everything else. After what feels like forever, but is probably only 10 minutes, he stops, turns around from me, and I see his arms flexing through his hoodie. He is rubbing one out. He finishes. I don't see any of it as his back is to me. He cleans himself off with baby wipes, then returns to the trunk. By then, I'm sitting down on the edge again, legs dangling from it like nothing happened. We're cool. Everything's fine. He is not really with his wife, and this is consensual. It's not like that news article at all. Besides, if it's so bad, why does it feel so good?
Hey.
He grins. Hi. Then he kisses me, tongue and all, and I taste the muskiness and earthiness of myself and his saliva. A mixture of things I've never tasted before. That's when I decide sin doesn't taste so bad.
Chapter 21. Devon. Seconds after Swevin slammed the door to a room with a loud bang, Louisa turned to me and said,
"I'm not stupid, you know."
"Never thought you were," I said easily, taking a sip of my wine.
"You still haven't touched me. Not even a kiss."
It had been 6 dates. They were good dates, too, although I was careful to be respectable Devon around her. We did not discuss weird animals, and she did not tease me about my age or my language or my accent, and, come to think about it, my existence. "I pride myself on my good behavior," I said idly.
"You're the biggest sinner of them all, and we both know that."
She offered me an impatient smile.
"If you wanted me, you would have taken me by now."
I leaned back in my seat, scanning her face pensively. Louisa was on the cusp of looking her age. Her skin had become thinner, clinging to her bones delicately, giving her an elegant, slightly malnourished look. She was a far cry from the plump-cheeked Swevin, with the dusting of freckles and flushed, healthy skin. Louisa's beauty had history and wrinkles and stories. She was lovely in a way that was far more interesting than a bombshell who looked photoshopped within an inch of her life. "I fancy you," I admitted to Louisa.
"Not enough to make a move, apparently,"
she said easily. Everything was easy with her, and therein lied the temptation of yielding to my mother's request. "Then why are you here?" I asked.
"I still have hope. Is it foolish?"
She twisted the wineglass here and there on the table, holding it by the stem. "Foolish? No. Unlikely. Always."
"I reckon I might be able to break you,"
Louisa mused, sipping her red wine. Candlelight danced across the planes of her face, making her smile appear softer.
If I told you a year ago that we'd be sitting together discussing a potential affair, you wouldn't have believed me.
No, I wouldn't, I admitted.
Yet here we are.
Here we are. I stole another glance at Sweven's door. This time, she didn't eavesdrop or peek. At the end of that week was a gala. The 78th Annual Boston Ball, a fundraiser for the Gerald Fitzpatrick Foundation, a 501c3 tax-exempt non-profit organization that symbolized to many the official arrival of spring. Proceeds of the ball, which usually sat at around $3 million, went to various local establishments I didn't care for nor wanted to know about. But it was an excellent write-off for my firm, not to mention a terrific excuse to wear my Ermenegildo Zegna suit. Attending the Boston Ball was also a business move. I'd be hard-pressed to find a better place which gathered all of Boston's private island owners club, most of which were existing or potential clients. As I stood there at the O'Donnell Ballroom scanning the place, I couldn't help but feel a tinge of pride. I'd become the polar opposite of my father, the hard-working, law-respecting man who did not let himself be swayed by women or booze. The O'Donnell Ballroom was a 5,000-square-foot venue on Boylston Street, with grand windows, elegant Tudor architectural details, black wooden beams, ecru chandeliers, and champagne silk draperies. Waiters floated across the room, bypassing women in ball gowns and men in dashing suits. I stood in a cluster of people, including Killian, Hunter, Sam, and Sam's stepfather, Troy, while keeping an eye out for Amabel. I knew she was going to be here. Her sister helped organize the event, and Sweven celebrated every one of her sister's mundane accomplishments. Said him starting a private bank is as laughable an idea as my starting a Christian crusade to save hairy frogs. I'd never buy into his ventures, I heard Killian explain to Troy. If Killian was here, his wife was nearby, and if Persephone was on the premises, Belle couldn't be more than a few feet away. I only put $2 million into it, Hunter cried out defensively, so I could be on the board and gain some experience. If it bombs, it bombs. It's no skin off my back. Devin, what do you think about James Davidson's new bank? Sam pulled me into the conversation, the devious smirk on his face telling me he knew I didn't listen to a word they said. I tapped my index finger over the glass of champagne I held. I tried to think what I thought. I'd been more focused on trying to find my roommate than the conversation. I think Davidson is rubbish at everything he does, and I said so to Hunter when he came to me with the proposition. Luckily, Hunter needs his money like I need another hormonal female to handle, so as he said, no worries. How is Amabel doing anyway? Hunter asked. Is she starting to show? I thought she was. Last time I saw her a couple of days ago. When she passed me in the kitchen, I thought I caught a glimpse of a rounded stomach. I couldn't tell for sure. But since I kept my cards close to my chest when it came to my personal life, they had no idea I was not on speaking terms with her. Moderately. Are you taking advantage of the pregnancy cravings? Sam elevated an eyebrow. I raised my champagne in the air in salute. Same answer. Well, Killian took pleasure in directing his pinky beyond my shoulder, pointing at something. Then you may want to ensure you're the only one enjoying those cravings because Davidson seems to be working on his next private venture. I followed his line of vision, turning around to see Amabel standing in the corner of the room wearing a light blue silk Cinderella gown, her sandy hair in an elegant dew. She was laughing at something James Davidson was saying, her fingers fluttering over her necklace. The same Davidson who wouldn't know a rotten deal from a good one if it chopped off his leg without anesthesia. He was objectively handsome in a white-bread sort of way, with brown, thick hair, big white teeth, and the languid, lazy manners of a man who never had to work for what he owned. And he was completely enchanted with the lurid, shockingly vivid woman in front of him. I squinted, focusing on her midriff. To my disappointment, her dress hid her belly quite well. It didn't even matter. If Belle wanted to sleep with Davidson tonight, nothing was going to stop her. Isn't James Davidson married? I was surprised to hear my question sound more like a moan. Newly divorced, Hunter corrected off to my right. He bumped his shoulder against mine as we both looked on at Belle, laughing throatily at something Davidson said. What could have possibly made her laugh? The guy was drier than a rice cake. His ex just bought a new Cadillac and a pair of tits to taunt him, but I hear he's moving on to nicer and better pastures. That pasture isn't going to be Amabel. Killian tisked. Doubt she got that memo. She's just being polite, I lamented. Yes, your baby mama is known for her manners, Sam chuckled. Also, polite people don't touch other people's chests, Hunter laughed. Buggers. She was touching his chest. I wasn't a violent man, but I was quite sure I was well on the way to doing something that would land me in state prison. What do you think? I asked Sam. Across the room, Amabel shook her head when a server approached her with a tray of champagne, while James leaned closer to her, whispering something in her ear. I think if I were in your shoes, James would have had 6 teeth missing and a punctured lung by now, Sam said indolently. That was all the assurance I needed that I wasn't overreacting, even though I was overreacting because I was currently dating another woman, even if, technically, I did not touch her. I moved quickly, brushing shoulders, crossing the vast room, my fingers pressing hard against the thin champagne glass. I wanted to kill James and lock Amabel in an ivory tower. Though really, could I blame her? She thought I was about to get engaged to someone else in a few short weeks, maybe even days. What kind of claim did I have over this woman? None at all. I stopped in front of them, smiling like all was well in the world. Well, darling, I've been looking for you. I made a show of kissing her cheeks, but ignored it when James reached for a handshake. Politeness went out the window when his eyes landed on what was mine. You were? Swevin gave me a lazy once-over. Again, I found her indifference to me enchanting. Honestly, one would think you'd be searching for more important things, like your spine. Maybe I'll find your manners while I'm at it, I bit out. Oh, I don't know about that. You don't have a good track record for finding things. My G-spot can attest. That was plainly a lie. I could find a G-spot if it was in a lineup with 5 fucking others, and she darn well knew it. Devin, do you know this gem? James pointed at her with his glass of bubbly like she was a painting he was thinking of buying. I wanted to punch him to the ground and then keep going until he reached the depths of hell. She is so funny. Marvelous, I said gravely. And yes, I know her well. Not well enough, apparently. Belle took out her phone from her purse, determined to let me know she was more disinterested than embarrassed about the scene I was making. Well, enough to impregnate her with my baby. I turned to James, nailing him with a frosty look. You make whatever you want of it. You're pregnant? James's eyes dropped to a midriff. His skin went pale. His eyes flared. Perhaps he thought he hit the jackpot with wife number 2. Belle shrugged, rolling the entire thing off her back. We both want a child. It's not like we're together. We do live together. I let loose a wolfish grin. She patted my arm like a concerned aunt. Only because you begged? Begged? No, but I did use an unorthodox way of persuasion. You talk a real big game, honey. You do know people have sex all the time and it doesn't end with marriage or babies or even, a phone call? Try to reduce what we have as much as you wish, but the facts speak for themselves. You are carrying my child, living under my roof, and getting nailed by me on a weekly basis. This was the part where James Davidson excused himself and pretended he noticed someone across the room. I stayed with Swevin, who stared at me like she was going to have my balls for breakfast tomorrow. What the fuck, dude? The fuck is you're flirting with one of the worst charlatans in the business in front of my eyes, and I cannot risk his subpar intelligence and awful backward logic near my child. What if he becomes her stepdad? I was well aware I sounded like a terrible hypocrite. Belle's blue eyes widened more in anger than shock. Are you kidding me now? Not now, but maybe later. There's not much humor in our situation. You're marrying someone else! She punched me in the chest, hard. We were beginning to draw the wrong sort of attention. Unfortunately for Belle, she had finally met her match. I did not much care what people thought of me. Most were so dazzled by my titles and accent, they'd let me get away with murder. I'd still let you warm my bed, if you play your cards right. I knew this was going to drive her bonkers. It did. She slapped my face now. Hard. I did not react.
"Take me somewhere private so I can bite your head off properly," she commanded.
I pressed my hand against the small of her back and ushered her to a mezzanine library in the corner of the room. It was a small space, painted wall to wall with an elaborate black sky dotted with stars that made you feel like you were in outer space. A cluster of businessmen lounged there, talking idly as they sipped their drinks. "Out!" I barked. They scurried away like the hares had when my father had unleashed his hound dogs. People in this city knew I made a good friend and a terrible enemy. I pinned Swevin to one of the walls, my eyes dropping to her luscious lips. She had nowhere to move, nowhere to go. "Here," I hissed seductively to her lips. "Bite my head off. I'll even unbuckle to make life easy for you." She groaned, pushing me away.
"You're about to marry someone else, so get the hell away from me before I grab your balls and make sure the child I'm carrying is the only one you'll have."
I chuckled sardonically, palming her cheek. She slapped my hand away. "You're frightened, aren't you? That I'd put a ring on her finger." I was flattered, though I still couldn't understand why she was so darn stubborn and cold.
"Actually, I couldn't care less. I'm just letting you know I'm no one's side piece."
She made a move to duck under my arm, but I moved quickly, blocking her way to the door. "Who fucked you up like this?" I seethed, demanding to know. I held her arms, not wanting to let go but unsure how to get to her either. "I'm trying my fucking hardest, but always reach the same dead end. You want the cock, the banter, the conversation, but not the feelings. When I give the feelings to someone else, you lose it. So let me ask you again, who did this to you?" I shook with rage. I was going to kill the wanker, end him. "Who made you so utterly incapable of having a healthy relationship with a man?"
"None of your business."
She spat in my face. I didn't even bother wiping the saliva off. She tried escaping again. I blocked her. Again. "Not so fast. Tell me what I need to do to get through to you." I was completely out of my depth. We were both fighting for control over a situation neither of us had power in. She tilted her chin up, a sly grin gracing her Aphrodite features.
"There's nothing you can do or say to make me see you as more than what you are. A spoiled little rich boy who ran away from home but never really escaped the golden cage. You finally found the one thing you cannot have, me, and if it kills you, well, then die."
I slammed my palms against the wall, boxing her between them. I was so frustrated I was on the verge of destroying the room, ripping it apart. And where the fuck did my champagne glass go anyway? "You're impossible!" I roared.
"You're an asshole!"
She yawned right into my face. "I regret the day I offered you this arrangement. At least before this I had a bit of respect and sympathy toward you."
"I don't need either from you."
Amabel pushed me away, her tone businesslike.
"You think you're so much better than your family, don't you? Just because you work for a living doesn't make you a martyr. Don't wait up for me at home. I'll be sleeping at Purr's tonight."
"Why on bloody earth would you do that?"
"So you can have a little room to finally nail your precious new girlfriend," she boomed.
Amabel gave me the finger as she dashed outside, the hem of her dress flipping about her delicate ankles. I chased her. Of course I chased her. At this point I was unable of making one rational decision when it came to this woman. But I was no longer enamored by her ability to throw me off balance. Now all I felt was disgust and disappointment toward both of us. I was too old for this shite. Amabel stopped momentarily, turned around, opened her mouth again.
"You've been enjoying your precious Louisa like you don't share a roof with the future mother of your child. Well, if you're happy to screw around, I'm going to find myself some entertainment too, and there's nothing you can do about it. Come close to me again tonight, and I'll break your nose."
With another whoosh of her skirts, She was off. I stopped. For the first bloody time, I came to the conclusion that chasing Amabel Penrose may not be the right, or constructive, or fun thing for me to do. It was just me and the vast, dark room. I regulated my breaths and looked around. Life was a lonely business, even if you were never completely alone. This was why people fell into love. Love, it seemed, was a brilliant distraction from the fact that everything was temporary and nothing quite mattered like we thought it did. It was only after I stood there for an entire minute when I realized something puzzling. I was inside a small, closed, confined room, all by myself, and I didn't have a panic attack. Love has some strange ways indeed, I thought, sauntering out of the room leisurely, plucking another glass of champagne from a tray. Better to not find out what they are. Chapter 22. Devon. Swevin successfully avoided me the rest of the evening. She fluttered between clusters of people like a butterfly, all husky laughter and white, pointy teeth. I did my own rounds among clients and associates, pretending I wasn't half dead on the inside. Time seemed to melt like a Salvador Dali painting, and each tick of the watch on my wrist brought me an inch closer to turning around and walking away. From my commitments, responsibilities, from everything I had built and used as a wall against what was waiting for me in England. At some point during the evening, Persephone slipped her arm through mine and tugged me from a particularly mind-numbing discussion about suspenders. "Hey there, bud." Her lavender gown hovered along the marble floor. She was delicate as an eggshell, pale as the midnight moon, sweet and placid, a far cry from her fire-engine older sister. I could see why she suited Killian, who was cold and callous everywhere. She brought his temperature up, while he cooled down her warmth. Yin and yang. But Belle and I weren't complementary to one another. She was fire and I was concrete. We did not mix well. I was sturdy and even and stable, while she thrived in chaos. "How are the kids?" I asked Persephone blandly, already bored with the conversation. What I do to talk to Swevin about peculiar animals just about now. "They're very well, but I doubt that's what you want to talk about." She gave me a lopsided grin and dragged me to the center of a human circle, consisting of Aisling, Sailor, and herself. I complied, mainly because between getting my head bitten off by a pack of women and talking about suspenders, I'd die at the hands of the women any day of the bloody week. I looked between all three of them. "Looks like I'm the victim of some sort of intervention," I drawled, cocking an eyebrow. "Sharp as always, Mr. Whitehall," Sailor said, swinging back whiskey like it was water. Definitely her father's daughter. She was the only woman at the ball to wear a suit. She pulled it off fantastically. "We want to talk to you about something." That something was Louisa, I was certain. I folded my arms over my chest, waiting for more. "We wanted to know what you're going to do to ensure Belle is safe and sound. After all, we betrayed her confidence by telling you about that man in Boston Common. Now we want to know that our decision was justified." Aisling pinned me with a look. They wanted to talk about that. Belle lives with me now, and I put Simon in charge of her. I'm monitoring her as best I can without putting an ankle GPS scram on her. "Is an ankle monitor totally out of the question?" Sailor asked with the utmost sincerity. "Yes, unless I want to lose a limb or two," I deadpanned. "I'm sure Simon's great, but he's only with her when she's at the club. I still think you should ask for Sam's help," Aisling insisted. When I broached the subject of Sam with Belle, she said she had it under control and didn't want his interference. I pointed out smartly. Going against her wishes would mean an early grave for me. How did you feel when Killian sent Sam's men after you? I swiveled to Persephone, who turned salmon pink, her gaze shifting to her feet. "Not good," she admitted, "but I got over it, eventually." "Luckily for your bastard husband, you're as agreeable as a peach. Your sister, however, I think we can all agree is more of an underripe grapefruit. Aisling frowned. Belle is hot-headed, but sometimes you have to do things for a person even when they don't think they need it. Spoken like a true tyrant, the apple doesn't fall far from the tree. Swethin was unattainable, unreachable, and unreasonable, and I had to keep her alive. Yay fucking me. If only we had an idea who it could be. Selah tapped her temple, thinking. She thinks it's that arsehole she fired a while back, I offered. Frank? Persephone scrunched her nose. I shrugged, even though I remembered his name. Of course I did. Any man in my position would. That makes sense. He's the only loose end I can think of. Selah rubbed at her chin. There was a brief silence, which I decided to fill with a question of my own. Has she told you anything about our situation? What situation? Persephone asked alertly. I hope you're treating her well. Bitch, please, Selah snorted. If anyone is getting unfair treatment there, it's him. She's been moody, I said vaguely. Don't worry, it's not because you're marrying someone else. Selah looked highly amused, tucking one hand into the front pockets of her cigar pants. So they did know about Louisa. Belle didn't hide it from them. She simply didn't care enough to expand on the matter. Do you honestly believe she'd be fine with me marrying someone else? I sounded like a teeny bopper asking her BFF whether she had a chance with Justin Bieber or not. Whenever I intended to look for my spine and Belle's manners, I should take a moment to find my masculinity, too. She'd be fine if you marry 5 women, simultaneously, Selah said firmly. Belle doesn't do relationships, or morals, for that matter. She's never been in love, Persephone said with a longing sigh. Never wanted to settle down with anyone? People change, I said half-heartedly. Not this person, Aisling uttered aloud my gravest suspicion. If you're waiting for her to profess her love to you and you're holding off on a wedding because of it, don't. Aisling put a hand on my shoulder, offering me an apologetic smile. Belle Penrose only has enough love for herself, her baby, and her family.
Chapter 23. Belle. 14 years old. Winter comes and goes. There's a bit of a buzz around me. I win a few local competitions and even have a small article written about me in the local paper for breaking the county record, which Dad hangs on our fridge because apparently being embarrassing is his main side hustle. In March, Coach Lockin's wife, Brenda, gives birth to a healthy baby boy. By then, we're doing the whole woods routine twice a week. He eats me out, then we kiss, then he jerks off before giving me a ride to school. One time on his birthday, he convinced me to lick the sticky white juice from his fingers like they were lollipops. He took 3 pictures. I cried all night after he'd taken them. I still think about the fact they're somewhere on his phone, and I want to throw up every time I remember it. When we do it at his office, rarely, I take note that the photo of Brenda, which has been there before, is missing from his desk. He also takes off his wedding ring, but only when we practice alone in the woods. Coach tells me that they split a few months ago. Brenda didn't want him to touch her anymore after getting pregnant and said mean things about his job, like how he doesn't make enough money and stuff. Coach says he wishes I were his girlfriend, that he could take me out to the movies or to a nice restaurant or just to hang out. Honestly, I'm starting to think maybe this Brenda chick doesn't deserve Steve. I'm not allowed to call him that when we're not alone. Anyway, it makes me feel a lot less bad about our affair. But then Brenda gives birth, and everything changes. Coach misses 3 days in a row. The 3rd day, he is MIA. In the cafeteria, 2 lunch-duty teachers gush about how Brenda gave birth at a local hospital, which, why would she if she went back to living with her mama all the way down in New Jersey? Did you see the baby? So sweet. He looks exactly like his daddy. Miss Worski coos, stabbing her yogurt with a plastic spoon. Yeah, Steve sent the pictures to everyone in the group, remember? And get this, he got his wife the best push present. A brand new car. A Kia Rio, right? Yes, I'm looking into buying one too. His wife? Push present? I thought they weren't together anymore, on the brink of divorce. I spend the rest of the day in a haze, forcing myself not to text him. Ross sneaks out and buys me a bottle of Gatorade. He doesn't ask why I'm upset, why my eyes are red and my face is ashen. More than heartbroken, though, I feel great shame. I've been made a fool by this man, whom I put my trust in. Something breaks in me that day. Something I don't know if I can ever fix.
Chapter 24. Devon. Belle made good on her promise not to return home that night, which made me, in turn, call Louisa on my way to work the next morning. Lou was staying at the Four Seasons, spending her days shopping and hoping I would get my head out of my arse. The good news for her was that my head was inching away from said arse, little by little. Louisa answered on the first ring, sounding breathless.
Hello, Devon?
Is this a bad time? I rounded a street corner in my Bentley, looking for parking on the street. Underground parking seemed like a ridiculous idea. People had no business going under the ground when they were still alive.
Absolutely not. It's a perfect time.
I heard the soft thud of a towel being dropped and the whine of a door opening as a fitness trainer in the background instructed, "Now back to downward dog position?"
Hi. Hey. Hello.
Louisa laughed a little at her own awkwardness. I slipped into a parking space on the street and reversed.
Is everything all right?
She asked. It was about to be. It was time to choose a person who chose me. I was wondering if you'd like to have dinner tonight.
Sure. Should I book reservations for us?
Louisa asked sweetly.
There's an amazing Italian restaurant on Salem Street that I've been wanting to try, although I'm happy to cater to any of your diet restrictions.
My father's words haunted me. Love marriages are for the great unwashed masses, people born to follow society's thankless rules. You shall not desire your wife, Devon. Her purpose is to serve you, sire children, and look lovely. There was a point to be made. The Whitehall family had existed for so many years, had so many traditions. Who was he to dictate the end of that line? I would not allow the man to rob me out of my rightful inheritance. No, I exited the car and galloped toward the front door of my office. I was thinking we could dine in your hotel room. I have a few matters to discuss with you.
Is everything okay?
She asked, worried. Yes, I took the stairs up to my office. Everything's perfect. I just had an epiphany of sorts.
I like epiphanies.
You're going to love this one.
Devon?
She hesitated. I pushed the glass door to my office open. Joanne was already waiting with printouts of my daily agenda and a fresh cup of coffee. I plucked them from her hand. Yes, Lou?
You haven't called me Lou in a long time. Not for decades.
Another pause.
Should I wear my finest silks?
I could practically hear Louisa biting down on her lower lip. I took a sip of my coffee, smiling grimly. Better yet, darling, don't wear anything under your dress at all. My mother called me several times that day, skirting around the subject of Louisa without actually talking about her. She asked about Amabel, if we still lived together. When I said we were, she sounded considerably less cheery. If Louisa and I are to have a future, the baby and Amabel would be a big part of my life, I said curtly.
But you wouldn't move back to England, Mum responded. She'd chain you to Boston forever.
I love Boston. I truly did. It's my home now. Whitehall Court Castle had never been more than walls full of bad memories. During my lunch break, I went and picked a 1.5-carat cushion-cut engagement ring from Tiffany & Co. When I got back to the office, I instructed Joanne to purchase a large bouquet of flowers and spare no expense on the task.
"You finally gonna woo that Penrose girl, my lord, sir?"
Joanne couldn't help but blurt out from behind her computer screen, munching on a celery stick that signified her 5th attempt at Weight Watchers that month.
"It's high time. A child should have a stable home, you know. A mother and a father. That's how it was done when I was growing up, Your Highness."
Joanne insisted on referring to me royally, even though she had no idea what to call me. She also thought the flowers were for Amabel. Why shouldn't she? She had booked Sweven's weekly OBGYN appointments and sent cabs with me in them to pick up Belle. "It's not the Penrose girl," I said shortly, blazing into my office. Joanne darted up and followed me, her short legs moving with force I hadn't seen from her since she had to take half a day off when her daughter went into labor.
"What do you mean it's not the Penrose girl?"
she demanded. I settled behind my desk, powering up my laptop. "Not that it's any of your business, but I'm courting another woman."
"Courting another? Devon, is that how you folks do it in England? Because here, bigamy is illegal."
"Devon? Whatever happened to His Royal Highness Lord Sir?" "Belle and I aren't married." I waved her away.
"Only because you haven't asked,"
she boomed. "She is uninterested." It was easier to admit this to a 60-year-old woman with 5 kids and 7 grandchildren who thought Ferrero Rocher was the height of sophistication than to do so in the ears of my mates and their wives.
"Make her interested."
I chuckled darkly. "I tried. Trust me. In my own way, at least."
"If she wasn't interested, she wouldn't have let you put a baby in her, honey. Of course she's interested. You just need to give her a little push. If you go out with someone else, you're going to kill any chance you have with the girl, even if the relationship falls apart. And it will fall apart."
"Louisa is an absolute gem, lovely, well-kept, and extremely stylish."
"Those are good traits for a couch, my lord, not a woman."
"In a wife, too." I was being purposefully difficult. For some reason, I deeply wanted to catch shite for what I was about to do, and knew Joanne would give it to me straight. Heaven knows I deserved being yelled at. 2 splotches of red colored her cheeks, and she reared her head back as if I'd physically struck her.
"Wait a minute."
Joe held up a hand.
"Did you just say, wife?"
"Yes."
"But you love Amabel."
God, you Americans do love to throw this word around a lot. I took out a rollie from a tin and tucked it into my mouth. I, at the very most, want her companionship, but she is unavailable to me. I need to move on.
"If you marry someone else, Your Highness, I'm afraid I'll have to quit."
"On what grounds?"
"Well, that you're a turd and a half."
Hearing Joanne use blasphemy to describe me, or anyone else in the universe for that matter, cemented the fact that I was indeed a flaming piece of shite. I couldn't help but laugh. "Get those flowers ready and go back to work, Joanne, and if you want to quit, leave a resignation letter on my desk." She turned around and stomped away, muttering under her breath. For the rest of the day, she did not try to engage me in small talk whenever I left my office, nor attack me with new pictures of her grandchildren, nor give me a snack she'd packed especially for me from home, usually in the form of a healthy peanut butter and granola cookie. At 6 o'clock, when I exited my office, a large bouquet of white roses, peonies, and ranunculus waited on her desk with a note. "Mr. Whitehall, you're about to lose everything for nothing. Congratulations. P.S. Consider this my official resignation letter. I quit. J." Throwing the note in the bin, I grabbed the flowers and headed downstairs. My phone began ringing in my front pocket with an incoming call. Mum. It was outrageously late in England, or extremely early, depending how you looked at it. I picked it up on a whim, knowing that I shouldn't. "What now?" I growled.
"Devi!"
she cried in delight.
"Sorry, I won't take a lot of your time. I would love to throw an engagement party for you. The spring is a lovely time for celebration. Is there any way you could take a weekend off and hop on a plane with Lou?"
It didn't sit well with me. The fact that Ursula naturally assumed Louisa and I were already engaged. Additionally, the thought of being in a closed space with the Bouchard brothers and a few dozen more stuck-up royals made me want to seek asylum on another planet. Work is hectic right now. You only get married once, she argued. Not necessarily in the 21st century. I hope it's not about that dreadful woman again. If she gets into trouble, it's on her, not on you. That dreadful woman had a name, and frankly, my mother didn't deserve to utter it out loud. But something struck me. No, don't go there. There is simply no way. Why would she get into trouble? I asked, throwing open the driver's door to my Bentley before slipping inside. I put the phone on speaker and tossed it to the central console. What do you know? What if she was the one who was harassing Swevin? She had all the discriminatory characteristics, a motive, a grudge, and an endgame. She knew where I lived, which meant that she knew where Belle lived. And whatever information she was missing could be filled in by a private investigator. But was she really capable of such a thing? I know nothing, my mother gasped, trying to sound offended. I just said it because you told me she was a stripper. They tend to get into hot water. Your life choices say a lot about you. Why, what are you insinuating? What are you hiding? I countered. I'm not hiding anything, but I know you and you are a caregiver by nature. I don't want you to give up on things because of her. I'm starting to think you know more than you let on. This made her blow out a sharp breath. You're becoming extremely paranoid. I'm worried about you. You're losing it. Coming back home would do you good. Please think about it. Dinner was, as expected, perfect. The setting, the room, the meal, and the woman, all 5 stars. Louisa sat across from me in the grand suite she was housed in, clad in a black evening dress, flawless for the occasion. We dined on roasted lobster with red potatoes. The French doors of her balcony were open, the spring breeze wafting inside, carrying with it the scent of blossom. It reminded me of Europe, of lazy summer breaks on the shore in the south of France, of unprocessed meats and cheese so smelly it would make our eyes water, and bronzed skin and chateaux I'd get lost in. And I realized I missed home, to a point where it started to hurt. You know, I tried to move on from you. I even succeeded for a little while, Louisa admitted, running the pad of her finger over the rim of her wineglass. Frederick was an incredible man. He taught me how to believe, a power I didn't think I had anymore. I used to walk around with this god-awful sense of failure. After all, my entire purpose in this life was to marry you, and I'd managed to somehow scare you away. Lou, I groaned, feeling terrible because, in a sense, she was still doing just that, trying to win me. No, wait, I want to finish. She shook her head. When I met him, he spent an entire year just peeling away my insecurities, layer after layer, to try and find out who I was. It was hard, and it was a long process. He had no idea what made me the way I was, why my wounds had refused to close. But he was patient and sweet. I fractured the lobster with the cracker, feeling kinship to the dead animal, and for Frederick, who sounded like a good man, who deserved better. And also a weird sense of revelation. Frederick had the ability and endurance to stick around for Lou when she was impenetrable to him. Why couldn't I do so with Amabel? At first, when I was with him, I had dreams about you coming back and me flaunting my new relationship, my perfect man. But after a while, I stopped thinking about you. He was enough. Actually, she hesitated. He wasn't just enough. He was everything, and it hurt so bad to lose him. At that point, I realized I might be cursed. Louisa smiled, propping her chin on her knuckles. I looked into her eyes and saw sorrow. So much sorrow. Here we were, about to become engaged, to be married, and we were still pining for other people. The only difference was the person I wanted was still alive. and Louisa saw me as a replacement, a consolation prize. You're not the only one who'd been scarred by this experience, Sweets. I felt terrible about what I did to you, how I left you high and dry. I vowed to never marry anyone else. Clearly, I kept that promise, I said, pushing the lobster away. I'd lost my appetite. I never had a serious girlfriend. My relationships, like my milk, had an expiration date of less than 1 month. I figured if I ruined things for you, it was only fair I'd do the same for me. She reached across the round table, taking my hands in hers.
We have a chance now, Devi. Let's make up for lost time. It is not too late. Nothing's stopping us.
One thing was, I'm about to become a father.
We can do this together. You said you'll have joint custody, right? I can move here. Ursula would prefer it if you moved back, but I'm sure we'll still get her blessing. I can help you raise the child. We can have children of our own. I bear no hostility toward Amabel. I simply don't think she's a good fit for you. I'll be who you need me to be, Devi. You know that.
She was saying all the right things, making all the right points. You'll need to be good to that child, I warned, my tone turning icy. I wanted the baby as much as Amabel. We had a pact.
I'll treat this child as if it were my own.
Louisa brought my hand to her mouth, leaning her cheek against my palm.
I promise. You know I never break my promise.
I didn't remember standing up, but at some point I did. Louisa was up on her feet too, her body flushed with mine, her mouth moving over my own. My hands skimmed the length of her back. We were kissing. Belle didn't want me. My family was on the verge of bankruptcy, and really, would it be so awful to have someone to grow old with? Someone who had my back? But at the end of the day, I didn't enjoy it. Not the kisses, not the way her body folded around mine possessively. I was completely soft, my cock refusing to find a logical reason for this union with Louisa appealing. The softer I was, the more Louisa tried to coax me into arousal, kissing me harder, deeper, raw, cupping my cock through my slacks and squeezing teasingly, flipping her head back and forth. Bile hit the back of my throat. Not good. I took a step back in order to stop it, to buy time, maybe produce the engagement ring I'd come here with, put it on her finger, but I couldn't, for the fucking life of me, take the ring out of my pocket. Make the final move. Ask her the question I couldn't take back. I don't want perfect with Louisa. I want a big hot mess with Belle. Meanwhile, Louisa perceived my step back as an invitation to get undressed. She slipped out of her black frock to reveal shapely legs and a well-kept body that screamed 5 Pilates sessions a week. Her dark eyes traveled to my groin, her brow furrowing when she realized there was still no detectable bulge. Buggers? Well, what's a little hurdle? Do not say little. She giggled, moving toward me again, resuming our kisses. Swallowing back the sour taste of vomit, I tried to concentrate on the task at hand. She was a beautiful woman, no less pretty than the women I usually took to bed.
Maybe I can.
Louisa slipped a hand inside my briefs through my clothes and rubbed, her fingers cold and bony. The distant sound of my father's taunting laughter echoed in my ears.
Is that okay?
Great, I hissed, softer than a bloody Pillsbury roll. Fantastic. But I felt nothing other than great frustration as her lips moved desperately against mine. She was doing such a thorough job rubbing my cock, I was surprised a genie didn't materialize from behind my zipper. Wait, I groaned into her mouth. I pushed her away gently. She latched against me harder.
I'll suck your cock,
she offered. Louisa dropped down to her knees, completely naked now, fumbling with the first button of my slacks. I stepped aside, worried the engagement ring was going to slip from my pocket. Don't, darling. I caressed her face while simultaneously moving it away from my crotch. It occurred to me, rather miserably, that I couldn't have sex with Louisa, no matter how much I wanted to. And I did. I wanted to get over Amabel, to move on, but it wasn't happening.
Is your stomach a bit dodgy? Must be the lobster.
She hurried to stand up, rushing to the bathroom and coming back in a creme satin robe.
Seafood can be suspect if you don't know the place.
This was the Four Seasons, not a shack on a remote island. I gave her a doubtful smile. I better head home. And I'm taking my soft pig-in-a-blanket with me.
Oh.
Her face fell. Lou, I said gently.
It's just that she'll be there.
Comes with the territory of her living there.
Is it something I said?
She asked. I thought about what she said about Frederick, about the sort of man he was, and couldn't deny her the truth. Yes. When you told me about Frederick, I realized I could never offer you what he made you take for granted. I need to sort through things in my head. I slipped my hand over her waist and pulled her into me, kissing her lips. Take care now, Lou.
You too, Devi.
My head was still spinning when I got back home, my limbs heavy with the realization that I was apparently immune to all women in the world other than the one who didn't want me. I stomped my way upstairs, cursing myself for the millionth time that week that I couldn't use the lift like a logical human being. Once I was done detesting myself for my claustrophobia, I began despising myself for having a traitorous body. What on earth was wrong with it? In the past, I'd been able to get it up whenever the faint scent of a woman's perfume wafted through the air. Now, my cock decided it had principles, feelings, and morals. Did it not get the memo that it was, in fact, a cock? The least sophisticated organ in the human body apart from the anus? I shoved past the entrance door to a dark and vast living room, kicking the fencing equipment by the door aside. If Amabel was out again, working until late or being entertained by a male friend, I was going to do bloody nothing about it. I had no power over her. Hope that month of shagging her was worth it, mate, because this is your future. Moving across the living room, I passed by her bedroom before retiring to my own bed. Her door was ajar. To my great embarrassment, my entire body slackened with relief when I noticed the light inside was on. Unable to resist myself, I stopped by the sliver of space separating both of us and watched her. She was standing in front of an imperial full-length mirror. Her hoodie was bunched up around her chest. Her stomach was bare. She cradled it in front of her reflection, staring at it in wonder. My eyes trekked downward, doing the same. For the first time, it was truly and undeniably obvious that Amabel Penrose was pregnant. The hard, round shape of her belly could not be mistaken. It looked magnificent, so smooth and warm and full of a baby that belonged to us. She was showing. I closed my eyes, pressing my head against the wooden doorframe, drawing a breath. You're so fucking gorgeous, sometimes I want to devour you just to make sure no one else will have you. The words left my mouth before I could stop them. She turned around to the sound of my voice. The love and wonder in her expression melted, replaced by a sly smile. I'm surprised Louisa let you off the leash tonight. Trouble in purgatory? Guess it was her version of the word paradise for us. Stop it, I clipped. Stop what? She cooed. Stop acting like a brat. Stop pushing me away. Stop ruining a perfectly good moment because you're so scared of men you simply must torment them if they threaten to put a crack in your perfectly constructed wall. All right then. Belle let her hoodie drop over her stomach. No. I pushed myself off the doorframe and made my way to her, my stroll unhurried. I want to see. Amabel opened her mouth, probably to tell me to go make a baby with Louisa if I was so interested in seeing a pregnant belly, but I managed to put a finger to her mouth before the words came out. It's my child, too. Silently, she pulled the hoodie up to her breasts. I stood in front of her, gazing at the wonder that was her pregnant stomach. "Can I touch?" My voice was unrecognizable to my own ears. "Yeah." Hers, I noticed, shook too. The air around us stood still, as if holding its breath too. The tips of my fingers circled her stomach from both sides. It was hard as stone. We both looked down at her belly like we were waiting for something. A minute passed, then 2, then 5. "I don't want to let go," I said. "I don't want you to let go," she said quietly. We weren't talking about her stomach anymore. My eyes rode up to meet her gaze through our reflection in the mirror. "Then why are you doing everything in your power to drive me away?" She shrugged, a helpless smile on her face. "That's the way I'm wired. It's bullshit. It's still true." "Tell me what happened to you," I demanded for the millionth time, thinking about Frederick, the way he had peeled Louisa's layers. Was I even close to shedding the first coat? How many more to go? And what in the bloody hell happened to this woman? Even my mates, who were by no stretch of the imagination considered good guys, never left a woman quite so broken. She took a step forward, erasing all the space between us. I was hard as a rock and about to rip the clothes off of this woman. "Stop butting into my business, Devon. You've already sampled my bag of tricks. There's nothing more to see here. You're more than a ditzy party girl, no matter how hard you try to market yourself this way. False advertising." "Huh," she said dryly. "You just haven't read the fine print." A mean smirk tugged at my lips. "You're fantastic, and thorny, and worth everything you put me through." "No." She pushed me, her palms slamming into my chest. She was angry now, scared. I pushed a button. "I'm not. Stop saying that. I'm the bad crop, the unwettable harlot." "You're fucking amazing," I drawled in her face, laughing lowly. "Brilliant, one of a kind, the smartest woman I know." She pushed me again. I got harder. "I'm no good." "No, not good. Fucking terrific." "I'm going to be a terrible mother." The last sentence was said in a rush of exasperation. She fell to her knees at my feet, her head hanging low. "Jesus, what was I thinking? I can't do this. I'm not Percy. I'm not Sailor. This is not my life." I lowered myself to be on her eye level, scooping her face in my palms. My pulse rabbited. Bollocks, I was going to have a heart attack, wasn't I? Well, it's been a pleasure. Literally. "Look at me now, Swevin." She tilted her head up, blinking back at me, her eyes shiny with unshed tears. "I only choose the best for myself. Suits, cars, properties, restaurants. That's the way I'm wired. Trust me when I say I was not light-hearted when I chose you as the mother of my child. You're clever, independent, shrewd, creative, funny, and so help me God, a bit of a nutter. But you are also responsible, stable, strong, and level-headed. You're going to be an amazing mother, the best to walk upon this earth." Her chest heaved and she looked like she was on the brink of a sob. "What's wrong now, darling?" "You forgot pretty," she moaned. We both started laughing. She lost her balance, falling backward. Not wanting her to hit the carpeted floor, I pulled her with me and fell down to the carpet myself, using my body as a cushion for her, our legs laced together. "Sorry, darling, but you're far from pretty." She pretended to throw a jab at my chest. I caught her wrist and gave it a soft bite. "Gorgeous, however." Her lips were on mine in no time, hot and wet and demanding. Her tongue slipped through mine playfully, stroking and teasing. I tore at her clothes, ripping her hoodie from the collar, careful not to hurt her. Her hands were all over me, her mouth too. I didn't want to draw a breath, to give her time to change her mind. She was undressed before she could blink. I was still fully clothed when I propped her back against the bed base, my tongue sliding along the back of her knee, up toward her inner thigh, teasing a sensitive spot that made her entire body shiver violently. My lips found the sweet flower between her legs, and I sucked and bit and blew on it until she came, shoving my tongue into her to feel her muscles clenching it greedily. She hissed, her eyes widening, like she remembered something. I thought it was peculiar, the way she reacted, but then she shook her head, squeezing her eyes shut. Continue. Moving up to kissing her belly, I pressed hot kisses on both her tits, nibbling my way up her throat, to her lips. Devon, please, fuck me. All in good time, Swevin. She reached to undo my trousers. I could feel the pearl of pre-cum gluing my cock to the cloth of my briefs. Belle freed my cock from the confines of my clothes and mumbled into our dirty kiss. Say that again. Say what? I asked, sliding into her, there on the floor, finding her wet and ready for me. My nickname? Call me that. She matched the rhythm of my thrusts. Swevin. I kissed her lips. Thrust. Again. Swevin. Thrust. Swevin. 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 Thrust. 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 I plastered my forehead to hers as I drove into her faster and harder. I'm going to come. Come inside me. She clawed her nails into my skin, marking me, making sure Louisa knew. I want to feel all of you. My grip on her tightened. Her muscles quaked as I felt my hot cum sliding into her. We were both sweaty and spent when I rolled off of her, breathing hard and staring at the ceiling. She was the first one to talk. I was abused when I was a kid. To this day, nobody knows. My whole body tensed. I grabbed her hand instinctively, even before I turned to look at her. I waited for more. She continued staring at the ceiling, avoiding my gaze. When it was obvious she wasn't in the mood to share more than the bare bones, I tentatively asked, Who was it? She smiled grimly. The usual suspect. How long did it go for? I don't remember. I was too... I don't know. Deep in denial? Why'd you keep it a secret? I propped up on my elbows. I knew before she even told me her family and friends weren't aware of the situation. I thought back to her awkward conversation with her father and chanted in my head, No way, no way, no bloody way. Her father did not abuse her, because if he did I'd have to kill him and I was not built for prison life. Shit, I can't believe I'm telling you, she sniffed, the first tear falling down her cheek, sliding toward her ear. I held my breath, and for the first time in my life, prayed to God that she wouldn't stop, that she would step out from behind those high walls she surrounded herself with, open the door, and let me in. I was always the tomboy, the troublemaker. I didn't want to be the cause of yet another problem. Dumb, I know, but I was tired of being the bearer of bad news, the one who always got everyone into trouble. But at the same time, confronting him meant running the risk of everyone finding out. So I just bottled it in. For a while, I mean. And then another thing happened. She stopped, closing her eyes again, trying to swallow the lump in her throat and failing. Belle wasn't like other women. She was the type of girl who'd take her secrets to her grave. But this already was enough. It meant the world to me that she chose to tell me. The two men I trusted and loved the most turned their backs on me, each of them in his own way. This no trusting, no getting attached vibe you're getting, that's my fuck you to your gender, Devon. If I decide to trust again and get hurt, it'd be the end of me. This is why I keep resisting you every step of the way. Whatever you're feeling, I feel it 10 times over. But it's not worth it for me.
Either I kill my feelings, or my feelings kill me. I brushed a thumb over her sunshine hair, tucking it behind her ear. Darling Swevin, what's a little death in the grand scheme of things? This unbearable, infuriating woman truly understood me, my quirks, my eccentric ways. Mostly, our time together was frustrating and bad, but when it was good, when the walls came down, it was the best I'd ever had. Amabel turned to look at me for the first time since she started telling me her story. Enough about me. So what made you claustrophobic, Dev? A truth for a truth. You promised to share when I gained your trust, and I think I'm there. Tell me what happened. And so I did. Past. The dumbwaiter was the size of a bookcase when I was first shoved into it at age 4. Like a baby in the womb, it was spacious enough for me to move my limbs, but still small enough that I needed to crouch. By age 10, my legs were too long, my arms too gangly to fit into it properly. And at 14, it felt like being shoved into a sardine tin with 15 more Devons. I could barely breathe. The trouble was, I kept on growing and the dumbwaiter stayed the exact same size. A small, measly hole. I didn't always hate it. At first, as a wee boy, I even learned to appreciate it. Spent my time thinking about what I wanted to be when I grew up, fireman, and later on about girls I liked and tricks I'd learned at fencing lessons and what it would feel like to be a bug, or an umbrella, or a teacup. It all went to hell one day when I was 11. I'd done something particularly nasty to upset my father, snuck into his office and stole his poker, then used it as a sword to fight with a tree. That poker was vintage and cost more than my life, my father had explained when he caught me with the thing broken in half. The tree had obviously won. I was thrown into the dumbwaiter for the evening. Mummy and Cecilia were away, visiting relatives up in Yorkshire. I wanted to go with them. I never wanted to stay all by myself with Papa. But Mummy said I couldn't miss an entire weekend's worth of fencing sessions with my sabreur. Plus, you haven't been spending enough time with Papa. A bit of bonding time for you two is just what the doctor ordered. So there I was, in the dumbwaiter, thinking about what it must feel like to be a bottle carrying a letter at sea, or cracked pavement, or a coffee mug in a busy London cafe. That should have been it. Another night in the dumbwaiter, followed by a morning drenched with silence and frequent trips to the loo to make up for the time I had to hold it in when I was caged. Only it wasn't. Because on that particular day came a storm so big and so terrible, it knocked out the electricity. My father rushed to the servants' cottages, where the power was still on, to spend the night and perhaps be entertained by one of the maids, something I knew he did when Mummy wasn't home. He forgot one thing. Me. I noticed the leak in the dumbwaiter when a persistent trickle of water kept falling on my face, interrupting my sleep. I was all mangled inside myself, pressed against all 4 walls. I ached to move, to stretch, to crane my neck. When I woke up in a flurry, the water had already reached my waist. I began banging on the door, crying, screaming, raking my fingernails over the wooden thing to try and pry it open. I broke my fingernails and tore my own flesh trying to get out of there. And the worst part was, I knew I stood no chance. My family wasn't in the house. My father left me for dead. Deliberately or not, I didn't know, and at that point couldn't care less. If I died, they could try for another. My father would finally have the son he always wanted, strong and tough as nails and never scared. The water came all the way to my neck when I heard thudding across the hallway. Footsteps. By that time, I was almost drunk with exhaustion and already came to peace with my fate. All I wanted was for death to be quick about it. But this gave me new hope. I banged and I screamed and splashed, trying to draw attention to myself, swallowing water in the process. Devin? Devin! The voice was muffled by the water. My head was going under, but I could still hear it. Finally, the dumbwaiter door pushed open. Gallons of water poured out of it, and so did I. I fell down like a brick at the legs of the person who was now my savior, the saint who gave me mercy. I choked and flailed like a fish out of water. Relief made me pee my pants, but I didn't think anyone could tell. Looking up, I saw Louisa. Lou, I choked. My voice was so hoarse you could hardly hear it. Oh, Devi, oh God. We were meant to meet up, don't you remember? You never showed up at the barn, so I sent for you, but the driver didn't want to leave the car, so I asked him to drive me here. The front doors were locked, but then I remembered you told me where the spare keys were. She fell to her knees, pulling me into her arms. Her voice hovered over my head like a cloud as I drifted in and out of consciousness. I promised I would always have your back, I heard her say. I'm so glad I got to you in time. We hugged on the floor. I slackened against her, my body so much heavier than hers, and still she handled my weight without complaint. Thudding came from the stairs, and in the darkened hallway loomed the shadow of my father, big and bad and imposing. What did you do, you stupid girl? He growled, seething. He was supposed to die. Swevin was crying. She didn't even try to hide it for a change. Tears ran down her cheeks, some slipping into her mouth, others rolling down her neck. I can't believe the bastard put you through that. No wonder you ran away and refused to do what he wanted you to. Jesus. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Her whole body was quaking back and forth. You looked death in the eye, Devin. Without blinking, I pressed her knuckles over my lips, relishing the privilege of touching her. You told me what made a hole in your heart, and this is why I have one in mine. This is why I've never gotten married, why I hadn't started a family. Something inside me knew that getting all the things I prevented Lou from having was just wrong. I owe her my life. She did what any decent person would do. Is that so? I asked idly. Perhaps I haven't met many decent people in my life. Not wanting to be alone is not a sin. Then why'd you give yourself the exact same fate? I murmured into her hand. She drew back, making a snow angel on the carpeted floor. Pouting and struggling to keep her sniffles to a minimum, she looked half girl, half woman. A pregnant vision stuck in limbo between two worlds. Too wise for her years and too scared to fall in love. Look what you've done. Now I can't even hate her properly. Belle sighed. She saved you, after all. She used that fake, exaggerated British accent she put on to hide her feelings when she was hurting. I laughed, rolling over her, kissing her face, licking those salty tears away, my knee prying her legs open as I flicked my thumb along her nipple. It was just like me to fall in love with the craziest woman on the planet.
Chapter 25. Belle, 14 years old. Coach Locken comes back to school 4 days after his son, Stephen Locken Jr., is born. His chest looks broader, his smile bigger, and I don't know why, but I swear he looks more grown up. His sudden maturity grosses me out. I show up to practice. There's no reason to leave a perfectly good scholarship on the table just because this guy is a grade-A asshole, but if he thinks I'm going to let him eat me out again, he is in for an unpleasant surprise. And probably a kick in the balls, too. Practice goes smoothly, considering I want to keel over and throw up every time I feel his eyes on my legs. I catch Locken trying to lock gazes with me a few times, but I avert my stare to avoid him. When practice is over, he lets everyone go and claps my shoulder like a friendly uncle. Penrose, come see me at my office. I have calc in 5 minutes, coach. Can we talk here? I ask very loudly, straightening my spine to show off my height. Everyone stops and stares. Ross raises an eyebrow. I realize that while I was under a teeny bopper-induced haze, everybody on the team figured out there's something going on between Coach and me. My face feels hot from the inside. For the first time, I see Coach looking lost and a little shell-shocked. He recovers quickly.
Yeah, sure. Here, let's sit on the bench.
We do. We sit at a respectable distance from one another, but I still feel sick. I want to punch him in the face. I hate feeling stupid, and I feel like he took advantage of me. I play with the hem of my shorts. Congratulations on Stephen Jr., I blurt out. And the carew. I can't keep the anger from my voice, and you know what? Screw it. I don't need to. He lied to me.
Ah, so that's what it's about.
He scrubs his stubble with his knuckles, looking like he hasn't slept all week.
You knew I was going to become a father, Amabel.
I didn't know you're still with her. It's weird even talking about it. I feel like a grown-up in a TV show. I've only started getting regular periods 3 months ago, so this is a bit out there.
I wasn't,
he says urgently, and I can tell by the twitch of his hands that he wants to gather me in his arms and demand my attention, but he doesn't.
I haven't been with her for 3 months. Brenda giving birth in Boston was always the plan, and the week she came back ahead of her due date, well, one thing led to another, and we decided to give it another chance. For Stephen.
Did you sleep with her? I ask. I don't know what authority I have to ask him that. He looks away, his jaw clenching. I snort out a humorless laugh. Of course you slept with her.
What was I supposed to do?
He asks through gritted teeth.
It's not like my girlfriend puts out.
His girlfriend. That's what I was now. Even though I thought I'd feel good about it, all I felt was dull regret. How could I have been so stupid? To start this with him. I'm not your girlfriend. I'm not even sure I'm your harrier, but what I definitely am is out of here. I stand up.
Penrose,
he whisper barks.
Sit your ass down, we're not done yet.
I do as I'm told, but this time, and this is the real kicker, not because I want to hear his lame excuses, but because I have to. He's my coach, and now I'm starting to see the similarities between Lockin and that geography teacher Creeper.
Look, this thing with me and Brenda, it's not gonna last. It's you I want. I've made that clear.
I don't want to come between you and the mother of your child. As I say it, I realize it's not only because I feel like a piece of flaming shit for doing what I did with him, a married man. This whole thing's just lost its shine. Days ago, in the cafeteria, as I craned my neck to listen to crumbs of information about him and his wife from the lunch duty teachers, it dawned on me that this was all a huge mistake. What kind of man sleeps with his student? What kind of man cheats on his pregnant wife? Not a worthy one. That's who.
You're not coming between anything. I want you. I love you. I haven't stopped thinking about you all week.
There's a note of urgency in Coach's tone. I swing my gaze to look at him, but stand up from the bench nonetheless. It probably looks weird from afar if someone sees us. Me walking away from him and not vice versa. His love declaration falls flat. I'm sorry. I don't love you back.
I know you do.
No, I don't. Truth is, I don't know what I feel or don't feel. I just know I'm in over my head. I have to untangle myself from the situation fast.
This conversation is not over,
he warns me, getting up after me and looking around like a thief in the night before slipping out of someone's window. I turn my back on him and walk away, thinking, yes, it is. Chapter 26. Belle. The man was going to completely destroy me,
and there was nothing I could do but watch him from a front row seat. I knew it the moment he put his hands on my stomach. Baby Whitehall fluttered when it happened. It felt like butterflies stretching their wings for the very first time inside my belly. The baby knew her dad had touched her for the first time and was reacting to him. Everything happened so fast after that. The kisses, the love bites, the skin on skin, the secrets. It felt like falling off a cliff. Falling, and still not trying to grab onto anything to stop what was happening. The deep end didn't feel so deep when you never wanted to get out of it. This was why falling in love was a dangerous game. It gave you the worst thing a girl like me could have. Hope. The next evening, I skipped coming home early after I finished the paperwork at Madame Mayhem. I was in a weird mood. On edge. I didn't want to come back home just to find out Devon was still out with Miss Fancy Pants. The alternative of Devon being home and sitting me down for a grown-up talk was equally as terrifying. What could I say to him? Yesterday had changed nothing. I was still me, and he was still him. We still had holes in our hearts. His family would never accept me and would go through bankruptcy if he didn't marry Louisa. And me? I was still the same girl who closed her eyes to dream and instead saw Mr. Lockin. Instead of going home, I met with Aisling, Sailor, and Persephone at the latter's mansion for an evening of fried clam plates and beers. Sticking to soda was hard, but necessary. Pregnancy brought with it disgust of numerous things. Coffee, red meat, and most types of fish, but I still longed for a glass of wine every now and again. Well, what kind of symptoms are you having during your pregnancy? Sailor knocked down her drink like an Irish, sailor. When I was pregnant with Rooney, my hoo-ha turned purple. It was horrible. She paused. I mean, especially for Hunter, I wasn't in a position to look at it. Literally. Percy put a hand to her mouth. Thank you, TMI queen. Sailor shrugged, swiping a French fry in a bowl of ketchup. Just kidding. He kind of liked it. It made him feel like he was having alien sex. I used to wet my pants, constantly. Aisling volunteered casually, popping a fried clam into her mouth. I spat my soda, peppering it all over my friends. Well, this was casual. Ambrose put a lot of pressure on my bladder. At first, it only happened when I coughed or sneezed. By the third trimester, all I had to do was bend over to put my socks on, and whoops, I peed my pants. I think I was the only pregnant woman on planet Earth who still used sanitary pads every day. Whenever I bought some at the local Walmart, the cashier looked at me weird, like, you know you don't need them, right? And I wanted to scream at her that I was a doctor. What about you? I turned to my perfect sister who had 2 perfect pregnancies and delivered babies that were beautiful and good sleepers from day one. Percy, God bless, was incapable of imperfections. She scrunched her nose, blushing. What? Sailor demanded, grinning, a French fry hanging like a cigarette from the corner of her mouth. Tell us, asshole. Well, Percy tucked her hair behind her ear nervously. It wasn't a symptom, per se. All of us were now leaning toward her at the dining table, eyes wide, dying to know. It was just that during both pregnancies, I was really horny. You mean you needed vitamin D every day? Sailor arched an eyebrow. Percy laughed. Yeah, I wanted it a little rough. And Killian, well, he was torn between giving me what I wanted and making sure we didn't do anything stupid. We all nodded, considering this. Now, your turn, Percy giggled, throwing a French fry at me. It felt a lot like when we were teenagers, the ease that came with being together. I knew we would always have each other. It gave me great comfort now that my feelings were all pretzeled up about Devon. I think my main symptom is insanity, I admitted.
Munching on my corn on the cob, I knew I was going to regret later on when I had to floss for 2 hours straight. Because I think I'm kind of starting to like Devin. I mean, for real? Utensils clattered. Percy dropped a piece of fried clam on the floor, making no move to pick it up, still staring at me. Sailor and Aisling looked at each other like they were contemplating whether to check my temperature or not. Percy was the first to clear her throat, proceeding with caution. "Elaborate, please." I told them everything, about the will, the inheritance, and the issues that came with it. About Devin's mother and sister and bankruptcy. I told them about his late nights with Louisa and about how I pushed him into her arms. How I played my cards in the worst possible way. I told them everything other than the secrets Devin and I had shared. The holes in our hearts part. After I was done, the entire table fell silent. Sailor seemed to recover before everyone else. She leaned back in her chair, green eyes wide, and blew out air. Damn. I buried my face in my hands. No good advice was ever prefaced by the word damn. Percy's staff began moving our plates away, making themselves invisible. For the millionth time, I wondered how my sister, who'd come from such humble beginnings, could get used to this kind of wealth. Any more helpful feedback? I raised my eyebrows. It's just that you've never really shown interest in anyone like that before, is all. Sailor looked at Aisling and Percy for help, saw that they were still processing, then added hastily, I may or may not have told him to not even try and just marry Louisa to spare himself the heartache. I'm sorry, Belle. When you mentioned it the other day, it seemed like you were totally fine with them tying the knot. I wanted to throw up, but smiled faintly. I needed to get up and leave. Maybe call Devin on my way home. He'd come, even if he was with Louisa. That was the kind of man he was. Aisling rubbed her temple, her thick, dark eyebrows drawn together. This is wrong. This is all wrong. You know you have to fight for him, right? Easy for her to say. For all her sweetness, Aisling was vicious when it came to love. She fought tooth and nail to win her husband after pining for him for years. And ruin his family's life. I let my head fall to the table. His sister and mother are not your problem, Sailor said flatly. Plus, he'll be ruining his own life and Louisa's if he marries her while he is in love with you, Percy finally chimed in. We were interrupted by the staff again. This time, they brought dessert and tea. Custard, lemon meringue, and fat pieces of nougat. We waited until they were gone before we spoke again. Are you crazy? I whisper-shouted, sticking my spoon deep into the custard. He's not in love with me. This is amazing, Aisling murmured around her own spoon, pointing at the custard. And, in my humble opinion, as the person with the highest IQ in the room, he is in love with you. Super humble. Sailor popped a piece of nougat into her mouth. But I actually agree. You have to give him the chance to prove himself, Belle. If he knew how you felt, he wouldn't even pay Louisa any attention. I don't know what kind of relationship they have. I helped myself to a lemon meringue. Okay. Maybe I did have a pregnancy symptom in the form of wanting to eat anything that wasn't nailed to the floor. Time to ask, Sailor said. The thing about men is, Percy sipped her tea, a faraway expression painted on her face. Sometimes they require a little push to realize that what they need and what they want is in front of them and can be found in the same woman. Amen to that. Aisling lifted her teacup in the air, making a toast. I'm not like you guys. I shook my head. I don't have the ability to make someone else happy. As soon as I become vulnerable to them, it's game over. I do something horrible and try to push them away. So I can't promise him all the things you've given to your husbands. The family, the children, unconditional love and shit. I could tell from the looks on my friends' and sisters' faces that I did not manage to make my point across with tact or finesse. Is that all we're good for? Making our so-called men happy? Sailor asked, with a humorless smile on her face. I'm only a former Olympic archer and the owner of one of the biggest food blogs in the country. What do I know about running a business or having a life outside of marriage? She was, indeed, all those things, but she had also married into a wealthy family and had come from one, so she had nothing to prove to anyone. And I'm just a doctor. Aisling took another sip of her tea. Definitely not as earth-shatteringly important or as influential as you. Persephone, who didn't have a day job, was the only silent one, so I made a point of turning toward her to say, Sorry, I didn't mean it like that. Like what? She sat back, looking perfectly composed and unaffected. Oh, I may not work 9 to 5 anymore, but I throw fundraiser events that raise millions of dollars for kids with needs, women's shelters, and animals who have been abused. I feel incredibly fulfilled and don't need anyone's permission to call myself a feminist. Okay, maybe they all had a point. A woman is a woman. Percy put a hand on my shoulder, and I wondered since when had the roles reversed. She'd become the wise and worldly one, and I, the one in dire need of advice. A woman is a wonder. We are programmed to do and be everything we want to be. Don't sell yourself short. Whatever Devon saw in you is still somewhere inside. Look for it hard enough, and you'll find it, Percy added. Could I really salvage what I had with Devon? The Whitehalls wanted me out of the picture, and Louisa was going to be a royal pain, pardon the pun. But other than them, what else stood between me and Devon? Nothing. Or rather, no one, other than one person. Myself. I left Persephone's house, driving on autopilot back to Devon's apartment, which was in the same Back Bay neighborhood. Drumming my fingers over my leg and thinking about my conversation with the girls, I took a right on Beacon Street, onto Commonwealth Avenue, then continued up to Arlington Street. When I stopped at a red traffic light, a motorcycle cut through the line of traffic out of nowhere. The rider put himself between me and a Buick in front of me, blocking my line of vision. His face was hidden by a black helmet, and he wore a black leather jacket. I let out a scream, my right leg hovering over the accelerator, wanting to run the human shit stain over before he pointed a gun at me. But the guy took something out of the front pocket of his jeans, a note, and slammed it over my windshield. The text was printed in Times New Roman. Leave Boston before I kill you. This is your last warning. That was it. I was going to fucking murder somebody. I threw my car into park in the middle of traffic, grabbed the gun from my purse, and pushed my door open. Helmet guy shook his head, roared his engine, and drove off before my hand touched the sleeve of his leather jacket. Tearing the piece of paper from my windshield and pocketing it, I promised myself, whoever it was, I was going to make them suffer. When I got back home, Devon was there. He looked like he'd been there for a while, freshly showered and wearing designer sweatpants and a white V-neck. I didn't immediately tell him about what happened. He seemed happy and eager to spend time with me. Besides, I was going to handle it. The police were out of the question. They were useless, and after the reluctant response I'd gotten from them when I filed a complaint, I wasn't planning to go there again. But I was going to visit Sam Brennan tomorrow at his apartment and tell him he was going to offer me his services whether he wanted to or not, or I would tell on him to his wife. Even the shaky experience I went through this evening wasn't enough to throw me off balance. Usually, an encounter like that meant I had a couple of weeks, at least, of radio silence from whoever wanted to scare me. Hello to my favorite person in the entire world. Devon greeted me warmly. I melted into a puddle of hormones and leaned into him before he crouched down to kiss my belly through my hot pink blouse. Oh, you meant her, I murmured. He stood up to his full, impressive height, giving me a wink. And hello to the woman who carries her. So, we are now in agreement that it's a girl. I kicked off my heels. Pregnancy was great, but that didn't mean I was going to start becoming best buddies with Lululemon and, God help us all, Crocs. I'm normally in agreement with you, he said easily. I made my way to the kitchen, filled myself a tall glass of tap water and drank it in big gulps, shoving the biker to a corner of my mind, determined not to let the encounter ruin the evening for me. I'm glad you're not with your girlfriend tonight, I commented. Oops. Never mind. I ruined the evening all by myself. Why couldn't I just say, I'm glad you're not with Louisa, like a normal human being? Or Devin. Even if we were going to end up together, he was going to grow to hate me. I think I'm looking at her. What? He sauntered toward me, undeterred. My heart kicked up again, now for an entirely different reason. To be someone's girlfriend, Devin's girlfriend, was a reality I'd never considered for myself. I had to admit, I didn't hate the sound of it. He took the glass from my hand and put it behind me on the marble counter before gathering my hands in his. A zap went through me. It felt so good, so right. I wanted to crawl out of my own body and run away somewhere where I'd be safe from him. Tell me yesterday was a mistake, he ordered, not asked. Tell me 1,000,000 times it shouldn't have happened, and I still wouldn't believe you. I swallowed hard, staring at the floor. Being vulnerable killed me, but I had to do it. It wasn't. Was that so hard? He inquired softly. Yes, I admitted flatly. He laughed, a low, sexy rumble that came from his chest. A weird animal anecdote to soothe your mind, he suggested, still holding my hands in his. Please. Platypuses look like they have hot water bottles glued to their faces. You know, the ones our grandmothers like to shove under the blankets in the winter to keep warm. I cackled, unable to stop myself, quaking shoulders and all. Speaking of unfortunate faces, the saiga antelope looks like it has a half-mast uncircumcised penis attached to its face. Now, what do you have against uncircumcised penises, Miss Penrose? I happen to be the proud owner of one. He jerked me into his hard body, and I giggled some more. Nothing, Mr. Whitehall. Nothing at all. His lips met mine, and the space between us was reduced to nothing. I clung onto him. His mouth smelled of spearmint and ice. Mine tasted of lemon meringue and custard and French fries. He stripped me fast, and I did the same, and for the first time in years, he was completely naked in front of me. In the kitchen. I dreamed about seeing you like this again for a long time. Another admission fell from my lips. There wasn't one moment from the first time I saw you when I didn't want to see you naked, Swevin. I took a step back, appreciating his physique. You're beautiful, I told him. You're crushing my heart, he answered. And then we were on the floor, making love. When we finished, spent and satisfied, he dragged me to the couch where he nestled me between his arms. I was draped across his body like a blanket. I liked it. Want to watch something? He murmured into my hair, turning on the TV. Like what? What do you like to watch? Money being handed to me or my bartenders, to be honest? Take your foot off the gas, love. You've made it in life. I gave it some genuine thought. Usually, at home, when I have a minute, I watch the trashiest thing my TV has to offer, like Too Hot to Handle, The Circle, Toddlers and Tiaras. If there's even the slightest chance I could be educated or provoked to form an opinion about something, I bail. What about you? I felt his chest shake with laughter over my back. He was warm everywhere. Delicious. I mainly watch BBC News, The Sport Channel, sometimes Top Gear. You're so British. Yes, madam. Why are you here if you still love and miss home so much? I turned my head to look at him. His eyes crinkled as he looked down at me, playing with locks of my hair. I don't know, he said honestly, and my heart sank. Now that my father is no longer alive, I suppose I could go back, if it wasn't for the fact I now have a child to raise in America. So you were going to move back? No. But I knew that no. I'd said it 100 times when I actually meant yes. Dev, I don't want to be anywhere else. Now let's watch something that might cause you to think a little. How does that sound? Horrible, I admitted. He laughed some more. Good. Show me I'm worth it. Suffer a little with me. We settled for something in between BBC News and my shows. A panel game show called Have I Got News for You? Presumably it was supposed to be funny. The crowd and Devin definitely laughed. But to me, it was just a reminder that he didn't really belong here with me. That I would be doing him a huge favor if I set him free and let him live his life with Louisa. Plus, I couldn't stress that enough, there was no way I was not messing this shit up. I'm still being followed. My admission came out of nowhere. Devin's chest hardened beneath me. I could feel his pulse quickening between our bodies. I closed my eyes and continued. A motorcycle cut me off in traffic today and slammed a note on my windshield. It said I should leave Boston. It was my last warning. The weird thing is, I took a breath. I get 2 different sets of threats. One claims they want to kill me and the other tells me to run away. It's almost like there are 2 forces who want me gone, but not for the same reason. People that have nothing to do with each other. 2, he repeated, his voice cold and contemplative. 2. Fuck. It was a knowing fuck, or at least it sounded like it, but how could that be? How could he have any idea who was after me? Devin stood up, shoving his legs into his briefs with violent force. We're calling the police right now. A bitter laugh clogged my throat. I wanted to tell him I'd been there, done that, and nothing came of it. But the tone he took with me, so haughty, so patronizing, reminded me why men, like children, should be seen and not heard. You can't tell me what to do. I jumped to my feet, pacing to the kitchen. Baby Whitehall kicked up a storm inside me, letting me know that she was just as scared and angry as I was. Devin chuckled sardonically. I can, and I fucking am. You're going to file a complaint at the police station. I'll come there with you, and also, you're officially on maternity leave from Madam Mayhem. His words did not bode well with my no controlling men rule. I let out a shrill laugh, diverting back to old habits, old lines, old dialogue of a woman who just couldn't let go of the past. Oh, Devin, you are so cute when you think you have power over me. This is not about me and my power, it's about your safety. You're going to the police. The look in his eyes broke me to pieces. I could swear he was about to cry from frustration because he couldn't get through to me. Now's a good time to just stop. Take a deep breath. Tell him you already went to the police, that it hadn't worked. Maybe you can find a solution together. But then I thought about Mr. Lockin, promising me he was going to get me a scholarship to UCLA, telling me how much he cared. And Dad. I thought about him, too. Somehow that reminder hurt most of all. Am I? I plucked a cereal box from the counter and poured half of its contents into a bowl. Guess we'll just have to see about that. He turned around and stalked toward his home office. Soon after, I heard the door slam shut. I can't deal with her anymore, he roared from behind it. The cereal box slipped from between my fingers, its contents pouring on the floor. I plastered my forehead to the cool counter and closed my eyes. Almost. You almost managed to prevail. But you didn't. Chapter 27. Belle, 14 years old. Dad buys a baseball bat to shoo the boys away. It's a good strategy. He elbows me over casserole and soda at dinner time, winking. You two are getting so tall. You're not kids anymore. I need an efficient weapon to chase all the boys away. What do you think, Percy? Can I take them all down? She giggles, pressing her finger to a crumb and nibbling on it. You can do anything, Dad. What about you, Belly Bell? Think your old man still got it? I poke the green bean casserole with my fork, trying to muster a smile. My 15th birthday is coming up, and I don't know how to tell Dad the only so-called boy I have anything with is a 30-year-old father who is married and doesn't seem to get the hint that we're over. It's been 3 weeks since Coach came back to work. He's tried to corner me almost every day. I always dodge him, but it's getting harder and harder. The thing is, I can't tell anyone. Maybe if he wasn't married, if everyone wasn't fawning all over his baby, which his wife brought to school the other day in her new blue car. She pushed Stephen in a little stroller and stopped for everyone to coo over him. And then when Coach saw her there, he looked very flustered, almost apologetic, but had still kissed her on the lips before tucking her in the teacher's lounge. A story about a coach and a student getting busy together is shameful enough. But when you become a homewrecker too, no thanks. Don't hold your breath, Dad, I say finally. I'm not into the whole dating scene. You will be at some point. Dad sighs regretfully. My mother piles more casserole on his plate, laughing. Leave her alone, honey. Maybe she's not ready yet. I'm starting to think I'll never be ready. The next day, Coach Locken is in a sour mood. He makes mistakes, yells at us during practice, makes us do 100 push-ups because he says we were late, even though we weren't. Practice is excruciating. My knee is killing me, but I dare not complain because I don't want his hands anywhere near me, so I push through. Even when I can barely walk, it hurts so bad. Penrose, see me in my office in 5, he barks when we're done. I squirt water into my mouth, eyeing him with open resentment. Can't, Coach. I need to pick up my baby sister from the library. Not exactly a lie, although Percy is used to waiting for me. She'll wait. He storms off to his office. With a groan, I follow him. I have to lock my jaw not to scream from pain because of my knee. My muscles are strained. I haven't had one of his massages in weeks. When we walk into his room, he locks the door again. This time, I feel nothing but dread. I'm on the defensive. My senses are on high alert. Sit down, he instructs. I do. He leans on his desk, folding his arms over his chest. I look the other way. I'm not going to cry, no matter what. He puts a hand on my thigh. My eyes jerk up, meeting his. Don't, I hiss. Or what? He lifts his eyebrows. We both know you can't tell anyone what we did. I'm a married man. That makes you a little slut. No one will believe you, Emma Bell. It's going to be your word against mine, and I've worked at this school ever since I graduated from college and am well loved and respected. Just get over your little petty drama and accept that this is the way things are going to be. I'm going to have to stick with Brenda for a little while longer. Stay with her for eternity. I jump to my feet and try hard not to wince when my knee almost collapses into itself from the strain. It has nothing to do with me. I'm done. That's where you're wrong. His fingers lace around my arm. I pull away, but he tugs me back with force. He is going to leave a bruise, and I don't think he cares. Panic climbs up my throat. This is getting out of control. I need an out. I rack my brain for something to say that will make him leave me alone. I have a boyfriend, I blurt out. He gives me a pitiful look, cocking his head sideways. Please don't insult my intelligence. We both know Ross Kendrick is gay. It's not Ross, I protest. It's someone else. He's in college. He'll kick your ass if you get close to me. Oh, yeah? Yeah. What's his name?
My eyes wildly scan the bookshelf behind his shoulder. Run Like the Wind by Jeff Perkins stands out. Jeff, I say, finding my voice. His name is Jeff, and we're in love. And you know what else? He's a football player and huge. He can kick your ass if you as much as try to touch me. I whirl, trying to make an escape to the door before he asks more questions about Jeff, but he catches the back of my hoodie and pulls me into a headlock, his lips finding the shell of my ear. Well, tell Jeff to back off, because you already have a boyfriend. I don't cry, but I don't try to fight my way out of his embrace either. I'm too scared he'll kill me right here and now. Now tell me, Amabel, did he fuck you? I know I should say no. Poking the bear is not a great idea, but I can't help it. I think I'll always be wired to fight back. Yeah, I say. He did, a few times. It was great. Stephen releases me unexpectedly, and I scramble to the door, unlocking it with shaky fingers and shooting out of there like an arrow. Close call, I think. But even hours after the incident, I still can't breathe. Because I know there's more coming.
Chapter 28. Devon. She wasn't going to the police. I was certain of that more than I was certain the sun would rise tomorrow in the east. Astronomy was full of unfathomable things. Swevin, however, was as predictable as a Swiss clock. Even if she thought she would go to the police tonight, she was going to wake up tomorrow morning and rebel against every notion that she should be careful, or timid, or scared. I didn't feel remotely bad about betraying her confidence when I called Sam as soon as she fell asleep, lighting up a much-needed rollie on the balcony of my bedroom overlooking the skyline of Boston. I pressed my elbows against the banisters, letting my head drop between my shoulders on a sigh. "It's 11 o'clock at night," Sam greeted in his signature lackluster mannerism. "You're still up," I said dryly. "You didn't know that? I know everything." "Good point," Sam said solemnly. "What do you want?" "I need to hire you for something." That gave him pause. I was the only man in my social circle who did not hire Sam Brennan and his staff on retainer. I kept my hands, like my professional reputation, squeaky clean. But Amabel was about to change that. She was about to change a lot of things. I heard Sam sucking on his electronic cigarette. Oh, how the mighty have fallen. We all fall in the same way. The fresh air swirled my blonde hair, whipping at my face. The cold tinge on my cheeks reminded me what I wished I could forget, that I actually cried a few minutes ago. Or rather, shed 3 full tears. And the fall always involves a woman, Sam concluded. Although it should be said for a while there I thought all I'd been dealing with was a stumble. He chuckled softly, and I could envision him shaking his head as he took another drag of his fake ciggy. "How can I help?" he asked finally. "Amabel is being followed." "Ash told me something along those lines," Sam offered nonchalantly. "Do you have any suspects?" "A bitter ex-employee, a woman who is hell-bent on marrying me." I took a deep breath, my jaw ticking in annoyance. "And my mother?" Luckily, Sam wasn't one for snarky comments. "She's been trying to reach me," Sam said. "Amabel. I didn't take her calls." "Why not?" I felt my blood boiling with rage. "Exercise and humility." I heard him toss the cigarette onto his desk, growing tired and frustrated of the unconvincing replacement. "I wanted to see if she'd turn to Ash or you for help. It would do her good to be a little less prideful. She didn't ask me to call you. I'm going rogue on her ass. In fact, I specifically don't want you to contact her." "All right. I'll email you a questionnaire. You'll have to fill it out completely." "I need this employee Frank's address as soon as possible," I said. "You'll get it," Sam said confidently. "But, Devon." "Yeah. I ain't cheap. I ain't poor." It positively killed me to use the word ain't. You might be, after putting me on retainer for a month or two. You don't need 2 months to solve this riddle. Plus, you are helping me keep the mother of my child safe. There's no price tag for that. I hung up, letting out a quick, angry breath. I looked around the universe, which in turn closed in on me. That was the thing about fearing confined places. Sometimes, when it got bad, your mere existence was enough to send you hyperventilating. Just like sometimes, in order to save an angel, you had to make a deal with the devil. I was on the threshold of Frank's house the next day, a few minutes shy of noon. Frank lived in Dorchester. His house had a rickety front porch, dilapidated roof, and a door with bullet holes in it. Nothing quite said welcome home like Full Metal Jacket-shaped holes in a door. I knocked, brushing my knuckles clean over my tweed jacket. Swevin didn't know it yet, but the minute she left the house today, whenever that would be, she was going to have 2 of Sam's men following her. Since Sam found out Frank's address overnight, I had to admit, begrudgingly, but only to myself, that he wasn't terrible at his job, although I still reserved the right to dislike him on the simple basis that he was, in fact, a cunt. Although I wasn't well versed in liaising with men who'd tried to get their ex-employers killed, I felt an odd sense of accomplishment. I was taking care of the situation now. I never fancied myself anyone's knight in Prada armor, but here we were. The door whined open, and a screen door flapped right behind it. A spotty teenaged girl with ratty-looking hair and a huge pregnant belly stood in front of me, barefoot, wearing a military camouflage tunic and holed black leggings. She flinched when she saw me, taking a step back. "Frank ain't here." She began closing the door in my face. I sent an arm out, pushing it back open with a smile. "How do you know it is Frank I'm looking for?" She hugged the edge of the door, peering back at me with wild eyes. "Figured you're some type of big-shot police officer or whatnot. Only 2 kind of people come to visit Frank, criminals and policemen, and you don't look like a criminal to me." A lovely endorsement, if ever I heard one. The girl wasn't wrong, which meant she, at the very least, had 2 brain cells to rub together. Hopefully, she was bright enough to recognize an opportunity when one knocked on her door. As if confirming my suspicion, a loud growl came from her pregnant belly. She winced, running a hand over her greasy roots. "Is that all?" She was about to close the door again. "Are you hungry?" I dipped my chin down to try and catch her gaze, but to no avail. Whoever Frank was, he'd trained her well to keep away from strangers. She shook her head. "Because I can take care of that," I said kindly. "I don't need no charity." "My girlfriend is pregnant too. She is growing our child inside of her. I would hate to think she goes without food. For me, it's not charity. It's a necessity." She folded her lips on top of each other. I could tell she was at a breaking point. She was hungry. So hungry, her legs were 2 toothpicks. The living room behind her looked like it had been trashed by every single squatter on the East Coast in the last decade. "Who are you? What do you want?" she asked finally. The fact that she didn't slam the door in my face was an encouraging sign. She knew I could give her relief, an immediate remedy for her situation. I got her attention, and for now, that was enough. "I'm looking for your boyfriend. I suspect he is planning to do a very bad thing." "Got no idea where he is. He's been gone for a whole week now. Wouldn't even pick up my calls. That doesn't surprise me, though." She snorted. "Oh?" I elevated an eyebrow. Not passing judgment was rule number 1 in trying to get information from someone. "Is that a common occurrence with Frank? Him causing trouble?" "Frank's yet to meet any type of trouble he doesn't like. What are you, anyway? You're too well dressed to be a cop." "I'm a lawyer." I took a step forward into the hallway and could now smell the unmistakable stench of weed, mildew, rotted food, and apathy. "Would you say he is capable of violence?" "Sure." She shrugged again, another rumble coming from her belly. "He's gotten into plenty of fights before." "What about murder?" "Who did you say you were again?" She narrowed her eyes at me, taking a step back. She wasn't going to talk unprompted. It was time to cut the bullshit. "What's your name?" I asked. Many people thought lawyers were combative, aggressive people. Some, unprofessional ones, were, but most were even-tempered. I killed people with kindness whenever possible. I didn't have to flaunt my power. I carried it effortlessly. She looked around her as if there was someone who could stand in her way of accepting the help I was offering her. Behind me, chained dogs barked in someone's backyard, trying to jump the fence. A baby cried in the distance.
Donna?" she stuttered. "My name is Donna."
"Do you have a surname, Donna?" I took out the checkbook and a Mont Blanc pen from my inner pocket.
"What do you mean?"
She swayed from foot to foot, ogling me openly now. Like once she hopped through the mental barrier of looking at me, she couldn't stop. "A last name," I smiled.
"Oh, yeah. Hammond. Donna Hammond."
"I'm writing you a check for $2,000, trusting you to buy food with it, Donna." I scribbled as I spoke, my eyes still holding hers. She seemed mesmerized, and it depressed me how different her baby's life was going to be from ours. How my baby would never have to think about where the next meal was going to come from, or have to deal with an untreated medical situation because we couldn't afford the bill that came with it. I ripped the check and handed it to her. Before she plucked it from between my fingers, I raised my arm in the air, stopping her from taking it. "There's a catch."
"I knew it,"
she huffed, baring her teeth.
"What is it?"
"I'll give you this check, no questions asked, but," I drawled, "I will give you a check for $10,000 and secure you a spot at a women's shelter if you do two things." She looked behind my shoulders frantically, licking her lips.
"Okay, but with a condom. I don't want no diseases."
Was that what she thought I had in mind? Some of my loafers were older than her, for crying out loud. "It's not sex I want from you, Donna. I want you to give me any information about your boyfriend's whereabouts. Call me as soon as you hear from him." I produced a business card, handing it to her. "And I want you to promise me that you are packing your bags and leaving this apartment. I'll send someone over who will take you to a women's shelter."
"Deal?"
she said. I handed her the check. She took it with trembling fingers, looking up at me again.
"But what if I never hear from him again? He's not taking my calls. Will you cancel the check?"
I shook my head. "Not if you keep your end of the bargain and leave him for good."
"I will. I am," she corrected herself. "He screwed me over. I'm not going to forgive him for what he did to me and my baby."
I tucked the checkbook back into my pocket, giving her a wry smile. Even if Belle wasn't safe from Frank, his ex-girlfriend now was, and that was something too. On my way back to my office, I called Sam. He picked up on the first ring. "If this is about Frank, I'm still trying to find him. He slipped under the radar." I choked up the steering wheel. I did not like to be in a point of disadvantage, but right now, that was exactly where I was. "Are you looking into Louisa and my mother, too?" "Yes," I heard Sam clicking away on his laptop. "And I can't yet rule them out. There's a lot of money anchored to that goddamn will you're ignoring, and all of it's tied to assets and valuables. I can see your mother's incentive." "What about Louisa?" That bag of fucking English delights," Sam spat out. "Yeah, she is still an option, too. It appears that her family is not as wealthy as they claim to be. I pulled some reports from the private Swiss account they're using. Whatever they have in HSBC in Britain, both private and business accounts, is not enough to maintain their lifestyle for the next 5 years. So I can see why Bouchard is being pressured to marry you. She needs to save her and her brother's skin. The cash pool is dwindling fast." "Well, that's a shite show." "Word, Nancy Drew." How the fuck did it get this far? I wondered aloud. For 2 decades, I'd been careful to stay out of trouble, and now it seemed like trouble found me every step of the way. "Well, let's see. You had unfinished business across the pond, as you Brits like to call it. The woman you're with is a goddamn menace and shouldn't be left to her own devices. And on top of all this, you seem to have a golden cock because everyone wants it." My cock only wants Amabel, I said grumpily. Isn't that sad? Fucking tragic. Promise me one thing, I said. No, Sam answered flatly. I went ahead anyway. That nothing happens to Belle. There was silence on the other line. I slowed my Bentley and came to a stop in front of a traffic light. Finally, he spoke. Nothing'll happen to Amabel. You have my word.
Chapter 29. Belle, 15 years old. I end up spending summer break in Southie. Mom and Dad are bummed that I haven't gone to a training camp. Even more so that I don't want to go back to cross-country next year. They'll survive. Persephone and Sailor are blossoming into little women. It's nice to watch, even if I've never felt more uncomfortable in my bones than I do now. Ross, now 15, experienced his first sloppy kiss with a guy named Rain, who was vacationing with his family on the Cape at the same time Ross was there with his family. They exchanged numbers, but when Ross got home and called, he realized a number was missing. He's been crying and laughing about it for days now. Me. I made it my mission to turn myself into a chameleon. I start putting on makeup and experimenting with my hair and clothes. Anything to make myself more comfortable in my skin. The good thing about this whole year is that my knee is no longer suffering. It still hurts, but it doesn't feel like death anymore. I walk back from Ross's place. Jokes aside, he's been pretty bummed about the whole Rain thing. I wish I could tell him things could be much worse as far as first kisses go. But I know he's going to freak out if I mention Coach, and honestly, it doesn't even matter at this point. It's done. Over. I bob my head to the sound of Hate to Say I Told You So by the Hives, trying to lighten my own mood. Maybe I'll ask Percy and Sailor if they want to catch a movie or something, get all the sugar rush from the soda and eat buttered popcorn. I take the shortcut to our apartment through an alleyway when a blue car pulls up and blocks my way to the other side. Its blueness hits me in the gut immediately. Brenda? I rip my headphones from my ears, turn around, and start running without finding out. I hear a car door open and slam shut behind me. My knee slows me down, but I'm still fast as hell. All I need to do is get to Main Street, and then it's done. There's nothing she can do to me. But then I feel a hand grab onto my throat, and I'm being dragged back into the alleyway, kicking and screaming. I can tell it's not Brenda. Brenda wouldn't be faster than me, and her palms wouldn't feel so rough. Hello, little liar. Where's Jeff? I've been keeping an eye on you all summer and noticed you haven't met a single boy, even with your slutty new look. His voice makes me want to throw up. I roar, savagely, throwing fists everywhere. He cups my mouth to shut me up. I can feel Coach's fingers behind the small of my back as he unbuckles himself, tugs my miniskirt up. No. Now, you can go and fuck whoever you want after I'm done with you, but I'm going to pop that sweet cherry. Let me just grab a condom. I find fresh wrath in me when I hear the word condom. I manage to turn around and claw my nails into his eyes. Momentarily free, I scream for help again. With his vision blurred, he pounces on me, tackling me to the ground. His first blow lands on my jaw and stuns me into silence, even when the rest of my body still struggles to break free. Fine. Never mind about the condom, bitch. He spits on my face. I continue fighting, even when I know I've lost the war. When all my soldiers are dead, and my horses are gone, and my land is swollen, thick with blood. I keep fighting when he breaks me, when he takes me, when there's nothing left to fight for. I keep fighting, because that's the only way I know how to survive. Belle. The morning after my argument with Devin, I padded barefoot to his bed to apologize, but at 6:30, he wasn't there. I brushed my teeth, slipped into a white mini dress that highlighted my calves, and ate a piece of avocado toast. Afterwards, I drove to a different police station from the one I previously went to, and the girl that I was filed another complaint, this time with a policewoman who seemed much more competent and much more freaked out about it, which oddly made me feel better. By noon, my schedule was clear and my ass was bored. I knew Sam Brennan, whom I was planning to corner and demand he take me on as a client, wasn't going to be in Badlands before 8 in the evening, so I still had time to burn. I stopped by Madame Mayhem to go over a few files and check on the staff. Devin didn't want me to go there, but I had my gun, Krav Maga skills, and Simon. As much as I hated to admit it, having a bodyguard the size of a politician's ego wasn't such a bad thing. I showed up at the back office of my own club, armed with my laptop and a smile. "Honey, I'm home," I announced to Ross, whose eyes bulged out of their sockets on impact. He rushed to me, shaking his head and fist simultaneously. "Holy Cody Simpson's abs on a poster, what are you doing here?" "Working?" "Under these circumstances?" He cradled my belly, the belly in which a person was now fluttering and flipping and doing all kinds of amazing things, especially at night, and gasped. "Yeah, you expect me to just drop my responsibilities and dip? I'm expecting you to look out for your well-being as well as your child's. I'm just going to do a couple hours of spreadsheets." "Bitch, you're not an accountant. The world's not going to collapse into itself if you don't check on the Belgian beer supply today. And sorry to break it to you, we're doing swimmingly without you." Simon appeared out of nowhere, as if by magic, the minute my voice carried from the back room. To say he didn't look happy to see me was the understatement of the century. "You're here." Simon stopped at the door, disappointment rolling from his body in waves. "Hello to you too, Si," I smiled broadly. "Mind if I work alongside you in your office?" he asked me, but looked at Ross as if to say, "I'm knocking down her door if she refuses." I waved him off with a smile. "Sure, whatever makes you and your uptight boss happy." "You're your own greatest health hazard. I'm on the verge of quitting." Ross slapped the back of his hand to his forehead before stomping off back to the bar to unload a shipment of alcohol. "Oh, and I'm telling your beau." I settled in front of my desk and popped my laptop open. "Go ahead, traitor." Ross popped his head back through my door, grinning like a loon. "So he is your beau. Girl, so jealous." I was putting a real dent in my workload, securing an out-of-state burlesque act that was visiting from Louisiana for the summer, and negotiating a contract with a new liquor distributor when there was a knock on my office door. Rolling back in my chair, I stretched. Thank God. I could use a distraction. Maybe it's food. Do you think it's food, Si? Simon, who sat a few feet away from me, dutifully pretending to do some filing, even though there was very little to be filed in my office, stood up from his spot on the floor and dusted off his jeans. He motioned me with his hand to stay seated, heading for the door. Has anyone ever told you you're anal retentive, Si? You could use some loosening up. Baby Whitehall fluttered in agreement inside my belly, and I cradled it for a moment. Yeah. Fair point, Baby Whitehall. I know, Mommy's not perfect either, but you have to admit at least I come close. There's a woman here to see you, Simon said tersely, blocking my line of vision of who it was with his RoboCop shoulders. My, a visitor. I laced my fingers together. Is it Purse or Sailor? Ash is at work, so it can't be her. Either way, they aren't allowed in unless they come bearing edible gifts. I think you should pass on this meeting. It's not a social call. Simon's face was so tight, I thought he was going to explode. Who is it? Miss Penrose. Why did he still insist on Miss Penrose when I called him Si? Why couldn't he be less uptight? Where the heck did Devin find this guy, anyway? Who is it? I repeated, getting sick and tired of men telling me what to do. Simon took a deep breath. throwing his head back in exasperation.
Louisa butchered.
Let her in and leave? My voice was ice cold.
But
do it, Cy, before I kick you out of my establishment. You know I can. Furthermore, he knew I would. We stared at each other for a beat. Heaving out a sigh, he stalked out of my office. I could see his head peeking in the hallway, though, staying close by. Louisa waltzed in, stylishly emaciated in an Alexander McQueen pleated coat dress. I wasn't intimidated, just pissed off she kept showing up like a fart stain on underwear every time I tried pushing her out of my mind. Louisa, what a delightful surprise. Lost your way to Chanel. I put on my best fuck you smile.
Oh, Amabel, I do love your dress. What is it exactly? Victoria's Secret, shag me in the dark?
She drawled, perching her bony ass on the edge of the seat. Her vintage Hermes told me she meant business. Nobody had any business carrying a $250,000 bag unless they were willing to show what was inside it was equally as impressive. To what do I owe this visit? I purred, cutting straight to the chase.
I think we both know the answer to that question, so why don't we skip the part where I insult your intelligence and you waste my time?
Sounds good. I curled my hair around one finger playfully. So, you're still holding out hope you can get your claws on my boyfriend. I had no idea why I decided to call him that in front of her, but it felt right. The title, the weight of it. Besides, Devin called me his girlfriend the other day, so surely I wasn't completely off base, even if I was pretty sure he currently wanted to murder me.
Girlfriend, she huffed. Devi's family will never accept you. In fact, there will be no family to accept you after this is all done and dealt with. Devin might seem tough and unrelenting when it comes to his mother, but trust me, he spent half his lifetime trying to cater to her every whim. Family is everything. If you care for him, you would not deprive him of his. One baby is not enough to replace all he'd be losing.
This woman had some ovaries on her. Balls implied that women didn't have courage, an idea I rejected promptly. After all, it wasn't men who found themselves pushing a watermelon-sized human out of their pee-pee hole. Draping my hand on my chest, I feigned shock.
I didn't realize I was destroying his life. Please allow me to remedy the situation immediately by moving to a tropical country and changing my name so he can't find me.
The words, you guessed it, were spoken in a fake English accent.
Don't play dumb. We both know his relationship with you is the only thing in the way of our marriage, Louisa bit out impatiently.
So? I yawned. We're both consenting grown-ups, and I don't know if you noticed, but we're kind of in the middle of taking a huge step together.
The step means nothing in your situation. You're not getting married. You don't love him. I do. He means nothing to you.
This time each of her words cut into me like shards of glass because I realized they weren't true. Still, I couldn't confess my feelings to Devin, let alone this she-devil. What's your point? I drummed on the back of my laptop, rolling my eyes.
Let him go. Tell him you don't want anything to do with him. Open the path for him to go back to his family, to his sister, to me. This is his destiny. It's what he was born for.
He was born to make his own decisions.
No. Maybe you were. A commoner with no legacy or responsibilities. Devin was made for greater stuff.
Outrage propelled me from my seat. I threw my hands up in the air for good measure. You want me to tell him to screw off so you can marry him? Give me one goddamn reason why I should.
Very well. I'll give you 1 million of them.
Louisa slammed her bag between us on my desk with a thud and took out a pre-written check. I had to blink rapidly to see if the numbers were right. Yep, sure were. $1 million, paid to the order of Amabel Petra Penrose. I twisted my thumb ring without touching the check, which was now sitting on the desk between us. I ran my teeth over my bottom lip. My rage was replaced with worry and trepidation. How did she know my middle name? How long had she been gunning for me to leave Boston? And didn't all of this feel just a little too familiar? Like maybe Frank wasn't the only source of the threats toward me. I tried to think about it pragmatically, to do what was best for me and the baby. Devin was a risk. I felt all kinds of things toward him, things I had no business feeling. If he married Louisa, I wouldn't have to worry about him anymore. I'd never touch a married man again, dead or alive. The problem would be solved. And while we were speaking about the pros of taking the money, I would be set for life. I could keep Madame Mayhem and still take a huge step back. Provide security for myself without having to jump through hoops, carry a weapon, and beg Sam Brennan to pick up my calls. I could put Ross in charge of the club, which I was growing tired of anyway. Being raunchy and shocking was a full-time job, it seemed, and find another venture. Maybe a high fashion store or an interior design company. Then there were the cons. And many of those, too. First and foremost, I didn't want Louisa to win. She was strong-arming me, and I didn't respond well to bullying. The second thing was it wasn't fair to Devin. It wasn't my place to decide for him who he'd marry or not marry. Ultimately, though, there was one deal breaker. Louisa and Ursula could both be behind the threats against me, and by taking this deal, I could protect my child. I just had to play my cards right and ensure that neither my baby nor Devin would get the short end of the stick in this situation. Picking up the check, I threw it in front of Louisa's face with a smile. Time to play hardball. Sorry, no dice, princess. Dev and I have a contract in place. I already agreed he'll be a part of the baby's life and share custody with me. I intend to keep my word.
Oh, Devi,
Louisa clipped, massaging her temples.
You had to go for the one whore with the heart of gold.
I'm not a whore, I hissed. But I can recognize a bitch when I see one.
He'll be in the baby's life.
She pushed the check toward me again.
I give you my word. We both know I can't stop him from doing that, but he'd still be married to me.
Dandy. Then what are you asking me for exactly? I asked.
Dump him,
Louisa said quietly.
I'll do the rest, but please, just cut it off with him. I know women like you. You don't have a future with him. You don't take him seriously. Your intentions aren't pure.
And yours are? I cut into her words. She screwed up her face in distaste.
He is about to lose everything his family has worked centuries for.
Arguing with her on this topic was pointless. Devin had admitted as much to me himself. At the end of the day, Devin and I weren't a good fit. No one would be a good fit for me. I'll take the money and leave him, but I'm not pushing him away from the baby's life, and I'm not moving out of Boston. It amazed me just how much I hated myself in that moment. How I turned out to be as bad as the people who scarred me. The Mr. Lock-ins of the world, without virtue, morals, or direction.
Fine. That's good enough for me. When will you do it?
Louisa asked. Numbly, I pocketed the check in my purse under my desk. I felt like I was having an out-of-body experience, like it wasn't me who was sitting in front of this woman now. It's for the best. He would hurt you. Every other man you put your trust in has. Today.
Good. Then I'll be sure to be on standby when he needs my comfort.
She stood up, clapping her hands together once.
Ursula is going to be very happy with the news.
Oh, I'm sure. I was about to keel over and throw up.
You're doing the right thing,
she assured me. Nodding faintly, I pointed at the door. I could barely breathe, let alone talk. Louisa walked away, closed the door behind her, and left me with the weight of my decision, knowing full well it was going to crush my soul to oblivion. Chapter 30. Belle. He wasn't going to let me leave. I knew that much for a fact. For all his niceness, and Devon Whitehall was a good and true gentleman, he didn't react well to bullshit, and he and I both knew that I was serving him a healthy dose of messiness neither of us deserved. So, I took the coward's way out. I wrote him a note. I told myself that it was fine. I would sit and talk to him face to face. I just needed some time to digest everything. Besides, it was better if I didn't stay in Boston, now that I suspected 2 different forces of trying to drive me away. Devon would be fine. He always was. Strong and sun-washed and golden. With his title, sharp intellect, and lazy, surly drawl, he'd be fine. Shit. I was making the biggest mistake of my life, and I was doing it for my daughter. Keeping her safe was most important. So this was what it felt like to love a person. Even before I knew her, even before she was out there in the world, I decided to handwrite Devon a letter. I wanted something personal and not too brief to break the news to him. After all, he'd been nothing but good to me. It took me 4 hours to write something I didn't completely detest. Dear Devon, thank you for your hospitality and for dealing with my brand of bullshit, which, let's admit it, is too much for 99.99% of the human race. The thing is, I don't think living together is doing either of us any good. I make you miserable and you make me uncomfortable. The feelings you stir in me leave me raw and scared. As for you, I know last night you were on the verge of punching a hole through your bedroom wall, all because of me. I know things are kind of rocky, but please know that I filed a complaint today and that the police are working on it. I promise to carry my weapon at all times and to stay safe, but I can't do this anymore. I'm afraid if we keep having a relationship, the stress is going to get to the baby, and I have to put her before anything else, before you, before me. I'm so happy to do this journey with you and request that we remain friends. With that being said, I'll be taking a step back and will try to look inside myself to find the grace and trust you deserve to be treated with. Lots of love. Belle. P.S. You should marry Louisa. She loves you. Chapter 31. Belle, 15 years old. 10th grade starts with bangs. Not to be confused with a bang. Ross, of course, is behind the idea. Bangs really suit you. I just love your hair. It's fantastic to work with. I need to straighten my own bangs every morning, Ross moans. We made a deal. I'll give both of us bangs if he agrees to go to Krav Maga classes with me. We go 3 times a week. The instructors are tired of our faces, but I no longer leave my fate in the hands of men I don't know. I watch for Coach Locken in the hallways, in my classes, in the cafeteria. I'm never going to let him do that to me again, and revenge will come. I've seen enough documentaries and watched enough news cycles to know that handing him over to the authorities won't do any good. I need to take the law into my own hands, because whether he gets away with what he's done or not, my life will still be fucked forever. I refuse to be that girl who messed with her coach, who let him eat her out for months and then, oops, got scared and told mommy and daddy when he took her virginity. No, screw that. I'm a girl with a plan. Coach Locken stays away from me. 1 month follows the other, and I almost start breathing again. Then, one Saturday morning, bright and early, when Mom's making pancakes downstairs, Dad reads the paper and Persephone is on the phone with Sailor. Something happens. It's weird that it happens because everything else about this Saturday is so ordinary, so mundane. The scent of pancakes wafts under the cracks of the bathroom. So does Persephone's laughter as she and Sailor discuss how obnoxiously romantic both our parents are. Sailor is, unfortunately, also the spawn of 2 people who really need to stop pawing one another in public. I get a text
from Lock-in. I'm going to do it again if you tell. Be warned. Consider me warned. I'm about to throw up. But I think I know why he feels confident in telling me this. He knows the authorities are a piece of crap. The school board would never believe me. The local police station is full of his schoolmates, people he drinks beer with, and Southie is just not a place where you go to the police. You take care of shit on your own. I pee in the toilet. Feel like I stopped peeing. My bladder is empty, I know, because I've been peeing 15 years straight every day, multiple times a day without fail. But for some reason, I keep dripping. The cramping in my stomach is bad. Like my gut is constricting against something it wants to purge out. I look down, between my legs, and frown. A gush of blood comes out. I blink into the toilet bowl, spreading my thighs apart, and I see a clump of something. Oh God. Oh God. Oh God. I bend over forward and throw up right there on the tiles. I'm shaking. No, it can't be. I reach above my head for a towel hanging on a rack and stuff it into my mouth to muffle my cries. I squirm on the floor and scream into the towel. Crying, crying, crying. I was pregnant. The bastard got me pregnant. Of course he did, but why did I lose the baby? I calculate back and realize the pregnancy was 5 weeks long. I'd fallen during the last week of summer break, but still, how? Why? How come? This is the moment I realize I am not myself anymore. That maybe I'll never truly be myself because I didn't have time to figure out who I was. This is when I think my faith in humanity will never be restored. That things cannot possibly get any worse. And then they do.
Chapter 32. Devon. I was going to fucking kill someone, and it wasn't going to be Amabel Penrose, even though she was the woman who most desired my wrath. Crumpling the handwritten letter, I slam-dunked it into the bin, scooped my keys from the kitchen island, and charged toward the door. I took the stairs 2 at a time, almost toppling over on my way to the Bentley. My first stop was Sweven's still-paid-for rented flat, the matchbox-sized hellhole from which I rescued her like a flea-ridden puppy. I banged on the door until my fists were red and sore. No one answered. "Open the door, Amabel, I know you're there." One of her neighbors shuffled outside their apartment, clad in a Big Lebowski robe, a joint dangling from the side of his mouth. "You're wasting your time, man. She hasn't lived here in a few months. Moved in with her rich boyfriend." The neighbor puffed on his spliff, cocking his head to the side. "Come to think of it, he looked a lot like you." She hadn't come back home. My next destination was Persephone and Killian's place. I tried calling Belle the entire journey. She did not pick up. Not one to be deterred by her lack of availability, I left her voicemails left and right while trudging along the painfully slow traffic of Boston during rush hour. "Hello, darling, it's your boyfriend, the one you just left with a fucking note. Yes, the same one whose baby you're carrying. If you think we aren't going to talk about it, you're gravely mistaken. Oh, and by the way, whatever happened to the fact that people are trying to kill you? Bring me back. Kisses. Dev." And then, "Sweven, hope your evening is going better than mine. Where are you? Also, if this is you telling me in a roundabout way Louisa's presence is bothering you, may I suggest hiring a life or speech coach to help you with your communication skills? Call me back." And finally, "Amabel fucking Penrose, pick up the bloody phone." Things escalated from there. I arrived at Percy and Killian's place using the Lion's Head brass knocker so hard it dislocated and dropped onto the floor. My girlfriend's, yes, she was still that, sister informed me, rather regretfully, that her sister was not there. "Are you saying this because you're hiding the bloody wench, or because she's really not here?" I stood on her threshold, panting like a dog. "My wife said her sister's not here." Killian appeared behind Persephone at the door, draping a protective arm over her shoulder. "Are you calling her a liar?" No, but I am calling you an insufferable wanker. I'd lost all form of etiquette and manners, resorting to hostility, so I have a good reason to think someone might be hiding something. They're close. They'd cover for each other.
Actually, Percy squared his shoulders, looking rather haughty. I would like to know where she is too. I worry about her. She might not take the threats against her seriously, but I do.
Ask Sailor and Aisling, I instructed her, but I was already pacing back to my car, making my way to Sailor. Let me know if you hear anything.
Will do, she called from her spot at the door.
Swevin wasn't at Sailor Fitzpatrick's house either. She wasn't at Aisling Brennan's place. She wasn't at Madame Mayhem. She wasn't anywhere. It was as if a sinkhole swallowed her. I called Brennan. After all, I paid him to have her followed, the boyfriend of the year that I was. When he didn't pick up, I decided to pay him a visit. For what I was paying him, Emmabel should not only be safe, but also warm, cozy, and getting regular pedicures and 3 meals a day. Bursting into the gambling room at Badlands, I flipped over a poker table. Sam was arranging a game with 2 senators and a business mogul. The chips fell on the floor with a clank. He looked up. What the fuck? The fuck is you fucked me over. I'm paying you a retainer to keep tabs on my girlfriend. Newsflash, it's been a second since I hired you and I have no bloody clue where she is. Sam ushered me to his back office. We rushed through a busy, narrow corridor, passing men who wanted desperately to stop and chat with us. I swatted them away like they were flies. Would you shut your trap? I have a goddamn reputation to uphold. Where's Emmabel? I bit out. We got to his office and I slammed the door behind us, then proceeded to trash the place. I tossed his couch over, tore at a Roman curtain, and punched a hole in a portrait of Troy Brennan, an offense which was likely punishable with death by stoning. I've been calling and calling your arse. It went straight to voicemail. Was busy buttering up Dumb and Dumber, Sam said shortly, producing his phone from his back pocket and punching in a number. Let me call my guys and check. The good news was, they answered him immediately. The bad news was that, well, they lost her. What do you mean they lost her? My voice rose and I found myself yanking his Apple screen from his desk and crashing it against the wall. She is not a fucking thought thread, a subplot in a book, a pair of sunglasses. One does not simply lose a 30-year-old woman. She tricked them, Sam said, lightly stunned by the revelation. His eyes were wide, his mouth slightly agape. I gathered it didn't happen to him often. She must have realized they were following her and tricked them. She's a smart woman, I seethed. God, couldn't she be just a little less perceptive? Sam scowled. You were the genius who didn't want to tell her I was putting surveillance on her. In my entire career, no one I followed has ever managed to slip under the radar. Thanks for the fun fucking fact. I grabbed the collar of his shirt and jerked him toward me so our noses were crushed together. Find my girlfriend by the end of tonight, or I will personally ensure you and the DA who is covering for your ass are both dragged through court for the rest of your miserable lives to account for every crime you've committed over the last 2 decades. I stalked out of his club and went to the only person I knew may have some information. Louisa. Louisa waited for me in a tiny creme and black lace bodysuit, complete with a corset that made her waist as non-existent as my need to screw her.
Hello, darling. Good to see you. She sidestepped from the door to allow me to walk in. As soon as I closed it behind us, I pinned her with a look that said a fuckfest wasn't in the cards for us. Know your audience, lass. Put something on. Like what? She asked, blinking slowly. A fucking raincoat, if you wish. Do I look like a bloody stylist? I grabbed something I suspected was a robe lying on the back of a chair and threw it at her. She wrapped it around herself quickly, drawing in a breath. What's the matter? She made her way to the wet bar to pour us some drinks. What did you do? Surprisingly, I sounded fine. Wry, businesslike, not like I was about to commit capital murder. What do you mean? She stepped toward me with 2 glasses of whiskey, handing me one. I didn't acknowledge the gesture nor the drink. What did you do? I repeated. Devi, stop being so weird, for heaven's sake. She took a step back, I took a step forward. I had no idea what I was doing, and I didn't want to find out. Swevin brought out emotions in me I didn't care to explore. I'd always been calculated, calm, full of confidence. I was not any of those things right now. What did you do? I took both glasses from her hands, putting them aside on a credenza, crowding her against the wall. We were inches from each other. The air was charged with menace, violence. She could feel it. Louisa wilted slightly and finally asked, "How much do you know?" "Enough to know it reeks of your involvement." She stuck her chin up. "What I did may have been unethical, but it certainly wasn't illegal." "Wasn't illegal?" Yup. I was roaring in her face now. Her hair flew back from the impact. "There are people after her. She is on the run." "People after her?" Louisa wore an expression of genuine surprise. "I did no such thing. I'd never send anyone to go after a woman, let alone a pregnant one. It goes against everything I believe." I gave her an "aren't you a saint" look. She elevated her eyebrows in a way that said, "Quote me on this, motherfucker." I decided to strike her off the list of suspects. For now. Frank and my mother kept my hands full as it was. "You did something," I maintained. "A small something," she countered. "Really small, teeny tiny, actually." "What did you do?" "Devi, now." "It was your mother's idea." She dug her fingernails into her fists, looking unbearably embarrassed. Her cheek turned in my direction. She couldn't meet my gaze. "What did you do?" I asked for the millionth time. "I can't tell you. You'll hate me." "Too late, already there. Now, for the last time before I make you regret the day you were born, what happened between this morning and this evening to inspire my girlfriend to leave me?" All the air was sucked from the room in the moment before her confession. "I paid her." It was out in the open now. The admission. And once it was out, Louisa proceeded, gingerly throwing another crumb of information. "It's Ursula, Devi. She was relentless, completely unhinged. Time is ticking. She got nervous, gutted, really, and—" She shook her head frantically, reaching for my face. I threw her hands away. "And?" "And she wrote her a $1 million check." "Fucking hell." "And Amabel took it," Louisa added desperately, her small fists balling around the fabric of my dress shirt. "She took the check, Devon. What does it say about her? She doesn't love you, doesn't need you, doesn't see you. I ache for you every day." She spoke the words to my shirt, unable to look at me when she said them. "You're my first and last thought. You're always in the back of my mind. Loving you is like breathing. It's compulsive. Let me love you, please. Just give me a chance and I'll be everything you need me to be." "You can't be everything I need you to be." I stepped backward, letting her stumble a little before gaining her composure. "Because you're not the woman I love." Her eyes were big and full of tears. I walked over to a small dining table, picked up her phone, and handed it over to her. "Now you're going to call and tell your pilot that's on standby that you will be leaving tonight. Go back to England. You will never set foot in Boston again, not as long as I'm alive. And if you ever come back—" I paused, thinking about it. Louisa's face was now marred with makeup and tears, a concoction that gave her a slightly comical look, like she was a long-lost Cradle of Filth member. It didn't feel good or right, crushing her like that, but I had no choice. "Darling," I gathered her arms in mine, my voice dropping to a whisper. "I'm never going to marry you, not in this lifetime and not the next. With or without Amabel in the picture, I'm an all-or-nothing kind of bloke. With her I want it all. With you—" I let her complete the sentence in her head, before adding, "If you try to tamper with my relationship with my girlfriend, and she is still my girlfriend, make no mistake about it even if she doesn't know it yet, I will ensure your family and legacy are both destroyed."
I will ensure everyone knows Byron has demolished a historical church so he can place his side piece within a stone's throw of his countryside estate. The money he paid Parliament member Don Dainty under the table to promote favourable tax laws would be revealed, and let us not forget your dear brother Benedict has a particular taste for underage girls. Your family is corrupted through the nose, and I am willing to unveil every piece of wrongdoing it has done over the years if you don't give me your word here and now that you are going to stop this. All this dirt, courtesy of Sam Brennan and his detective work. Maybe he was worth some of his fee, after all. I could tell it sank in this time around. That it hit her real and hard, in the same place it hit me, the day I knew my father didn't love me. Although now it seemed like my entire family didn't love me. Mum had betrayed me too. Outwardly, nothing changed. Louisa was still the same Louisa, willowy and delicate, a perfect, stainless feather in the wind. But her eyes turned from glossy to dull, her mouth became rigid, the twinkle behind her irises was gone. "Answer me with words," I said softly, using my hand to gently pry her jaw open. The words fell from between her lips like they were on the tip of them, just waiting to be said.
"I understand. You never want to see me again, Devon."
And to my surprise, behind those words there were cinders, still hot from where the flame had once been. She was angry, defiant. She would rise from the ashes, I hoped, and find someone else. I turned around and made my way to the airport. I had a plane to catch. On the way, I called Amabel a few more times, dropping more messages that would make any serial killer proud. "You're bloody crazy if you think I'm giving you up. You were mine from the moment I set my eyes on you, when you weren't even aware of my existence, when I came to serve your sister with a draconic agreement she shouldn't have signed. And then, the night we got in bed together for the first time at Killian's cabin was the night I first contemplated breaking my pact with myself to never marry a woman. I refused to lose the only woman who is worth breaking my word over. As well as, God damn it, I love you." As I zipped through neighborhoods and skyscrapers and lives that weren't mine, I pondered something Louisa had told me before I left her. It was true that Belle didn't love me. After all, she took the check. But I loved her. And maybe that was enough.
Chapter 33. Belle, 15 years old. I'm kissing 16. And that's the only thing I'm kissing. My life is blissfully, disgustingly boring. I don't date. I don't socialize with anyone other than my sister, Sailor, and Ross. But I talk a big talk, and I sure as hell show the world that all is fine with Amabel Penrose, that I am an invincible, happy-go-lucky girl. And sometimes, on good days, I can even believe my own bullshit for a moment or two. Coach Lockin, however, is not doing so hot. His wife Brenda is pregnant again, even though little Stephen is, a little over 1 year old? That in itself is hardly bad news to grown-ups, but the fact that he's been having an affair with one of the teachers is. Miss Parnell is my 22-year-old substitute teacher and his newest girlfriend. The showdown at the front gate last week was legendary. Even I couldn't help but get riled up and excited. Brenda pulled up at the curb, little Stephen still napping in the back seat. She cornered sweet Miss Parnell, bitch-slapping her in front of the entire school. Poor Miss Parnell didn't stand a chance. She just started crying. Her sobs became more violent, louder when Brenda screamed, "Did you know he got me knocked up again? Did you know? And did he tell you we broke up while I was pregnant with Stevie? Because that piece of shit scumbag sent me to my mom's saying he needed to get the house exterminated and disinfected before the baby arrived. He drove down to Jersey every goddamn weekend to get some of this ass." Wow. Brenda wasn't the sweet woman I saw in the engagement picture at all. All the same, it made me feel easier, lighter about what I was about to do to Coach Lock-in. I didn't forgive and didn't forget. I was just biding my time, putting more weeks and months in the calendar between us so that when the time came, I wasn't going to be a suspect. Now, I'm walking home from school, feeling marginally better about life. For one thing, Lock-in got the boot after that showdown and is no longer working at my school, which is great. For another, my last 2 classes have been canceled, so I'm dipping early for an afternoon of breaded fried ravioli, the frozen Trader Joe's kind, and Ricky Lake reruns, or as some like to call it, heaven. Percy isn't due to come home for 2 more hours. Dad's at work. Isn't he always? And Mom finally agreed to go to therapy and deal with her dark spells, so she is all the way across the city and won't be back until evening. I unlock the front door to our apartment, happy in the knowledge that Coach Lock-in is miserable wherever he is right now in the world. I tow my sneakers off, let my backpack slip from my shoulders by the door, and pad barefoot across the living room. I'm going to deal with the ravioli in a second. First, I'm going to pee. I still hate going into the bathroom to pee. It's like I have PTSD and expect to have a miscarriage again, even though I know I'm not pregnant. But no matter how time passes, how my life seems to look like it turned a corner, I cannot help but hate Lock-in for what he did to me, for what he did to my body. In my mind, this happened because of the way he took me. It was so violent, so frantic. I'm sure he caused some kind of damage. I pass by my parents' bedroom and notice the door is ajar. Not shocking, considering this house is always a mess and we don't have a closed doors or open doors policy in place. I stroll by it when I hear a soft moan that makes me stop dead in my tracks. Oh shit. They're here. They're here and they're having sex. This is worse than I thought. Their love knows no bounds. Someone kill me. I turn around, intending to tiptoe back to the kitchen and maybe pee in the sink so I don't have to listen to this crap and get scarred any further, when I hear my father's voice. Oh, Sophia. Sophia? Who the fuck is Sophia? My mom's name is Caroline. What in the shit? I huddle back to the ajar door, peering through the crack, blinking the image into focus. My dad is lying on the bed, and on top of him, with her back to me, is a woman who is definitely not my mother. Long, red hair, slender figure, freckles on her shoulders. She is riding him. Dad is cheating on Mom. The perfect fairy tale I grew up believing is all a lie. All men are cheaters. All men are untrustworthy. All men are trash. I pad back to the front door and slip out of the apartment, taking the stairs 3 at a time up to the roof of the building. I don't jump, but not because I don't want to. Only because I have an unfinished grudge to tend to. And Dad? I'll never forgive him. Chapter 34. Belle. I was being followed. I could tell I was being followed when I looked through my rearview mirror and noticed the same incognito black sedan zipping out of Boston, gliding onto the highway, staying the same 4-car gap from me no matter how many lanes I switched. Not knowing who it was, Frank, Louisa, Devon's mom, the devil himself, I decided to escape it. Today seemed like a bad day to die and get buried in the woods. I lane-hopped for a while, feeling sweat coating my forehead as I tried to think of a game plan. How was I getting rid of this strange car? And then it hit me. I popped my blinker to make a right into one of the small towns bracketing Greater Boston and waited patiently in a line of cars. My stalker did the same. When the light turned green, I made a terrible, and I do mean freaking awful, traffic offense and continued straight ahead, not taking the right and speeding into a busy intersection. Cars slammed their brakes, horns blared at me angrily, but when I looked back, I saw that the black sedan was way behind.
trapped inside a sea of vehicles in a traffic jam from hell. I drove and drove and drove some more, not sure where I'd end up, and somehow already knowing where I was going to go. All at the same time. For the first time since I'd turned 18, I was living with my parents again. I couldn't kid myself anymore. Staying in Boston at this point was a death wish. Might as well stick an "I'm with stupid" sign on my forehead, pointing at my brain. Several people wanted me dead, and I just signed my soul away to the devil in stilettos. It was time to lay low until I came up with a game plan. My parents lived in the place where sex appeal went to die, also known as Wellesley, Massachusetts. A few years ago, my parents announced excitedly that they'd saved up enough money to fulfill their longtime dream of becoming boring retirees, moved from Southie and bought a sage green colonial house with a matching roof, a swinging chair on the front porch, and red shutters. Percy and I called it the gingerbread house, but only one of us was excited to come here each Christmas and play the family charade. "Oh, Belly Bell, I'm so happy you're with us again, even if the circumstances are less than ideal." Mom poked her head through the backyard's double doors, offering me an apologetic smile. Perched on the lip of the pool they were so proud of, I dipped my feet in the water, wiggling my toes. "Already told you, Mom. Everything's fine." "Nothing's fine if you can't afford your apartment anymore." She walked out to the patio, carrying a bowl of watermelon peppered with fresh feta cheese and mint. Placing it on the edge of the pool beside me, she ran her hand over the yellow lycra of my bathing suit, her fingers halting at my swollen belly. "I moved in because I need a change of pace, not because I can't afford rent." I selected a beautifully cut piece of watermelon, square and sharp-angled, and popped it into my mouth. It was ice cold. Everyone I know and their mother begged me to step away from Madame Mayhem. They think working on my feet all day is bad for the baby. Mom didn't know that there were people after me. She didn't know about the letters. She didn't know I'd lived the last few weeks with Devon. She didn't know anything. I did this to protect her. Making her worry was futile, almost cruel. And something else lurked behind my decision to share with her the bare minimum of my pregnancy circumstances. I suspected she wouldn't understand. Honestly, I wasn't entirely sure I understood everything that had happened to me recently. "Are you sure everything's okay?" She began untangling my golden locks from my earring, like she used to do when I was a kid. "You've been here for a couple days now and still haven't told us why exactly. Can't a girl just chill with her folks? I don't remember a time when you didn't go out at night since you were 16. Well, Mom, I did a lot to try and distract myself from my reality at that age. But then, I was a clubber 6 months ago, too. I distracted myself for 14 years before Devon stepped into my life and forced me to stay still and take a good look at what my life had become. I pushed another watermelon chunk between my lips, watching her black-eyed Susans across the pool, their stems like necks craning to look up at the sun, the petals glinting under the sun's rays. "Come with me to the farmer's market. You'll meet all my new bridge friends," Mom suggested. "Holy shit, Mom, you're really selling this to me," I deadpanned, hands tucked under my butt. "Come on, Belly Bell. I can see something's on your mind." "You can." I frowned at my toes. "How?" "A mother can always tell." Was I going to know when my baby felt something once they were born without any telltale signs? Would my gut scream at me that something was wrong? Could I pick up on the vibes like fumes from fire before the earth beneath her feet scorched? "Yes," my mother said, as if reading my mind. She rested her hands on my back. I wanted to fold into a fetal position and cry in her lap. The last few months caught up with me all at once, and now I was exhausted. More than I was afraid of those who were after me, and more than I was angry at myself for taking Louisa's deal. I missed Devon. Missed him so much I couldn't bring myself to turn on my phone for the past couple days and check if I had any messages from him. I missed his gruff, elegant laugh, and the way his dark blonde eyebrows moved animatedly when he talked. I missed his kisses and the crinkles around his eyes when he grinned mischievously, and the way he called the guy who worked at the convenience store under his apartment the news agent, like he was a BBC anchor and not a dude bro who sold overpriced milk and cigarettes. In short, I missed him. Too much to trust myself to go back to Boston. Too much to breathe. Mom reached and gathered me to her chest, dropping a kiss on my head. Yes, you will know when something is eating at your child, and I hope they will tell you what it is that's eating them, so maybe you can help. As it happens, I raised 2 fiercely independent girls. You more than your sister. You were always such a spitfire. You helped Persephone before I could get to her, with school, with homework, with her social life. You've already been a parent in some ways. You're going to be a wonderful mother, Belly Bell, and you are going to realize the most depressing secret of all. I asked, nuzzling into her shirt. You're only as happy as your least happy child. She dropped another kiss on my head. Confide in me, Belle. I can handle it, Mom. She pulled away from me, holding my shoulders, her eyes boring into mine. Then do, honey. Don't run from whatever it is. Face it head on, because whatever happens, it's not just you who you have to think about now. I pressed my hand against my stomach. Baby Whitehall kicked in response. I got you, girl. 20 minutes after my mother went to the farmer's market to meet with her bridge friends, my youth shriveled into itself just thinking about it. I picked up the empty watermelon bowl and pushed the screen door open, slipping back inside. The house was blistering hot since the air conditioner died a few days before and had yet to be repaired. There was a gaping, sewer-sized hole at the back of the house, waiting to be fixed. The place felt strange to me still. Even though it was not chronologically new, it seemed that way. It had yet to shape itself around its occupants and was bare of memories, nostalgia, and those home scents that transported you back to your childhood. I rinsed the bowl, thinking about what Mom had said, dealing with my problems. The last couple days brought me clarity. I didn't want $1 million. I wanted Devon. And I was tired of running away from whoever was after me. I needed Devon to help me with that. Yes, I finally realized I needed help. I couldn't do this on my own, and strangely enough, it didn't feel too terrible admitting that to myself. Maybe I was growing up from the girl Mr. Lock-in had left to bleed out all those years ago. The front door opened and shut, and the house filled with my dad's whistles. John Penrose could whistle any song that came out between 1967 and 2000 from start to finish. He was good at it, too. When Percy and I were young, we'd play Name That Tune. Sometimes I let her win, but not often. Honeys, I'm home. He appeared in the kitchen, tall and broad and still kind of handsome, in a more wrinkled, less defined Harrison Ford kind of way. He dropped canvas bags full of lemons on the counter next to me, grinning at me ear to ear. Hello, sunshine. He pressed a kiss to my forehead, hiked his belt up, what was beginning to look like a dad bod more than a father figure belly, and swung the fridge door open on the hunt for his evening beer. Where's your mama? Out. I leaned against the counter, drying my hands with a towel. I didn't tell him where she went. To this day, I withheld information about my mother from my father, trying to make her appear more mysterious and alluring. There was little point to this exercise. She was an open book to him. Always honest, straightforward, and available. She was all the things I didn't want to be. He never questioned her love for him. Dad closed the fridge, popping open his Bud Light, settling against the opposite counter. What's up, kiddo? How's that baby growing? He took a pull of his beer. Fix it, Mom's voice urged in my head. Here went nothing, and its best friend, nada. You cheated on Mom. The words came out so mundane, so plain, I'd laugh at how easy it was to say them. The smile on my father's face remained intact. Excuse me? You cheated on Mom, I repeated, suddenly feeling my pulse everywhere. My neck, my wrists, behind my eyelids, in my toes. Don't try to deny it. I saw you. You saw me? Dad put his beer down on the counter, folding his arms across his chest, ankles crossed. When and where, if I may ask? We don't exactly hang in the same circles. He sounded amused more than he was worried, but there was no trace of aggression in his voice. In yours and Mom's bed? A lady with dark red hair? I mean, I say a lady, but what I really mean is a skank. Back in Southie? And just like that, the blood drained from his face. He looked pale, grave, scared. Amabel, he breathed. That was 15 years ago. I finished for him. Yeah. How? Came home early from school and walked in on you. I didn't tell you because I was scared, but I saw her on top of you. I heard you whisper her name. And I never forgot. So tell me, Dad, how's Sophia doing these days? Sophia. The woman I was sure I saw in supermarkets and parks and on the escalators at Target. The harlot who ruined my parents' marriage without my mom even knowing about it. Some nights I'd lain awake in bed. I thought I could murder her. Other nights I wondered what made her the way she was, what made her seek pleasure with an unavailable man. He looked around him now, seeming lost all of a sudden, like we'd just been transported back to the room where it happened. I don't know. I haven't been in touch with her in years. Years. He reached behind him to grab the counter and knocked his beer down on the floor. The glass bottle broke, yellow-white liquid running like a golden river between us. How many years? I asked. 15. Don't lie to me, John. 10. He closed his eyes, swallowing hard. I haven't seen her in 10 years. He'd been with her until I was 21. This wasn't a fling. It was an affair. Of course it was. He wouldn't have brought his fling over to his house. Why? I asked. I wanted to know what was missing in his life. Mom was gorgeous, loyal, and sweet. Percy and I were good kids. Sure, we had stuff. Everyone had stuff. Money issues, Mom losing her sister to cancer, those sorts of things. Life things. Things we went through together. Why did I cheat on your mother? He looked perplexed. Yes, I want to know. Neither of us made a move to clean up the mess on the floor. He rubbed the back of his neck, pushing off the counter and starting to pace back and forth. I followed him with my gaze. Look, it wasn't so easy back then, okay? From the moment your mama quit her job to take care of you two and your Aunt Tilda, may she rest in peace, I wasn't just the breadwinner, I was the sole provider of the family, and there were medical bills and a fridge to fill, mouths to feed, insurance and a mortgage to pay. Percy had ballet classes and you had track. Things added up and I just... He stopped, flinging his arms helplessly in the air. I was sinking. Going under. Deep. Your mother didn't want to touch me. I felt too guilty to even ask. She was watching her sister disappear little by little. I felt like an employee of the household more than the man of it. And then came Sophia. I'm guessing there's a pun there, I muttered sarcastically. He ignored my barb. Sophia and I worked in the same office building. At first, we took lunches together. It was innocent. I'm sure. I smiled, surprised to find out I was as bitter as I'd be if it had happened to me. If it were Devon. Devon is not yours. Devon is getting married to another woman, probably in the next few months. Apologize profusely and tear the check into tiny pieces or move on with your life. She was going through a messy divorce, Dad explained. Cordial divorces are hard to come by, I quipped. And the fact you did it in Mom's bed. Ballsy. There's a pun there too, by the way. Amabel, he chided softly. Believe it or not, I did it there because a part of me wanted to get caught. Give me a chance to speak. Begrudgingly, I pursed my lips, allowing him to go on. I was there for her, and she was there for me. She was a mess. I was falling apart. Throughout all this, your mother and I had drifted apart until I could no longer remember what it felt like to be her partner, her lover. But it was complicated. I still loved your mom. I wanted to believe I'd get her back eventually. Our love was just on hold. What in the ever-loving fuck was this man talking about? Love wasn't something you could put a pin in and get back to later. It wasn't a goddamn follow-up email you could schedule in advance. The timeline suggests otherwise. I attempted a sardonic smile. Auntie Tilda died in my early teens. Dad broke up with Sophia when I was 20. Life has a way of setting the pace, he admitted. Bending to pick up the large pieces of glass from the floor, he looked at them like he wanted to stab his own neck. I wish I were so forgiving to myself about my actions, I mumbled. I'm not forgiving to myself. I've hated myself for a long time. I tried to break up with Sophia numerous times after your aunt passed away, and sometimes I even succeeded, but she always came back. And sometimes I let her in, whenever your mother and I had issues. You're a sack of shit. The words coming out of my mouth stunned me, not because they didn't make guest appearances every now and then. Profanity and I were close friends, but because they'd never been directed at a family member before. Family was something sacred. Until now. I was, he agreed. But finally, 9 years into the affair, I managed to escape her. I quit my job. I changed the locks on our house. I told her if she got anywhere near your mother or tried to tell her, I'd make her life miserable. Nice. He threw the glass into the trash can under the sink, poking at the rest of it with his boot. If you knew all this time, why didn't you tell your mother? What makes you think I didn't? She'd have killed me. Dad popped his upper body into the pantry and returned with a mop to clean up the beer, his eyes clinging to my face the entire time, then left me. Not in that order. I let out a huff, as if. What do you mean? He started mopping. Mom never would have left you. That's why I didn't tell her. I bit out, my voice carried by emotions like they were the wind, gaining altitude, becoming a storm. The reason I didn't tell her all these years wasn't altruistic. It's not because I wanted to protect her. I was worried she'd stay and I wouldn't be able to look her in the eye. That I would be so deeply disappointed in her, so upset with her decision, it would affect our relationship. By not trusting her decision, I robbed her of the ability to make one. Yes, she would. Dad stopped mopping, pressing his forehead to the tip of the mop stick. He closed his eyes. She would have walked away. She was tempted to do it regardless of my infidelity. His head sloped forward, his shoulders sagging, and then he started crying. Lowering himself on the floor in front of me. His knees sank into the golden river of beer. My dad never cried. Not when my aunt died, or when my grandparents passed away, or even when he watched Persephone walk down the aisle, ushered by the brother of the groom because Dad had had leg surgery and couldn't walk. He wasn't a crier. We weren't criers, yet here he was, weeping. I'm sorry, Belly Bell. I'm so sorry. I've never been sorrier for a thing in my life. I cannot even imagine what it felt like for you to find out that way. It was terrible. But oddly, maybe not as terrible as seeing him like this. I mean, a part of me still hated him for the distorted picture of partnership he'd ingrained in me, but he was also the person who took care of us, who bought me everything I wanted within his ability and helped pay off my student debt. He was one of my investors when I opened Madame Mayhem, and he once punched a man in the face for propositioning me while we were all vacationing on the Cape. He never locked me in dumbwaiters or was abusive or neglectful. He fucked up, but he never intended to fuck me up. If it makes you feel any better, I couldn't eat. I couldn't sleep. I couldn't even function for a long time after Sophia and I ended things. And after a couple of years, I told your mother.
Wait, Mom knows? I grabbed the hem of his plaid shirt and hoisted him up so we were at eye level. His eyes were puffy with tears, bloodshot. But you said she'd have left you if I told her.
She did leave me.
She never told me.
Do you tell her everything?
He caught my gaze meaningfully, arching an eyebrow.
Fair point.
He rubbed his knuckles against his cheek.
She kicked me out of the house shortly after you graduated college. By then, you and Percy were out of the house. I think she waited until you both left because she didn't want to traumatize you. I rented an apartment 2 blocks down for 8 months, trying to win her back.
Go, Mom, I mumbled. I hope she got some.
She had a 2-month affair with a yoga instructor at the local YMCA. After we got back together, I got so mad just driving past the YMCA, I vowed to move us away from that entire zip code to escape that memory.
This is why you moved to the burbs?
He nodded.
Why'd she take you back? I realized I was still holding his shirt, but that did not deter me from clutching harder.
Something very inconvenient happened to her.
What?
She remembered she was in love with me, and by being away from me, she was punishing not only me, but herself, too.
I let go of his shirt, staggering back. My yearning for Devon welled inside me. Wasn't that what I was doing? Punishing both of us because I couldn't handle the prospect of being in love, of putting my trust in someone else. My parents' relationship was far from perfect. It was littered with disloyalties, bad years, and other people. But it still worked.
I hope that in time you'll forgive me,
Dad said.
But just in case you don't, let me assure you, Belly Bell, I will never forgive myself.
I needed time to think. Thanks for the talk. I'm going to go ahead now and scream into my pillow for a while, I announced, grabbing a bag of chocolate-covered pretzels from the pantry on my way up to the guest room. I was still wearing my canary yellow swimsuit. I stopped by the stairway, holding the railings for dear life as I twisted my head back to look at him. He was still standing in the same spot in the open-plan kitchen. One more question? I cleared my throat.
Yes?
What was so wrong with Sophia? I bit out. Why was she so fucked up?
She couldn't have any children,
he said, gravely.
That was what was wrong with her. That's why her husband left her. He married another woman 3 months later and went and fathered 3 sons.
Poor Sophia gave up on love, too. And in the end, she lost. Maybe that's what losing was, giving up on love. Chapter 35. Belle, 18 years old. It's a weird thing, obsession. Sometimes it's fantastic. Sometimes it's horrible. Take artists, for instance. They're obsessed with their work, aren't they? The Rolling Stones, the Beatles, Spielberg. They work their butts off to ensure every note, every word in a script, every shot is perfect. That takes obsession. Then there are other obsessions. Take me, for instance. I cruised through my teenage years harboring a dark, horrible secret. My cross-country coach sexually abused me, then raped me. I ended up having a miscarriage because of all the stress and trauma he put me through. See? Now, this obsession is not so good. I've spent the last 3 years plotting my revenge, and the day has finally arrived. I've been keeping tabs on Steve Locken throughout the years. He moved away from Boston to Rhode Island to start fresh. Brenda left him shortly before she gave birth to their second son, Marshall. Brenda is back in New Jersey now and is married to a guy named Pete. They have a daughter together. She seems happy. Or as happy as one can be after what her ex put her through. I know Lochan doesn't see his sons often, that he started working at a local school in Rhode Island, and that he has a girlfriend named Yamima. And I know that he is still sexually abusing young girls. This is what obsessive people do. They dig and dig and dig until their fingernails are gone and their flesh is raw. I sniff around, get into the social media sites of some of the girls on his team. They post about him. They share pictures of him. They have secret groups about him. One even bragged to her friends that she jerked him off after assembly one day. In broad daylight, they were so horny for each other. In other words, my conscience is clear. Steve Lochan doesn't deserve to live. This is where it gets a little dicey. I've never killed a person before, but I spent the last 3 years of my life going to Krav Maga classes 3 times a week, and I take my dad's Glock 22 to the woods, where I shoot tin cans lined up on logs. Massachusetts has crazy gun laws, but my dad used to work in law enforcement before he got his office job. The Glock sits in my purse right now as I drive down to Rhode Island. It's a nice summer day, only days before I head off to college. I know Yamima, Steve's girlfriend, is out of town at a conference. She's a realtor, and while at the conference, she is sharing a room with her colleague, Brad, who is dumb enough to allude to this on his Facebook profile. What comes around, goes around. Steve is alone at home. He drinks 2 beers every night in front of the sports channel. I've watched him carefully all summer break, hiding behind the bushes of his beautifully restored craftsman house after telling my parents I was pulling double shifts at a burger shack to save for college. Steve has no cameras installed anywhere around the house. One day, I overheard him telling Yamima that all of those cameras are connected to the internet, and he doesn't want anyone hijacking tapes of what's going on in his house. Steve gets up every morning at 5:45 and is out the door for an 8-mile run by 6. So today, when he slips out, I slither in. When his garage door rolls shut after he leaves the neighborhood in his car on the way to the trail where he runs, I sneak in. I open each Corona premium bottle in his garage fridge and pour crushed Ambiens and a little rat poison into them, screwing a bottle capper I brought with me to make them appear new and turning them upside down. When I get to Steve's suburban neighborhood again, it's almost midnight. I round the craftsman house, trudging through the thick bushes circling his pool. I can see him through the double glass doors of his living room, passed out from the drinks and the Ambien. I carefully pick at the lock of the door, my gloves and balaclava intact, watching him intently in case he wakes up. He doesn't. I push the door open and head straight to him. He is sprawled on a maroon couch, a football game rerun playing in front of him. I snap a glove off and place an index finger under his nose, feel the heavy breeze of his breathing. Not dead yet. Shame. I'm not going to use the gun if I don't have to. Too messy, and I don't want to get in trouble. Instead, I'm going to make it look like an accident. Steve always said that a bad attitude was like a flat tire. One can't get super far before changing it. So I put my big girl pants on, think about it from all angles, and come up with a plan. I squat down, picking up Steve's head. It is heavy and hard in my hands. Of course, I want to do it like in the movies, tie him to a chair and throw our past between us, spit in his face and punch him, make him cry and beg and piss his pants, all while swaggering off in 5-inch stilettos. But I cannot afford to get caught. Not when I'm trying to piece my life back together. I may never forgive men for being men. That ship has sailed. I will never marry, never fall in love, never give another person with a dick a chance. But I can still carry on. With his head firmly in my hands, I angle his body to a slumped position and calculate what it'd look like if he accidentally fell on the glass coffee table in front of him.
The next few minutes is a lot of me moving his limp body back and forth on the couch and turning the coffee table slightly to ensure his head meets its sharp edge. Then I walk behind the sofa, grab Steve by the shoulders, and hurl his body forward with force. His head smashes on the edge of the coffee table. Glass shatters. His face is all cut up, but I can't see it because he is lying there face down. There's blood everywhere. So much blood. He still doesn't move, not even a flinch, and I suspect he wasn't aware of dying. He was so deeply unconscious. My heart twists in disappointment. So I tell myself that even if he didn't know he paid for what he did, at least he won't be able to do it to anyone else. Goodbye, bastard. Hope Satan gets you. I slide out unnoticed and make my way back to Boston. To my new life. To the new me.
Chapter 36. Devon. Mr. Whitehall, your vehicle awaits. I fell into the back seat of the eye-catching vehicle and continued barking at Sam Brennan during our transatlantic phone call. You said Simon came highly recommended. I was aware I sounded 1, accusatory, 2, clipped, and 3, utterly deranged. He is a fucking joke, period. Where was he when Belle got attacked? When she was followed? I felt like a helicopter mother trying to convince an AP teacher why her Mary Sue should get the Scholar Award this year. My complete transformation from a man of leisure and pragmatist to this hysterical, illogical, blubbering mess was not lost on me. The young driver settled in the driver's seat of the Rolls-Royce Phantom. Mum loved to parade it around whenever she thought the paparazzi were nearby. I wagered she thought the paparazzi were definitely looking for me. She had no idea I'd come here to verbally bash her back and forth on the floor a la Hulk and deliver some very bad news to her. She thought I'd arrive bearing an engagement announcement. He was exactly where he was supposed to be, Sam countered efficiently. In Madam Mayhem, the only jurisdiction he was allowed to cover under your contract. Did you want him to stalk her? Yes. No, I scoffed, flicking invisible dirt from under my fingernail. The driver crawled from Heathrow Airport into the unbearable London traffic. I loved my capital city, but it had to be said, everything west of Hammersmith should have been trimmed away from London limits and duly given to Slough as a gift. But he was conveniently absent each time she got into trouble. He was doing the fucking filing to find excuses to be near her. This is a highly trained former CIA agent. Sam's fist crashed into an object on the other end of the line, shattering it to pieces. I pulled my phone away from my ear and scowled at it. I had recently, and by recently I mean in the past 10 minutes, decided I was no longer a smoker. There was simply no justification to engage in such a harmful habit. My unborn child deserved more than an increased chance at developing asthma and a house that smelled like a strip club. At any rate, I said coolly, I want to know where she is right now. What do your men have for me? Make it good. She's at her parents'. And she's safe. She hates her dad, I mumbled, a fact that wasn't intended for his ears. I was worried. Not about Belle being unhappy with the situation. The little wench deserved a bit of trouble after what she'd put me through, but for her father's safety. Daddy issues, huh? Sam chuckled darkly. Couldn't have seen that from miles away. Bugger off. Not sure what it means, but right back at ya, mate. He volleyed with an unfortunate yet bizarrely accurate Australian accent. Wrong nationality, wanker. Make sure she doesn't leave their sight this time, I warned. Heads will roll if they lose her again. Whose heads? Yours, for starters. Is that a threat? He asked. No, I said calmly. It's a promise. Boston may fear you, Brennan, but I don't. Keep my missus safe or bear my wrath. There was a beat of silence in which I supposed Sam considered whether he wanted to go to war or simply bow out of the argument. Look, She doesn't seem to be venturing outside their house very often," he said finally. "I think having people on the house at this point is excessive, almost counterproductive, because as it stands only a handful of people know where she is. If there's surveillance on her ass, it may draw more attention." This surprised me. Belle was the kind of thrill-seeking woman to arrange a public orgy in the Vatican, and I couldn't imagine her parents' house offered many attractions. Nonetheless, it was good news. I was going to deal with her as soon as I got back to Boston, which should be within the next 24 hours. Fine. No surveillance. Hallelujah. It was terrible doing business with you. He hung up on my arse. Wanker. I sat back in the leather seat and drummed my knee, taking London in as it zipped past my window. The congenital greyness, the oldness of a city which had braved wars, plagues, fires, terrorism, and even Boris Johnson as mayor. This is not a political statement, I simply found the man entirely too eccentric to be anything other than a party clown. I thought about how I'd left Louisa in Boston. Her tear-clogged throat, red eyes, and wilted posture. How I was never going to see her again, apologize to her again, explain myself again, and how I was completely fine with no longer hating myself for a decision I'd made when I was 18. I wasn't fair to her. But then my father wasn't fair to me. I'd spent my entire adult life trying to repent for what I did to her by depriving myself of things. It was time to let go. Show me a person with no wrongdoing in their past, and I'll show you a liar. Sir, the young man behind the wheel caught my eye through the rearview mirror. I turned my face to him, arching a brow. May I ask you something? He had an old-school Cockney accent, the kind I'd only heard in movies. Go ahead. How's Boston in comparison to home? I thought about the weather. Better. The underground system. The tea wasn't even half as reliable as the tube. The people, both were brash and held high no-bullshit standards. Culturally, London was superior. Culinary-wise, Boston was better. But at the end of the day, none of that mattered. Boston is home to me, I heard myself say. But London will always be my mistress. And it was right there and then that I realized home was where Amabel Penrose was, and that I was in love with the maddening, infuriating, terribly unpredictable woman. That, in fact, Swevin had been more than a conquest, a game, something I wanted for myself simply because I knew I couldn't have it. She was the pinnacle, the end game, the one. And even if she didn't know any of that, she had to know that I loved her. I had to tell her. I suppose you could say I paid a surprise visit to my mother, not because she hadn't been expecting me, she had, but because I falsely indicated to her that I intended on making a pit stop in Surrey to visit an old friend. Anyone who knew me was also aware I hadn't kept in touch with anyone from my previous life. Mum didn't quite know me, so she bought into the story. Worse still, I didn't really know her anymore, but I was about to get a glimpse of the real her. I'd walk into Whitehall Court Castle unannounced and see what things looked like when they weren't putting on a show for me. I slapped the grand double doors open. 2 frantic servants were at my heel, trying to physically stop me from entering the manor. Please, sir, she isn't expecting you. Mr. Whitehall, I beg you. My mansion, my business. I breezed in, my loafers clicking on the golden marble into the main drawing room. The beams above my head closed in on me like trees in a forest. Devin! Mum cried out, darting up from the 19th century Victorian French settee, a flute of champagne in her hand. I stopped dead at the entrance, taking the scene in front of me in. Hustling and bustling around her, servants were removing a Rembrandt van Rijn painting and expensive furniture from the room, item by item, to make it appear bare and scanty. Cecilia was perched in front of the winged piano, looking like a woman who not only wasn't on suicide watch, but would happily commit murder herself if it threatened to bite into her leisure time. She wore a Prada dress from this season, and next to her was the so-called bane of her existence, Drew, who seemed content playing with the locks of her blonde hair before I walked into the scene. "Devin?" I asked with a mocking expression. As I made my way to Mum, she put her champagne aside and was now pushing servants out of the room, shoveling them out into the vast hallway to cover for her indiscretions. She wanted me to think the house was empty, crumbling, that she was a step away from an empty fridge, she was so poor. Whatever happened to Devi? When the last of the servants were out the door, Mum threw herself at me, hugging me with a sob. "It's so good to see you. We weren't expecting you until dinner time. Is your friend in Surrey all right?" "My friend in Surrey does not exist, so it is hard to tell," I drawled. Shrugging off her touch and sauntering toward the Regency bar cart, I poured myself a generous glass of brandy. "It's not what it looks like." It was Cece's turn to stand up from the piano and rush toward me, her face flushed. She twisted the hem of her dress in her fists. "I mean, yes, it is what it looks like, in a way, I suppose, but we didn't want you to think our struggle is not real. We needed to give you a push." I threw the brandy down my throat, pointing at my sister with the empty glass. "Are you suicidal?" I asked, point blank. She winced visibly. No." "Have you ever been?" She squirmed. "I had moments when I was depressed." "Welcome to life. It's a pile of shite. That's not what I asked." "No," she admitted finally. I swung my gaze from her to her husband, who was scrambling up from the piano seat, wobbling over to us, still wearing silk pajamas that did no favors for his thighs. These were the people I'd worried about for the past 2 decades, the ones I'd been sending checks and letters to, the folks I'd agonized over. "Drew, can I call you Drew?" I asked with a winning smile. "Well, Never mind, I was being polite. I am going to call you whatever the fuck I want to call you. Are you good to my sister, arsehole?" I think so." He shifted uncomfortably from one foot to the other, looking around as if this was a test with a definite answer and he hadn't prepared for it. "Have you ever held a job?" "I was a business consultant for a non-profit organization after I finished uni." "Did you know anyone on the board?" He winced. "Does my dad count?" "I don't know. Is the Queen English?" "Do you have a health issue keeping you from working?" "My stomach gets very upset when I'm nervous." "Very well. Work your way to a paycheck and you'll have no reason to be nervous." Next, I turned to look at my mother. By her cloudy expression, she gathered there were no happy announcements coming her way, nor confetti and venue shopping in her immediate future. "You're not struggling," I said. "I will, if you don't marry Louisa." "Sell the valuables you own." "The family treasures?" Her eyes widened. "Family treasures are supposed to be the relationships, laughter, and support you get from one another, not paintings and statues. I suggest you start looking for a profitable job, or at the very least find out if you could go on the dole, because there is no way in hell I am marrying a woman who isn't Amabel Penrose." I was already cocked and loaded, ready to fight her over sending people to threaten Swevin. By the power of deduction, I wagered there was no way at least some of the things that happened to her weren't by my mother's order. "Please, I cannot even hear her name." Mum covered her ears, shaking her head. "That woman ruined everything. Everything." "Is that why you sent people after her?" I leaned against the wall, one hand tucked inside my front pocket. "Excuse me?" She slapped a hand against her chest. "You heard what I said." We held each other's stare. Neither of us blinked. She spoke, still staring at me. "Cece? Drew? Leave." They scurried away like rats abandoning ship. I cocked my head sideways, scanning the woman who brought me into this world, who stopped caring about me when I didn't shape my life around her vision of her own dreams. I wondered when, exactly, I'd become nothing but a tool for her. In my teens, college years, as a full adult. "Who did you hire?" I asked, frostily. "Stop being dramatic, Devi!" She tried laughing it off, picking up the champagne glass from the tray next to her, twisting it about. "It wasn't like that." "How was it, then?" Well, I suppose I did hire a man. His name is Rick. He said he collects debts and such. He has a few soldiers around Boston running errands for him. I just wanted him to scare her off, not harm her, God forbid. She is still carrying my grandchild, you know. I care about those things." She cared about her first grandchild like I cared about preserving the life and dignity of treehopper bugs in Turkmenistan. "Get him on the phone right now. I want to talk to him." "He won't talk to me." She threw her hands in the air, walking over to the settee she'd occupied minutes ago. Taking out a thin cigarette from her purse, she lit up. "He stopped taking my calls. I've tried everything. Last time we spoke, he said someone got involved in the case. Some common Irish name. Said he doesn't need to deal with this guy. I haven't heard from him since." "Sam Brennan." "Is he still on the case?" I asked. "No." "Give me his details, just in case." I was going to give them to Sam and ensure Rick knew the next time he got close to Amabel, he was going to leave the situation in a body bag. Mum rolled her eyes, sticking her cigarette into her mouth and scribbling something on a side table by the settee. She tore the paper from a notepad and handed it over to me. "There, happy now?" "No." "So he followed her?" "Sent other people to do it a handful of times. One of them she confronted in quite an uncouth manner, to be honest." "And sent her letters?" Mummy frowned, taking another drag of her cigarette, folding her arms over her chest. "No, I didn't ask him for that, and highly doubt he took such a liberty." That meant there was someone else after Swevin, just like I suspected. A second someone. Frank. I needed to wrap this up and get back home. "When did Rick start going after her?" I wanted to know when it all began. Mum gave me a guilty look. Well, before she got pregnant," Mum admitted, her shoulders sagging as she puffed on her fag. "After your father passed away, I used Rick to try and see if there were any obstacles that might prevent you from marrying Louisa. He said you were all over this Penrose woman, so we tried to push her out of the picture." Real classy. "Are we going to talk about what's going to happen to me and your sister now that you've officially decided to fail us?" She huffed. "Because this thing with Amabel wasn't unprovoked. You must see my point of view. You're about to flush the family's fortune down the drain to make a point about your father." "No, I'm about to flush the family's fortune down the drain because it comes attached with a stipulation no one should agree to. And also because I'm in love with someone else and refuse to sacrifice my own happiness so you and Cece can drive fancy cars and take monthly vacations in the Maldives." "Devon, be reasonable." She snuffed the cigarette out, smoke still escaping her lips as she rushed toward me. She seemed to be trying tough love and groveling simultaneously, which made for quite the odd conversation. "You're burning down a legacy. All you'll be left with is the title." "I don't care much for the title either," I drawled. "How dare you?" She slammed her fist against my chest. "You're irrational and vindictive." "I've tried being reasonable. But there is no reasoning with you people. You're on your own, Ursula. If you want money, go earn it, or better yet, find a sorry sod who is willing to marry you. And on that note, here's a fair warning. If you try to harm the mother of my child ever again, I'm going to end you. I mean that literally. I will end your life as you know it. Spread this message to Cece and Drew, too. Oh, and my love, of course. Manners were manners, after all. You can't do this to us. She fell to her knees, hugging my ankles. The waterworks started. I stared down at the back of her head with a mixture of annoyance and disgust. Please, Devon, please marry, then divorce Louisa just for a bit. I won't be able to survive. I simply won't. I shook her touch off of me, stepping away from her embrace. If you don't, it's none of my business. You know, she looked up, her eyes shining with madness, anger, and desperation. They were so big, so manic, I thought they were going to pop out of their sockets. I knew. That time when he locked you in the dumbwaiter and cut the electricity off so the pumps wouldn't work? We were both in on that. Revulsion creeped over my skin. My mother knew my father had tried to kill me all those years ago, and she was in on the plan. Our entire relationship, as I knew it, was a lie. She never cared for me. She had simply bided her time because she knew my father would die one day and wanted to be on my good side when she asked me to marry Louisa. I smiled coldly, stepping away from her. Consider the will unfulfilled. You're poor now, Mother, although really you've been poor your entire life. Money means nothing in the grand scheme of things when you don't have any integrity. Spare us both the trouble and embarrassment and don't call me any more. From now on, I won't pick up.
Chapter 37. Belle. I felt like a rare bird. An explosion of colors, high heels, and outrageous bling as I dragged my faux crocodile suitcase behind me, slinking into my parents' suburban house. I could feel the neighbors' stares heating the nape of my back through their Roman blinds and sensitive shutters. I was sure there were plenty of things for a 30-year-old former party animal to do in the suburbs of Boston. Unfortunately, I had no idea what they were. Not that it mattered. I couldn't exactly dance my sorrows away at a roof party, drink to the point of distraction. What a buzzkill you are, baby Whitehall. Or even treat myself to a shopping spree that ended in the same way all shopping sprees should end, munching on an order of Wetzel's pretzels cheese dog bites while trying to balance 150 shopping bags, their handles digging into the flesh of my forearms. Wellesley was not known for its shopping malls and cultural landmarks. Or for anything, really, other than being close to Boston. But what depressed me the most was that I didn't even want to snort lines of coke with rock stars in public restrooms or sing Like a Virgin in a karaoke bar while my friends toppled over with gusto because I was anything but. I wanted lame, weird things like snuggling next to Devon on his freaking $8,000 couch. Of course I Google shopped it. What am I, an amateur? I wanted to watch his boring 4-hour-long documentaries about sustainable plastic bags and killer slugs. I was curled into myself on the guest room bed when my dad knocked on the door. Mom was out. She was now a part of the Ladies Who Lunch committee. The irony, of course, was that the ladies didn't lunch at all. They munched on dressing-free salads and discussed grave topics like the Ducans or the Zone diet. Guessed he wanted to see if we were still on talking terms. Were we? Belly Bell, he sing-songed. I'm off to go fishing. How about you join your old man? Can't go wrong with fresh air and sweetened iced tea. Pass, I murmured into my pillow. Oh, come on, kiddo. I admired his ability to pretend yesterday didn't happen and at the same time suck up to me because of yesterday. I'm busy today. You don't look busy to me. You know nothing about my life, Dad. I know everything about your life, Belly Bell. I know about your club, about your dates,
about your friends, about your fears. I know, for instance, that you are miserable right now, and it can't just be about me. You went a lifetime pretending it didn't happen. Something's eating you up. Let me help."
Thing was, he couldn't help. No one could help the lost cause that was Amabel Penrose. The vixen who didn't care so much about sex after all, but about intimacy. I wanted to know what it felt like to belong to someone. But not just anyone, to a devilish, blue-eyed rake. "Ugh! Why are you so obsessed with me?" I moaned, forcing myself off the bed and dragging my feet along the floor. I wrestled into a pair of Daisy Dukes, leaving them unbuttoned because of baby Whitehall, and threw on a baggy, ruffled white top. I didn't look ready for fishing anything that wasn't compliments about my killer legs, but here we were. The drive to Lake Waban passed in silence, punctuated by Dad asking questions about Devon, work, and Percy. I answered with the enthusiasm of a woman facing death row, and just as much liveliness. Once we arrived, he rented a boat, hurled all of his fishing gear into it, and rowed to the middle of the lake. On the boat, I complained about my early maternity leave from Madam Mayhem. Dad told me that work was a distraction from life, and that life wasn't a distraction from work, and that I had my priorities all wrong. It sounded like a botched inspirational quote by John Lennon, but he was trying so hard, I didn't scold him for it.
"And besides, we need to meet this Devon guy."
Dad flipped his ball cap backward, trying to make me laugh, to no avail. "Why?" I scrunched my nose. "We're not together."
"You will be."
Dad spun the fishing reel, tugging at it while something in the water flipped about, trying to escape. I huffed, watching as he pulled the fish out, a silver, scaled, helpless-looking thing. Dad grabbed a fillet knife, cutting the fish's throat and letting it bleed into the water. The fish stopped flapping, succumbing to its destiny. Dad swathed the fish in plastic wrap and threw it into an ice-filled container. "How do you know?" I asked. He raised his eyebrows.
"To fish?"
"No, that Devon and I will end up together." I shifted uncomfortably on the other side of the boat.
"Oh, I just do."
"That's not an answer."
"Of course it is, honey."
He smiled at me, lovingly, handing me over the fillet knife and a pack of alcohol wipes to clean it.
"And it's a good one, too."
About an hour into our fishing session, we bumped into one of Dad's new friends from town. Literally, our boat kissed his while he accidentally drifted in our direction. Dad immediately reached for me, making sure I didn't slip or get hurt. Then he laughed, his eyes lighting up.
"Hey, Brian." "John, I thought I'd seen you out here." "The weather's too nice to pass up. Have you met my daughter?"
The pride in Dad's voice was tangible, sending frisons of pleasure down my spine.
"Can't say I have, ma'am."
Brian tipped his straw hat down. There was an introduction, followed by 30 minutes of fishing talk. I yawned, glancing around us. I understood that some people enjoyed nature and its peacefulness. Personally, I couldn't live anywhere where the air wasn't polluted and the crime wasn't at least a little bit out of control. I decided to finally turn my phone on and check my messages. I hadn't done that in days, though I used my parents' landline to call Percy, Ash, and Sailor. I scrolled through my phone when a message popped on my screen. It was fresh, from 20 minutes ago. "Devon,
where are you?"
It was time to face the music. Well, the screaming, really. Belle, fishing? Devon,
"Fishing."
Belle, yes? Devon, is this code for something? Belle, get your mind out of the gutter. Devon,
"Hey, you were the one to put it there in the first place."
Devon,
"You have a lot to answer for, young lady."
Belle, ugh, call me young again. Someone just called me ma'am. Devon,
"Give me his details. I'll handle him."
Devon,
"Where are you fishing?"
My eyes dragged up from the screen, and I looked around me. Was the middle of nowhere a sufficient reply? Belle. Doesn't matter. I'll come meet you. We need to talk. I was going to tell him that I'd made a terrible mistake, that I was sorry, that I was an idiot. There was a good chance I was going to say that twice. That I received and promptly burned the check Louisa had given me, and please, could he take me back? I'd learned my lesson. Dad scarred me, and Mr. Lockin gutted me, but apparently I still had a beating heart behind the heavy layers of facade, and that heart belonged to him. Devon, don't come. Belle, ? But he never replied. Don't come. No explanation, no nothing. So, of course I was going. I was going just to spite him. The bastard. I was going there right now. Well, maybe I'd put on something a little more dignified than a pair of Daisy Dukes I couldn't button and a shirt that screamed, "I just spent the last few days with my best friends, Easy Cheese and Dancing with the Stars." Dad, I have to go. Dad and Brian conducted a short but meaningful conversation using their eyebrows alone, perplexed that someone would want to do anything other than sit idly in the middle of a huge blob of water and wait for fish to bite their baits.
Okay, honey. Let me wrap this up.
No, I'll go alone.
Are you sure?
He asked. There was no point in him joining me. I was changing my clothes and heading straight to Boston to demand Devon Whitehall allow me to come back to him and love me. Positive.
All right. You can take the car. Brian will give me a ride home.
Awesome. What a great guy. Not super great, since he called me ma'am, but not the worst either, I guess. Dad rode back to shore, tucked me into the driver's seat, and kissed my hair.
Stay safe, kiddo.
I bolted back to my parents' house. On my way there, I assured myself that everything would be okay. I would go straight to Devon and have my gun on me at all times. I would remain safe and maybe broach the subject of us moving somewhere else where half the population wasn't trying to kill me. When I got back to my parents, the first thing I did after double locking the door was toss my bag on a side table. I removed items of clothing as I made my way to the guest room, already deciding I was going to wear the emerald green mini dress that made my eyes and tits pop. Padding barefoot across the wooden floor, I stopped when I reached the threshold of the guest room. There was someone sitting on the edge of my bed. I jumped backward, resisting the urge to yelp and draw attention. Frank. Turning back on my heel, I raced down the stairway, heading back to the landing to fetch the gun inside my bag. He grabbed me around my shoulders and pulled me back. My feet were up in the air. My back slammed against his chest. He wrapped an arm around my neck in a chokehold and squeezed, cutting off my air supply. My fingers dug into his arm, clawing to get him to let go. I tried to scream, but all my mouth produced was a low, pained hiss. Baby Whitehall, I thought frantically. I have to save my baby. Putting my Krav Maga lessons to good use, I reached behind to try and get a hold of his opposite arm, but he was quicker, gathering my hands and squeezing them together behind my back.
I don't think so. You ruined my life. It's high time I ruin yours.
His breath skated over the side of my neck. It reeked of tobacco and sugary soda. I tried to sink my teeth into his arm, but he pulled back quickly, readjusting his grip on my neck with one arm and cradling my pregnant belly in the other.
Shh.
His teeth grazed the shell of my ear.
Don't make me do something I'll regret.
And then I felt it. The cold, sharp metal grazing the bottom of my belly. I froze like a statue, closed my eyes, the air rattling in my lungs. He was going to give me a premature C-section if I didn't do as he said. Baby Whitehall fluttered in my belly excitedly, awake and aware of the commotion. I'm sorry, Baby Whitehall. I'm so sorry.
Are you going to be a good girl?
Frank's breath fanned against the side of my neck. I nodded, the bitter taste of bile exploding in my mouth. My mother wasn't due to be home for another 2 hours, and Dad could spend the entire day at the lake. Percy wouldn't drop by without letting us know first. I was officially, completely, and royally screwed.
Now we're talking.
Frank shoved me forward, making me stumble down the first stair. We went down the stairs silently, my knees bumping together with fear. He sat me down in front of the fireplace, grabbed a roll of heavy-duty tape from the back of his jeans, and taped my wrists and feet so I was immobile on the couch. He ripped the shirt off my body, the fabric slicing through my skin, leaving red marks in its wake. I was wearing nothing but my underwear and bra.
Stay here.
He wiggled his index finger in my face, then proceeded to stomp around the house, barricading the doors. He didn't have to do more than push a few chairs against the front and backyard doors. Dad had a "the enemy is upon us" mentality and made the house World War proof. I knew there was no way in and no way out of this place without dismantling him first. Frank tossed the keys I'd used to double lock the door into his pocket, moving toward one of the windows, rapping it with his knuckles.
Triple glazed,
he whistled, raising his eyebrows and nodding at me approvingly.
Nicely done, John Penrose. Those are expensive as fuck.
He knew my dad's name. I bet the bastard knew a lot about my life since he'd found out I was here. I scanned my surroundings. It was time to get creative. The only way out for me was through the central air ductwork. It was big enough for me to fit, but I'd still have to tear down the vent, which was basically impossible since my hands and legs were bound. Frank's eyes traveled to the same air vent I was looking at. He chuckled.
Don't even think about it. Now, let's talk.
He strode to the recliner opposite from the couch I was sitting on and took a seat. By the open Doritos bag and cracked soda cans littering the coffee table, I gathered he'd made himself at home before my arrival. If nothing else, at least now I knew who was responsible for making my life a living hell the past few months. I was waiting for Jesus to come to me and tell me, "Now's not your time, child," because all other indicators pretty much pointed to my early and tragic demise. Ugh. Getting offed by a disgruntled ex-employee was such an embarrassing way to die. "How can I help you, Frank?" I asked, businesslike, which was hard considering the circumstances. Baby Whitehall fluttered like crazy in my stomach, and I thought, with a mixture of devastation and exhilaration, how much I wanted this to continue. The flutter, the kicks, and what came after. For the first time in my life, I had something to fight for. Some things. There was Devon, too, and as much as it frightened me to admit to myself, he wasn't like the men who'd let me down. I traded my soul to the devil the day I had taken revenge on Coach. I'd paid for the pleasure of taking a life with my youth, with my joy, with my innocence. Lacking all three made it impossible for me to get attached to a man. But Devon Whitehall wasn't just a man. He was much more.
You can start by telling me what the fuck I ever did to you.
Frank grabbed the knife he'd threatened me with and pointed at me from across the living room, spitting each word out.
Why'd you fire me when I had a pregnant girlfriend at home? My mom's medical bills. You know, she passed away 2 weeks before you fired me. I took a week off. You didn't even send me a sympathy card. Nothing.
Pursing my lips, I closed my eyes and thought back to that period of time. When I wasn't working, I was partying. Hard. There were a string of house parties, then charity events, then a girl's baby moon weekend in Cabo for Percy and Aisling. I'd relied on Ross to play mommy and daddy at Madame Mayhem and didn't much care about what was going on in other people's lives. I was busy keeping myself distracted, because that was how I coped whenever memories of Mr. Lockin and what I'd done to him resurfaced. I didn't care about anything or anyone other than myself. Worst of all, I didn't remember ever hearing that Frank's mom had passed away. "I'm sorry for your loss." I tried to sound calm, but my words stumbled over one another. "I really am. But Frank, I didn't know about your mother or your girlfriend. Certainly not about your debt. I have a minimum of 30 employees on my payroll at any given time. All I knew was that you copped a feel and harassed one of the burlesque girls. That's what she said. He sent his knife crashing against the coffee table between us. The blade kissed the glass, and the thing shattered inward noisily. You went and told every local reporter I tried to rape her. I couldn't get a job, not even a temp one. Not even washing the dishes. You humiliated me. I swallowed down a yelp. Baby Whitehall felt like fingers strumming piano keys, running from left to right, then left again. Frank, I saw you, I insisted, exasperated. Your hand was on the curve of her ass. Your other hand was shoved between her legs. I remembered how they both reacted when I walked in on the scene, how she was in tears, how he was in shock. I wasn't harassing her. Frank darted up from the beige chaise, grabbing a soda can and smashing it against the wall. Orange liquid splashed across it like an abstract painting, dripping onto the floor. I wanted to believe one of the neighbors might hear the commotion and call for help, but knew that the houses were far too apart for that to happen. Damn middle-class suburbia. We were having an affair. Christine and I were having an affair. I was fingering her when you walked in on us, and she got scared because she knew you were a no-bullshit kind of boss, and also because it was known around the club that my girlfriend was pregnant. She didn't want to look like a homewrecker or a slut, even though, for the record, she was both. So she made up that story that I harassed her. I deeply resented his characterization of Christine, even though I didn't agree with her behavior. It took two to tango, and no one forced this asshole to have an affair with her. Of course, this was hardly the time to retaliate by sending truth bombs his way. I didn't know all that. I hated how small my voice was. Yeah, well, that's because you never bothered giving half a shit about anything that wasn't your club, your parties, your clothes, and your one-night stands. Christine went after me. She knew I had access to Ross's calendar and schedule. I messed with it, giving her better hours and shifts when he wasn't looking. He picked up his knife from the ocean of broken glass in the middle of the living room, wiping it on the side of his jeans. I moved uncomfortably on the couch. The duct tape was digging into my wrists, and I wanted to stretch my legs. Look, Frank, I'm sorry if— I'm not done, he roared, getting in my face. His cheeks were flushed, his eyes dancing with madness. I lost everything. My girlfriend found out. Of course she did. I got fired publicly, after all, and no one would hire me. Every time we left the house, a reporter or a photographer loitered nearby because everyone likes a train wreck story of a guy with a pregnant teenage girlfriend who harassed a burlesque girl and got his ass kicked by the manager of a club for it. My girlfriend didn't leave, but she wouldn't fucking let that shit go. Christine, the bitch, left the burlesque show and moved back to Cincinnati to marry some old fuck. He's about to be in for a surprise when he realizes the baby she's cooking for him belongs to me. And me? I got hooked on fentanyl. Because, you know, why the hell not? He cackled tonelessly. Oh boy. If you'd have told me, you'd have done nothing, he barked. And I knew it was the truth. You hate men. Everyone knows that. Everyone. I wanted to throw up. All this time, I was partly responsible for his girlfriend's condition. I remembered seeing her at Bye Bye Baby. How distressed she looked. He began kicking things around as he spoke, determined to inflict as much destruction on me and mine. Things got really bad at home. After a while, I just up and left, like my daddy did before I was born. I couldn't deal with it, and now there's this cycle, you see, that you created. My son is going to come into this world with nothing, while your kid is going to come into this world with everything. And why? Because you have a pretty face, a tight ass? Because your sister married some rich guy, and now you two are prancing around like millionaires all day? I knew where this was going, and I didn't like it. Not one bit. You were the one who went after me. But who was that man who came to Madame Mayhem to threaten me? My stepdad, Frank shrugged. Did me a solid. Good guy, huh? And the man at Boston Common? Boston Common? He frowned. Ain't nobody went for you there.
My head was spinning. There were a few people after me. Frank was on a roll, though, and wasn't exactly in the mood to answer any more of my questions.
Well, I'm here to tell you if my baby is not going to have a future, and I certainly can't give him a future.
His blade found my heart, moving down my skin toward my belly as he crouched down before me.
Then yours is not going to have one either.
Frank, please. The knife halted on my belly. He smiled as he poked the blade into it, breaking the skin. And that was when one of the living room walls came crashing down.
Devon. I arrived at the Penrose parents' suburban house to find Belle's father's truck parked out front. Though it wasn't necessarily in my plans to try and win Mr. Penrose over by explaining that my mother had sent people to threaten his daughter, and that I may or may not have planned to marry someone else at one point, I was going to have to deal with him. After I informed Belle we were getting married this week and stopping this nonsense, of course. I walked over to the door, determined, and raised my knuckles to rap the door. Just then, a crash sounded from the inside. It sounded like glass shattering. I moved toward one of the windows, peeking inside. Belle was sitting on the couch, mostly naked and duct-taped, while a frank-looking guy, I'd never seen the man, but again, deductive reasoning, stood above a pile of glass, a knife at his feet. I pressed my hands to the glass and roared, but they couldn't hear me. I could tell by the thickness of the glass and by the blurry way I saw them that it was too thick. I rushed over to the door and tried to pick the lock, but fuck, it wouldn't budge. It wasn't a flimsy door either. It was one of those steel security doors Killian had installed in his mansion the day Asta was born. I couldn't kick that shit down if I had the rocks quads. Frantically, I rounded the house trying to find a way to break in. I tilted my head and looked up to see if the windows on the second floor were open or maybe not triple glazed. No such luck. After a quick inspection, I realized the only way in was through the ventilation. There was only one problem. Confined places and I weren't exactly good friends. Staring at the exhaust hole on the side of the house, I reminded myself that I didn't have a choice. That it was either me dying in a space smaller than the dumbwaiter or Belle. Fuck, I couldn't even begin to think about what could happen to her. Pulling my phone out of my pocket, I called 911 and explained the situation, giving them the address, then crouched into the hole and crawled right in. It wasn't the type of air duct you saw in the movies. The square, never-ending metal labyrinth you could crawl comfortably in. It was a round, flimsy one that could only carry my weight because it was bellied between bricks, the surface uneven from every direction. It felt like skulking into someone's arsehole. I had to army crawl on my elbows and knees, collecting dust, mold, dirt, and mites on my Cuccinelli suit, which turned from navy blue to grey. My throat was thick with dirt, and every one of my muscles felt strained and shaky. Putting myself in this position was something I never thought I'd do, but I had to. I had to save her. To help ease the pain, I squeezed my eyes shut and kept pushing. I sometimes knocked into a dead end and maneuvered myself left, right, up, and down until I found the next curve to take what would lead me to the other side. You're not going to die. You're not going to die. You're not going to die. I pushed harder, faster, my legs cramping and my biceps hurting. After a few feet, I heard voices again. It was only then that I dared open my eyes. They stung with sweat and dust. The aircon fan looked back at me. I was only a few feet away. The voice rose from underneath it. If you'd have told me, Amabel tried, her voice brave and strong and everything she was that I loved so much. You'd have done nothing, he roared. I pushed myself farther, wriggling like a worm toward the opening of the air duct. Well, I'm here to tell you if my baby is not going to have a future, and I certainly can't give him a future, then yours is not going to have one either. Just as he said it, I punched the air duct open and fell right through it, bringing half the wall down with me. I lifted myself up, even though a sharp, tear-jerking pain in my left leg told me I'd almost certainly broke it. Frank turned around, and I used the element of surprise to pounce on him, throwing all my weight against him and reaching for his knife. Unfortunately, he had the upper hand of not needing to crawl his way into this place seconds ago. He stuck the knife in my shoulder, twisting it about. I let out a growl, pushing my fingers into his eye sockets. I had no idea what I was doing. I just knew I wasn't going to die before knowing Amabel was safe. From my periphery, I could see Belle hopping her way from the couch to the kitchen awkwardly, still bound at the ankles and wrists. A line of blood ran down from under her belly button, disappearing into her panties. My mind kicked into overdrive. If something happened to that baby. My baby. Ah! Frank was screaming, letting go of the knife, which was still, by the fucking way, in my shoulder, waving his arms in the air helplessly. My eyes! My eyes! There was a warm pool of blood underneath us, and I knew it belonged to me. I couldn't keep it up any longer. Concentrating, I tried to scoop out one of his eyeballs, which wasn't as easy as he made it sound, since his eye sockets were pure, dense bone, and I had to crack through them. Stop! Frank roared. Stop! But then he was the one who stopped. In fact, he fell right on top of me, driving the knife even deeper into my shoulder as he collapsed. There was a steak knife stuck in his back, and above him stood Amabel, breathing hard. Now, I decided, was a perfect time to succumb to unconsciousness. So that was what I did. Chapter 38. Devon. I woke up in a hospital bed. Everything hurt. Everything other than my shoulder, which I couldn't feel at all. I snuck a peek down at it, frowning, and saw that it was bandaged and in a sling. My eyes wandered around the room, which seemed to be never-ending wall-to-wall light oak cabinets and medical equipment. Killian stood in front of a window overlooking the parking lot, talking quietly on the phone. Hunter sat on a recliner beside him, typing on his laptop, and I could hear Sam's voice carrying in from the hallway. My mates were here. My family, naturally, was not. But what really worried me was Swevin. Amabel. That was the first word that left my mouth. Killian swiveled, his signature cold gaze rolling over me like an icicle. She's fine, he assured me. Persephone finally managed to pry her away from your side to get some checkups done. The doctors are keeping her for observation. I need to see her. She's 3 rooms down. Hunter looked up from his laptop, closing it. I stared at him point blank and said again, I need to see her. Okay. A crazy bitch with some unsolved daddy issues coming right up, Hunter murmured, placing his laptop on the light oak wooden table and scurrying out of the room. I closed my eyes, dropping my head back to the pillow. Is this all my bloody American health insurance bought me? This place is one fruit bowl away from being someone's 90s-style kitchen. Be thankful the wood you're surrounded by isn't a coffin, Killian clipped. The door opened and Sam walked in. I'd never been overtly happy to see the guy, but now I was downright disappointed. I was expecting Belle. He closed the door after him, holding his phone. I'm sure you'd like to know my service is no longer needed. Simon's out too. Frank's dead, thanks to the deranged woman you're in love with, and the man your mother hired, Rick Lawhan, is taken care of. I knew taken care of was code for pining for the fjords. Brennan was an extremely prolific killer. If we ever hit an overpopulation issue in the States, I had no doubt he'd be the bloke to fix it. I need to see her. I decided to simply parrot myself until Belle was put in front of me, alive, well, and happily pregnant. Still, I couldn't ask either of them if the baby was okay. The question seemed too intimate, and I didn't trust myself not to bawl, no matter the answer. Persephone is pushing her wheelchair down the hallway now, Sam said. Wheelchair? Coming through, please make room, Percy chirped just then. Killian hurried to open the door for her, and she walked in, pushing Swevin inside. Amabel looked tired in a pale blue hospital gown. Her hands were folded in front of her. I couldn't see her stomach from that angle. Persephone parked her at the edge of my hospital bed. I swallowed hard, everything inside me burning. Everybody get out. I need to speak to Belle. They all did. Belle stared at me for a moment, blinking slowly, as if I was a complete stranger. Bloody hell, I hoped she hadn't lost her memory. I had just committed a heroic act, possibly the only heroic act I'd ever committed, past, present, and future, and I needed her to know about it so we could stop fucking around. The baby. I started, then stopped. A part of me was frightened to know. I did see blood before I passed out at her parents'. She leaned forward, resting her cold, clammy hand against my warm one on the bed. She's fine. I nodded gravely, my jaw tense so I wouldn't weep in relief like a little girl. Good. And you? How are you feeling? I asked. I'm also fine. Lovely. Silence. I tried to twitch my fingers to put my hand on top of hers, but my entire arm and shoulder felt immobile. Am I paralyzed? I asked conversationally. No, she smiled, her eyes shining. But you're under the influence of painkillers, dude. Marvelous, I smiled tiredly. We both laughed. You got into an air duct for me. Belle choked on the words. And you're claustrophobic. Finally, I was recognized for my greatness. You were in danger. I half shrugged with my healthy shoulder. It was a no-brainer. This made her break down in tears. She buried her head in the linen next to my legs, her whole body quivering with sobs. I'm so sorry, Devon. I screwed everything up, didn't I? Oh, shush, darling, of course not. I made an effort to move my hand and this time succeeded, stroking her hair. For the record, she absolutely did cock up, but I was being a gentleman about it. Also, what are you referring to exactly when you say you screwed everything up? I cleared my throat. She looked up, wiping her tears with the back of her sleeve, sniffling. I took a check from Louisa, she hiccuped. I know. I continued to stroke her cheek. She told me. And then I left you without even explaining myself. Yes, I was there for the entire show, remember? I grinned. She stopped, tilted her head, frowned. Devon, why aren't you mad at me? She demanded. It is not okay for you to accept this kind of behavior. What are you, a doormat? A doormat? No, I said, amused. But I am in love with a woman who suffered severe trauma when she was a wee girl. Love has failed you many times. You were never shy about it. I was the one who pushed you out of your comfort zone. My comfort zone sucked. She elevated an eyebrow, looking more and more like herself. I tried hard not to laugh, tilting my head against the pillow as I studied her. I know, Swevin. I thought you'd never call me that anymore. Her eyes filled with fresh tears. Why? Now I did laugh. Because I told you to marry someone else. I don't know how to break this to you. I laced my fingers in hers. But not every single thing you are going to tell me to do will be followed through dutifully. There was contemplative silence in which both of us realized we were lucky to be here, in this room, alive. I burned the check, she sniffed, finally. I know. I had no doubt in my mind she'd spurn taking money from Louisa, even if she had been tempted for a moment or two. Which was why I kept fighting for her, even when things were looking dreadful. Why are you in a wheelchair?
Hospital policy.
Why didn't you use the gun? I asked out of nowhere. She flinched. It took us both back to that scene when Frank attacked her.
I was too afraid I'd accidentally kill you. I didn't want to take any chances.
That is the most romantic thing you've ever said to me.
And also,
she drew a breath, closing her eyes.
My hands are far from clean in this department.
She opened her eyes again, and she looked different this time. Complex, powerful, dangerous. A Valkyrie. I swore she stood 6 inches taller than me in that moment.
I know the consequences and complexities of taking a life. I didn't want to do it unless I absolutely had to.
She hoisted herself up on the bed, nestling next to me. Her hard, round stomach pressed against my side. My cock immediately stood up in appreciation. She laced her arms over me, careful not to touch my shoulder, and pressed her mouth to my ear.
Devin Whitehall, you're the most gorgeous, funny, smart, witty, bougie man on planet Earth. And I'm madly in love with you. Have been from the moment our paths crossed, and it pains me to say that I don't think any man could ever measure up to you, which is why I might as well stop fighting this.
Bloody right. I turned to kiss her lips softly. Swevin?
No, she said.
I pulled away from her, frowning. You don't know what I was about to ask.
Yes, I do, and the answer is no. I want to ask you that, but I want to do it properly. On one knee.
Belle pursed her lips. There are far more interesting things you can do on your knees for me, sweetheart. Permit me this indulgence.
No can do, hottie.
She leaned in to kiss my nose, then gave it a mocking bite.
I love you, though.
Love you, too.
Devin?
She hesitated. Oh, no, I thought. I couldn't take more. Yes, my love?
Can I tell you something?
Of course.
Frank is not the only person I've killed in my life. I just want to come clean before we take the next step.
Shite. Well, if there was a body we needed to get rid of, I suppose that was just the way it was going to be. Personally, I wasn't a fan of people being killed for any reason, but for Belle, well, I mean, what could a man do? I'll take care of it, I clipped. She looked at me funnily, then began to laugh. What was so funny? But then she said,
No, it's not recent. It happened a long time ago. It was the person who abused me.
Your dad? I asked, confused. Now she looked disordered.
My dad? He didn't abuse me.
I thought you two had a weird relationship.
Yeah, I held a grudge because he cheated on my mom.
Oh, I said, for lack of a better answer. So tell me about the other person. And she did. She told me about Mr. Locken, about her youth, about the attack, about the miscarriage, and about her revenge. At the end of it all, I gathered her into my arms and kissed her with such ferocity I thought we would both burn alive.
Do you still love me, then?
She asked uncertainly. Love is a very weak word for what I feel for you, Swevin.
Thanks for making me lose my appetite. You should start your own diet method.
Sailor strode into the room, followed by Persephone and Aisling, their husbands not too far behind. Suddenly, the room was full of people who'd been there for me, and just then I realized that I did have a family. We just weren't blood-related. You two getting married? Sam leaned against the foot of the bed, draping an arm over Aisling's shoulder.
Not yet. I need to propose to him first.
Belle propped her head against my shoulder, and it hurt like all the bitches on planet Earth, but obviously I did not say a thing. Would you look at that? Not even married, and she already wears the pants in this relationship. Hunter jerked a thumb in her direction, laughing. Knowing Devin, he'll find a way to get her out of them. Killian smiled, and for a second there looked almost human. Everybody laughed. This was the essence of family. 2 weeks later, I landed in England. This time with Belle. She was in her second trimester, the perfect time for travel, according to Dr. Bjorn, anyway. I don't know what's worse, my constipation or my heartburn. The love of my life waxed poetic as she slid into the Range Rover waiting for us at Heathrow. This time I opted to drive myself around London. I preferred conducting my business without running the risk of being spotted by the tabloids. I'll have Joanne book an appointment with Dr. Bjorn as soon as we get back home. I kissed the side of her head, starting the car. Thanks. Are you experiencing any cravings yet? Anything you'd like? I swerved the Range Rover into a mile-long queue to get out of the airport limits. Do true crime podcasts and coal count as cravings? Swevin. Chillax, she yawned, gathering her ice-blonde locks into a high bun. No weird cravings, other than sex. I was delighted to oblige in that department. Belle had moved back to my flat as soon as we got discharged from the hospital, and this time there were no games between us. No crazy stalkers either, a lovely development. Unfortunately, the woman still didn't make things easy for me. 2 weeks had passed since I'd almost proposed to her at the hospital, and she still hadn't popped the question. I was trying to respect her feminist values, and was also perhaps a tad nervous she'd rip my bollocks off if I asked again. Oh, could you please ask Joanne to ask Dr. Bjorn if it's normal for me to have ankles the size of water bottles? I could tell Belle was in the mood to list all the ways baby Whitehall had turned her body into her own Motel 6 when London caught her eye. She sucked in a breath, her pupils dilating, swallowing those azure irises. Holy shit, Dev. This place looks like a Harry Potter set. I looked around to see piles upon piles of stingy, never-ending council flats. I'll ask Joanne to book you an appointment with the optometrist while she's at it. Shut up, it's Purdy. I'll show you Purdy once we leave my solicitor's office in Knightsbridge. Actually, she turned to look at me, grinning. I'm going solo for a shopping spree. Gotta hit them stores fast and hard to get all my shopping done. I'll only take a couple hours, I frowned. Though Frank and Rick were out of the picture, I was still worried Amabel was targeted. Louisa was somewhere out there in the wild, bitter about her unaccomplished mission. As much as I'd love to listen to two old farts dividing millions of pounds between charities, she batted her lashes theatrically as if this was a dream come true. I think I'm good. I was going to meet Harry Tyndall to sign over my inheritance to the charities of my choice. If the Whitehall wealth was going down the drain, I wanted to flush it to organizations that mattered to me. There's no one to watch over you, I argued. She cocked an eyebrow. Hi, nice to meet you, Belle. Been living with myself for 30 years, still alive. Just barely, I scoffed. I'm going shopping, she cemented. I'm not going to crawl into any more air ducts for you, I warned, but knew I was about to concede. What, not even dumbwaiters? Then, before I could answer, she patted her belly. Don't worry, baby Whitehall. Once this old man is out of our way, we'll be binging on fossil fuel and murder mysteries. I let her go, this time knowing she was going to come back. The meeting with Harry Tyndall stretched over 3.5 hours. I periodically checked my phone to ensure Belle was fine, and by periodically I mean, of course, every 15 seconds. It was mostly productive in a sense that I ensured the Whitehall wealth had been donated to the British Red Cross, BHF, and Macmillan Cancer Support. Were it up to Edwin Whitehall, the money would have gone straight to hunting organizations, animal testing labs, and various terror groups. The man had had less of a heart than a jellyfish, and I had no doubt of his ability to worsen the human condition, even from beyond the grave. This has tax relief written all over it, Tyndall purred, balancing the 3-ton stack of documents on his desk into one neat pile. I hope your CPA in the States knows how to make the most out of it. I stood up. I'm not doing this for the money. I know, he said apologetically, which is refreshing. I headed for the door, eager to return to Amabel. Devon, wait. Tyndall stood up and wobbled to the door, grimacing like he was about to say something he shouldn't. I stopped at the threshold, throwing him a look. I knew he was probably less than impressed with how I chose to handle the will, and frankly, I could not give a quarter of a shite regarding the matter. He twisted his handlebar moustache between his fingers, a villainous gesture that made me stifle a laugh. I just wanted you to know that, all in all, you turned out fantastically well, considering your upbringing, or lack of, really. Edwin was a dear friend, but he was also a difficult man. Understatement of the millennium, I patted his shoulder. Nonetheless, I appreciate it. No, really. He gripped the door, stepping in front of me, blocking my way out. For what it's worth, I'm pleased you didn't succumb to pressure. The Boucharts are an eccentric bunch. I wouldn't tie my fate in theirs. One would think you'd have wanted Louisa and me to have the wedding of a decade. As a friend of my late father, I meant. One would be wrong, Tyndall said, bowing his head modestly. You're a marquis now, Devon. You don't need anyone to assert your title. Actually, I said, I don't need the title either. I smiled, taking one step out his door, already feeling my lungs expanding with fresh air and something else, something I'd never felt before. Freedom. Though I lamented that I would rather conduct a lengthy and passionate affair with a food processor, Amabel insisted we go visit my mother at Whitehall Court Castle before we left the United Kingdom. The last person she wants to see is me, I groaned as I drove to Kent on autopilot. I threw her a look. She was buried in green and gold Harrods shopping bags. Actually, the last person she wants to see is you. I let out a chuckle. You're a reminder of all the things that went wrong with her plan. If you expect a hug and a spontaneous baby shower, you're in for disappointment. Your mom can shove it. Swevin rolled her eyes, checking her scarlet lipstick in the passenger mirror. I want to see where you grew up, even if I hate the place. Especially because you do. We arrived just before darkness creeped in. The green rolling hills of Kent came into view. I spotted the castle from a distance. It looked darker than I remembered, folding into itself like a shrinking violet. Like I knew how I'd turned my back on the Whitehall name, and it was not going to forgive me. Damn, bro. You make the Fitzpatricks look like the assholes down the street who could afford non-domestic vacations and an in-ground pool. Belle laughed. This is rich. Like, Mommy, can I have a diamond tiara for breakfast, rich? Should I have flaunted my wealth? I side-eyed her, cocking an eyebrow. Are you kidding me? She threw her arms over my neck, kissing my cheek. Harrods bags collapsed between us, the symbol of love. I was scared shitless of average rich, Devon. You know how intimidated I'd have been if I knew you were employing ass wipers and people whose entire job is to blow cold air on your tea? At this point, I lost the thread of the conversation. What was she on about? I pulled the Range Rover by the front gate, killed the engine, and got out. Swevin rounded the front of the car and joined me. It was still technically my estate. A few weeks ago, I'd planned to sign it over to my mother. Now she'd lost that privilege too. Call me petty, but I did not appreciate how she'd sent someone to chase my girlfriend away. So the current deal was that Mum, Cecilia, and Drew were to get the fuck out of there by the end of the month. Where to, I had no idea nor desire to know. I reached for Belle's hand when I noticed the trucks. There were 3 of them parked in a neat row in front of the entrance, trunks open. Young blokes in coveralls yelled at each other in Polish as they flung furniture into them. Devon? My sister's voice rang from the woods. I turned to see her making her way from the thick curtain of trees, lifting her skirts in one hand. "Is that really you?" She hurried toward me. My heart caught in my throat. Just for a second, she looked like the Cece I'd grown up with, the one I held by the legs and pretended her mass of blonde curls was a broomstick, sweeping the floor with them while she giggled. I blew raspberries on her bare stomach and told her to stop farting. Taught her how to snap her fingers and whistle Patience by Guns N' Roses, and not just the chorus. "Cecilia, this is my partner, Amabel." Cecilia stopped dead in her tracks, measuring Belle head to toe. I saw Swevin through her eyes, a stunning, self-made woman dressed like she was ready for her Vogue cover shoot. "Hi," Cece smiled, offering Belle her hand, tentatively. Belle used it to jerk Cecilia into an embrace, hugging her tightly. "You're beautiful," Cecilia blurted after managing to weasel her way out of Belle's hug. "Thanks, and you're holding a pogo stick?" Belle poked her lower lip out, her eyes widening a little. Cecilia laughed, and I realized that she was holding a pogo stick. I lit up instantly. "We used to race in the woods with pogo sticks to make it more difficult," I explained. "I won every time." "Every single time?" Cecilia groaned, mock punching my arm. "Even after he went to boarding school and I practiced daily, the minute he'd come back, he would leave me to eat dust. I wanted to do it one last time before—" "Well," Cecilia turned to smile at me. There was sadness there, yes, but no anger or malice. "Already moving?" I asked. She nodded. "Mum can't afford to stay here. The bills are just too much. There's no reason to postpone the inevitable. She is going off to London to stay with a friend." "What about you and Drew?" Cece wiped sweaty locks of gold from her forehead. "Drew found a job. Could you believe it?" "No," I said flatly. Cece laughed. "Yes, he is starting from the ground up. An admin assistant for a private bank in Canary Wharf. Can you imagine him fetching coffee and getting people's dry cleaning?" I couldn't, in fact, but I was glad he managed to make use of himself nonetheless. "I signed up for uni. I think I'm going to become a vet." She smiled sheepishly. "I'll pay," I offered. After all, Cece was not a part of Mom and Louise's plans for Belle. "Cheers." She reached to squeeze my arm. "But a bit of student debt didn't kill anyone last I checked, and it's time I do something on my own, don't you reckon?" Mom decided to make her grand entrance to this odd scene just then, walking out carrying a box full of knickknacks. "Cecilia, what on earth is all this commotion? Belle turned to look at her. The minute their eyes met, two things were clear to me. One, they both knew who the other one was. Two, if anyone was going to kill anyone, I'd put my money on Swevin and wouldn't even consider it a high-risk investment. "Oh," Mother put the box down and pressed her fingers on her mouth like we were both naked standing there in her driveway. My mother couldn't stop staring at Amabel's stomach. The latter, in return, rubbed it protectively, like the woman in front of her was going to try and snatch the baby away if she wasn't careful. Her belly still had a shallow, faint scar from the whole ordeal with Frank, but Belle told me she loved it even more now. The story behind her pregnancy, how precious and rare our child was. Belle wanted to see where I grew up before we left. I took care of the will today. Everything's done. I draped an arm over my girlfriend's shoulder. My mother was still looking at Belle's belly with violent, hungry longing. "I hope it's to your liking." She took a step toward the belly, and the woman it was attached to, acknowledging her for the very first time. "It's free for you to use. We're moving away. You caught us at a bit of an inconvenient time. Sorry I cannot offer you any refreshments. My kitchens are all packed." It's always a dud when all the kitchens are packed. I always leave like 3 fully stocked just in case. Amabel offered her a feline smile, producing a lollipop from behind her ear, like a cigarette, unwrapping it and shoving it into the side of her mouth. She was a trickster. An unexpected rainbow in a bleak grey painting, a woman of many faces, many shapes, and many hats. Mother swallowed her with her eyes, fascinated.
Are all American women sarcastic?
No, ma'am. Only the good ones.
Your accent is so lazy.
You should see my workout routine. Belle sucked hard on the lollipop, looking around her, like she was figuring out what she wanted to do with the place. Oh, and yours sounds like you were born to chide small children for asking for a second helping of porridge. That earned a snicker out of me.
I hear you're a stripper.
Mother tilted her chin up, but there was no defiance in her, only fascination. I took a step forward, ready to give her a verbal spanking. Belle put her hand on mine. I'm not a stripper, but as someone who knows a few, I can tell you no stripper I've ever met fell behind on her bills. They usually do it to pay their way through college or to just make a quick buck. Lots of tips. Don't slam it before you try it. My mother nodded. She was impressed, despite her best efforts.
You're different from what I imagined.
You should have never doubted it. Your son has great taste. Mum turned to look at me.
I don't hate her, Devi,
she said with a good portion of resignation. Wish I could say the same about you, Mrs. Whitehall. Belle's voice caught her attention and their gazes locked. But you hurt the love of my life, and we have an open beef to settle.
We will.
Mum nodded curtly, moving in our direction almost gingerly.
First, can I touch your belly? It is oh so full of baby, and looking at both of you, I just know the child will be gorgeous.
You can cop a feel, Mrs. W., Swevin warned, but that doesn't mean you're off of my shit list. Good God, I loved that woman. My mother put her hands on Belle's belly and grinned up at her.
She's kicking.
How do you know it's a she? I asked.
A woman knows.
She pulled away, smiling at us enigmatically. There was nothing more to say, really. This wasn't a part of a reconciliation or an olive branch. It was a quiet, dignified goodbye. A goodbye that should have happened 2 decades ago. My mother gathered my hands in hers and I let her, one last time.
I just want you to know I do love you, Devon, in my own roundabout way.
I believed her. But sometimes a bit of love was simply not enough. Chapter 39. Devon. How come most airlines don't have first-class seats anymore? Amabel pouted next to me on the flight back home later that evening. She was munching on dried fruit. I flipped a page in the Wall Street Journal, taking a sip of my virgin Bloody Mary, possibly the only virgin I had ever consumed. I would have gone for whiskey, but Belle was the kind of woman who insisted I sympathize with her by staying sober. There was hardly any difference between first and business class to begin with. Add to that the fact that business class seats by definition count as a work expense, and you'll get why most Western airlines don't want to be bothered. Why are you asking? I glanced her way. She shifted uncomfortably in her seat, looking left and right. There's not enough leg room. I tapped my lap, folding the paper and tucking it under my arm. Put your feet on me. Problem solved. No, not for that. Oh, shit. Fuck. I mean, this is bullshit. She scoffed, rubbing at her forehead. Please continue, I sat back. I love it when you whisper sweet nothings to me. But she didn't. She waited until we were exactly at the halfway point between the United Kingdom and the United States. Beneath us, there was nothing but the giant, deep expanse of the Atlantic. All that kept us in the air was a tiny metal tube and faith. And suddenly, I realized exactly the analogy she was trying to make. That marriage was about giving and taking. about making concessions and meeting each other halfway.
Okay, don't hate me if I screw it up, or if I can't get up or anything. This baby is messing with my center of gravity.
Belle plucked a square velvet thing from her purse and stood up, before crouching to one knee and groaning in annoyance. I sat up straight, every bone in my body screaming at me to pay attention. Everyone in business class turned their sleepy gazes in our direction.
Devon Whitehall, you're the best man I've ever met by leaps and bounds. I have been in love with you from the first moment our gazes met. I want to grow old with you, to be with you through thick and thin, to have your last name. I know I've been difficult the past few months, but I promise I'm a changed woman. Please, would you do me the honor of becoming my husband?
Yes. There was more to be said, but for now, this one word seemed to sum it up. People clapped from the seats beside us. One woman took a picture of the whole thing on her phone, but somehow I couldn't care less if we wound up being on the cover of a tabloid.
Oh, Dev.
Belle covered her mouth with her hands, tears welling in her eyes.
This is awesome. Now, can you please help me up?
Epilogue. Belle. Did you know that when a male and female anglerfish mate, they melt into each other and share bodies forever? When the anglerfish bloke finds a willing participant, he latches and fuses with her. He loses his eyes and a load of his internal organs until they share a bloodstream. Devon strokes my hand lovingly, peering at me from his seat by my hospital bed. Wow, I say dryly, holding my breath to stop the pain. Sounds familiar. I turn to Nurse, pretending she's not there, who beams at both of us like she's just given birth, popping my chart back onto the edge of my bed. I just felt another contraction, and this one was bad. So bad, I thought my stomach was about to rip in two. "When's Dr. Bjorn coming?" Devon demanded, spurring into action. "My wife is in pain." Your wife is not the first woman ever to give birth. Nurse, about to get punched, notes mildly. She moves to refluff the pillows behind me. 2 different doctors came in for a checkup and said everything is perfectly fine. Dr. Bjorn is dealing with some light traffic. He'll be here in a few minutes. You can always opt for an epidural. She peers down at me, shrugging. Are you kidding me? I want this kid to know how much I suffered for her and hold it over her head for eternity. She laughs. I don't know why. I am not kidding. Sweetheart, we're fine. You've still got time. Devon coos, stroking my hair out of place. It's all nice and romantic, and yet I'm about to push an 8-pound human out of me without any drugs. I slap his hand away. Go get me Dr. Bjorn. As you wish, Mrs. Whitehall. He cannot speed out of the room fast enough, and I remain with Nurse looking at me like I'm crazy. Devon and I married each other shortly after we came back from England. It was a small, intimate ceremony in Madame Mayhem. The bridesmaids wore red lingerie and garters and couldn't say shit about it. My wedding, my rules. Sam Brennan almost punched the walls down in the room when he saw his wife ushering me across the aisle in lingerie. Things have been really awesome between us. Almost too awesome. Sometimes I wake up in the morning and think, today is going to be the day I screw this up and bail on him. Or, more often than not, today is going to be the day that he leaves me. That he finally understands that I'm too damaged, too broken, or simply too much. But somehow, neither of these things happen, and I finish my days in the same way, draped over my husband, sharing our stories and experiences from the day, watching TV, laughing and unveiling piece after piece of one another. I know there will come a day when I eventually stop worrying that he is going to break me too. That day might not be today, or even tomorrow, but it will arrive. Devon Whitehall, after all, is the man who taught me the most important life lesson, that you can still
believe. I got you a doctor. Devon bursts into the room now, panting. One you know, no less. Is it Dr. Bjorn? I bark, twisting in my hospital bed. Is it just me, or is the baby half out? Something's going on between my legs, but for obvious reasons, I'm not in a physical position to bend down and check. Better, Devon says, and he and Aisling appear in front of me. My face falls. I'm not letting this bitch see my vagina. But she is already walking over to the little sink and washing her hands, slapping on a pair of fresh plastic gloves. I've seen worse. Oh, I don't mean that. It looks fantastic. I just don't feel like I'm ready to take our relationship to the next level. I huff. But then there's another contraction, and I scream, and Devon and Aisling rush toward me. Swevin, Devon utters in pain, wiping the sweat from my brow lovingly. I'm so sorry I put you in this position. You put me in 27 different ones. That's why we're here, I quip. Still don't want my help? Aisling elevates an eyebrow. Because I'm happy to call another doctor. Dr. Lin is here. Nurse no one asked you volunteers unhelpfully. I don't know Dr. Lin, and Dr. Bjorn is obviously too busy braving the Boston traffic. Fine! I throw my hands in the air. Fine, just get this baby out of me, Ash. Devon snatches my hand. Aisling gets to business. And 20 minutes later, just when Dr. Bjorn enters the room full of apologies, Nicola Zara Constance Whitehall is born. And before you ask, of course I added Constance to make sure everyone knows she's a royal. I am not exaggerating when I say my newborn is the prettiest I've ever seen, with smooth pink skin, bright eyes, and the pinkest lips. She is fragile, innocent, and perfect. I want to protect her from every possible harm. I know I can't, but at least for now I can. But for later, when she grows up, all I can do is try and raise her to be as strong as her mother. My goodness, she looks just like her mother. Devon kisses me, then Nicola, then hugs Aisling close. With my beautiful baby in my arms and my friends and family waiting outside, I know one thing. Everything will not be okay. Because it's already perfect.
Devon. 6 months later. I donate Whitehall Court Castle to the English Heritage Foundation. It becomes a museum. A part of me, an extremely minuscule part of me, is sad that I'm giving up the Marquess title, that I will not be in England to ensure Nicola inherits some sort of title. But most of me is glad I am out of this place I could never truly call home. Nicola is growing at a fast pace. Currently, she is sporting a shock of white curls that look suspiciously like ramen noodles. She tries to sink her gums into anything she can get her chubby hands on, and is a complete delight. Amabel got back to work a month ago. She appointed Ross the official manager of Madame Mayhem, and is now focusing on her latest venture. She opened a non-profit organization for women and men who have been sexually assaulted, providing therapy and help with finding work and getting back on their feet. Her new secretary, actually, the person to replace Simon and do all the filing and administrative work, is Donna Hammond, Frank's ex-girlfriend. She has a baby boy now. His name is Thomas, and sometimes, when he and Nicola are in the same room, they stare at each other with wide, "Wait, you're a tiny human too" expressions. Now I'm picking up my wife from her parents. Nicola naps blissfully in the back of my Bentley. I catch my father-in-law watering the plants on the front porch and roll the passenger window down. "Hey, John, would you tell Belle I'm outside?" He looks up from the flowers, smiles and nods. Dumping the hose on the grass, he walks into the house and comes back with my wife. Their arms are laced together, and he opens the passenger seat for her and kisses her on the temple before taking a step back. "Drive safely," he instructs, peeking at Nicola in the back seat, smiling. She is growing so fast. "Don't they all?" Belle murmurs. I love you, Belly Bell. Love you, Daddy. Belle and I drive to Logan International Airport. The entire journey, my stomach is in knots.
It's going to be fine,
Belle assures me, rubbing at my thigh. I know, it's just been a while.
She's still your family,
my wife points out. I know that, too. When we reach the airport and unbuckle Nicola from her car seat and put her in the carrier strapped onto Belle, my wife automatically heads toward the stairway from the parking lot to the main floor. No, I grab her hand, squeezing. Let's take the elevator. She whips her head around, frowning.
You sure?
Positive, darling. We wait at the appropriate gate, and even though I've put my family's woes behind me, I'm still on pins and needles. The dumbwaiter had been sealed up shortly after I took control over the estate. It helped soothe some of my anxiety over my claustrophobia, but not all of it. When Cecilia gave me a call and asked if she could come and see baby Nicola, I said yes. She wasn't, after all, my mother nor my father. She never tried to kill me. When I asked Belle if I should offer to pay for Cecilia's flight and accommodations, she said, "Absolutely not. Let her show you that she's changed." And she has. Cecilia paid for everything for this trip with the money she makes working at a library near the university she goes to. She's a changed woman. When I see my sister coming out of the terminal's gate, I rush toward her, my heart feeling lighter. She looks the same. Perhaps she lost a couple pounds, but her smile is different. Genuine. Carefree. We meet halfway, share a bone-crushing hug, and she cries into my shoulder. I let her. I know she feels it too. Orphaned. After all, when it was all done and dealt with, Ursula turned her back on her too and went to live in London with a friend. "Thank you for giving me another chance," Cecilia murmurs into my shoulder. "Thank you for wanting one." I feel my wife's hand on my back, supporting me, hugging me from behind, making sure I'm never out of balance.
Come on,
Belle says softly.
Let's go make some new family memories.
So we do. The end.
This has been an Audible Studios production of The Rake, Boston Bells, Book 4. Written by L.J. Shen. Performed by Joe Arden and Maxine Mitchell. Executive producers, Louise Quayle and Mike Charzik. Producer, Sarah Cosa Baglusa. Copyright 2022 by L.J. Shen. Sound recording copyright 2021 by Audible Inc. Audible Studios is a division of Audible Inc.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.